the sky fall and the sun turned black. When the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer, can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. Fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. just came here and I haven't thought this through. Heart on my sleeve, ready to bleed. Wish I had another drink, then I'd have left it. Instead we're gonna go to the brink. Don't you think that we should forget it? Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love.
Greetings, everybody, and welcome back to the LCK. We are here for our first matchup, Live Sandbox up against Guangdong Freaks. It is me, Valdez, with Chronicler. You saw us on the analyst carpet space yesterday. We're here on the casting desk today. How are you doing today?
I'm good. I think these matches today, well, you know, there's some lower ranking teams there, but I do actually think that these are matches of great importance. In case of Live Sandbox, I think they need any win they can get. This roster, obviously, not in the greatest of spots, but for Guangdong, they've really been on kind of a downslide, and I think they want to turn it sooner rather than later.
Yeah, it's a little bit interesting, you know, going into the preseason and taking a look at the new rosters. We didn't expect it to be this dire so far, but again, it is pretty early on in spring, so curious to see how they can turn things around. I think that both of these teams really desperate for a win, and they have well, one of the teams has made a pretty decent change. Looking forward to talking about the rosters a little bit later. But first of all, we are going to go into the points of the match between these two teams. Which team will refresh themselves with a victory?
Both teams in dire needs of refreshments indeed. Live Sandbox, I think their loss, a bit more understandable. Nongshim looking like an incredibly strong team at the moment, barring, you know, their first series. Outside of that, they looked great. But for Guangdong, absolutely not. And Keen has been, as per usual, it's kind of a recurring theme, a shining light, but not enough to really carry his team. So maybe an easier exam for Dove today.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Dove, of course, the quote-unquote rookie top laner, at least. He has shown Tryndamere, Camille, and Rise. Hopefully no more of the Rise, but some more of those other two champions and maybe some other changes there. Live Sandbox Ice subs in for Envy, and he's going to be going up against veteran Teddy. Actually quoted Teddy as being one of his big idols coming up as an AD carry, not just in terms of play, but also personality. So kind of looks up to Teddy, and we'll see how that goes today.
Ice, of course, the previous player for challenges for Live Sandbox, had a decent season, wasn't really a standout player like Envy honestly was on Gen G. But Envy's form thus far hasn't really been up to par, what you need, especially against a veteran like Teddy. So I don't mind the swap. I'm happy to see what Ice can bring us here today. Very much a middle of the pack, but sometimes in the right circumstances, those players can still provide the kind of change that a team needs.
Absolutely. Well, here is the Live Sandbox roster that you will be seeing today. Feels like a roster that is pretty nicely packed with young talent, as well as, you know, a couple veterans here and there. But still trying to get off the ground, it does feel like at this point in time, as they will walk out Ice for his first time on the LCK stage.
And I think both this roster and, for example, Hanwha Live have a little bit more leeway in how they perform, because as you pointed out, these are a lot of younger players. Ruko, yeah, he won Rookie of the Year last split, but outside of that, he hasn't, of course, been around for that long, not enough experience to kind of carry a team. Dove could probably do it from mid, but he's playing top lane. And then closer, KL, I think these are all players that are individually very good, but can't really stand up in terms of the moment you get out of laning phase. And that has been a big problem for Sandbox in general.
Yeah, I mean, they started off pretty strong. They got a couple of wins, and everybody was looking at Dove playing a couple of games of Tryndamere as the big shining light. But it feels like the LCK as a whole is kind of learning how to deal with Tryndamere. Still, it has a very high win rate, but I think teams are beginning to learn how to draft around it and understand that it is a strong pick. Here is Guangdong Freaks' team, where he's got a big smile on his face from what we can tell, as everybody's pretty happy still, which is good to see, regardless of how they have started off the season.
I was one person that had Guangdong Freaks really high on my list coming into the preseason. I rate Fade very highly. Keen, self-explanatory, honestly. And Teddy, even though he in the end got overshadowed by Gumayushi, I thought was still an excellent player on T1. And those players have looked between good and okay. It's been more the jungle, the mid or the jungle support duo rather, that hasn't really been good enough. And in a current meta, you can't really play. We've seen how much impact the junglers have had. Look at Dread, right? Look at Canyon. Look at how many high-level POG standings we have. With junglers, got to perform better. And thus far, Guangdong haven't been able to really find that form.
Yeah, might just be another, you know, issue of players rather that don't have too much experience in terms of specifically Element Hoyt. The rest of the team, tons of experience, have been around for quite a while. You can see here the key player matchup will be the top lane as Keen, he's got some pretty good stats down there at the bottom, but again, you need to take it all in terms of perspective, right? He's got the highest damage percentage out of all top laners, but that means probably the rest of his team isn't doing a lot of damage, which is a little bit of a problem.
I'd personally argue it's a big problem, Valdes, because
yeah.
If you look at the picks as well, especially on the Gnar and the Gragas, not supposed to have a damage share that high. On the Gwen, I think it can be excusable, especially if you get fed early, but the rest of those, not supposed to be pumping out big numbers. And then for Dove, his Tryndamere, we're not going to see it anymore, I don't think. I think he's just going to be permanently banned or picked away. Camille would have been fine, but that Ryze, I don't want to see it anymore. Ryze, it's not a thing.
Please, no.
Please stop picking it. It doesn't work. Even when you flex it towards top, still a no.
It doesn't matter how flexible the pick is. I don't want to see it in the bottom lane. No Ryze support today. No jungle Ryze. No Ryze, okay? That's one thing I think we can all agree on. It's currently 0-6 in the LCK.
I can't help you didn't mention Ryze bot lane as an AD.
Yeah, well, I was going for the hyperbole, and that's something that maybe we actually might see someday.
Oh, no. No. Not today, Valdes, not today.
Yeah, I'm sure he would still go full tank build and do 0 damage. Anyway, we'll have to wait and see how this draft does go, because, as you mentioned, there are a couple things to look at. You know, maybe no Ryze. Renekton, 100% banned, by the way. I think all the savants here in the LCK have mutually agreed to stop playing that champion, so they just ban it all the time. It's pretty strong, so nobody wants to see it at this moment in time. We've seen Twisted Fate get through twice. And both times that has been to a win in the hands of Showmaker, rather.
Yeah.
Don't know if we're going to be seeing that anymore. But a lot of Enchanter supports have been on the Rift, a lot of Yuumi. So if you want to see the cat die, might be your chance today.
And actually one of the picks that Ice was big on was that Samira. Got a pentakill on that in Challengers, and that is something that maybe, if they do leave open the Yuumi, they might be looking towards. We've seen with varying success the answer of Samira Nautilus lanes into Yuumi's. And then there was, of course, also Lahan's his Singed, which I don't expect to be replicated, and I don't think should be replicated by anyone else. Lahan's is a trained professional, and even I don't really feel like the Singed had the biggest impact. They made it work nonetheless. But for today, I think both these two teams should go back to basics. We've been very outspoken about how we want easy comps. Just take a page out of Fred O'Brien's book. If you are struggling, just draft a comp that plays itself. Don't give me these split pushy comps. Just front to back team fight, 2 damage threads. Don't overcomplicate it.
Well, we'll see if they do listen to that advice here, Chronicler. The LCK has historically been a bit slow at adapting to changes. So I think there is a decent chance we actually do see Ryze today, to the chagrin of us and the rest of the casters. We'll start off with Caitlyn, and of course, Renekton will never see play for the near future.
I'm also taken away. And expect TF to join the list here. Possible Jarvan as well. Corki makes a lot of sense on red side, I think. Even with how many broken champions there are, I'd still rather play against the Renekton than against the Corki. The moment he hits 2 items, he is not very fun or interactive to play against, and that's something that we highly rate. And wouldn't be surprised to see an early pickup here for the Jarvan for Kroko if that is left open. Of course, Zinza also still really strong. Yuumi still open as well. Twisted Fate still there, and looking like a lot of those are actually going to make it through with what I expect will be a Twisted Fate then coming through here from Kwangdong.
That's definitely what we are expecting, but the Yuumi is going to be taken off the Rift. We'll see how highly they rate Twisted Fate, if they feel comfortable with putting it in the hands of closer. But no, it will be Aphelios that does get first pick here.
Not sold on the old Aphelios first pick. There is one exception to this rule. That's the rule of Docdom. If you are Docdom, lock away, my friend. That's fine. You can do it. But in other situations, I do think that, yeah, a Jinx Fresh would be a perfectly fine counter pick here. You can also go for the Lulu if you want to deny that. Both of those, I think, gonna provide a lot. Looks like it will be that. And then if you draft a mid laner with a modicum of range as well, and as Kwangdong, you're feeling perfectly fine. And Kwangdong slowly looking like they might actually do what we want them to do, which is stick to the basics.
And in terms of the basics that you might want to look at for Kwangdong Freaks, playing around Teddy, not a bad idea. Get him a hyper carry, get him a champion that can protect him. I think it's a good start on their side. Now, Lee Sin hasn't had a lot of success recently, but Krako is going to give it yet another try. I swear if this is followed up by Rise, I'm gonna lose it. But you know, it is Krako. He is a great Lee Sin player. We'll have to wait and see. The LeBlanc, I do like.
This is fine. Yeah, this is Live Sandbox as they do. They are Live Sandbox opting into early aggression, but in a way that I can respect. I think that Lee hasn't been in the greatest of spots, but if Krako, a jungler that I think, outside of Dread, is one of our most aggressive junglers within the early game of the LCK, can definitely make use of that. This is, of course, the downside. You have let the Twisted Fate go through basically the entirety of the draft, and that should 100% be picked up. And now, an interesting situation where Kwangdong can bend away things like the Lulu, make sure that the Philos is not going to feel all too comfortable. Normless ban would also not be surprising, as that is a combination we've seen and is good into the Fresh. Now for Sandbox, ban some junglers and put Alum even further on the back foot, especially because you're looking for a strong 2v2 in that mid jungle.
Yeah, you know, taking the Lee Sin off the board was a bit surprising for me too, because Alum's played it a lot, but has not looked good on it. So I feel like even leaving that open and daring him to play it again might have been a good choice. Kind of, you know, we're past that now, but we're going to see Tryndamere and Camille taken off the board. The Camille and Twisted Fate combo in the split pushing, very annoying to deal with. It kind of does play into that more difficult side of the composition you were talking about earlier, Chronicler, that you did not want to see, though.
I wonder whether Liv Sandbox are also thinking about picking up a Jax, although in that scenario the Camille wouldn't make that ban, wouldn't make that much sense, as it is indeed a Nautilus ban, so they're going to leave Lulu open. I think going to be okay with Liv Sandbox having a limited form of engage, but if Sandbox you just draft a Gragas or an Ornn in that top side, just say Dove, have fun, Keen's going to pick something that's going to make your life miserable, possibly a Gwen, and then you're just going to have to take the beating and play engage for us, or also very likely they're going to draft a aggressive top as well and make things a lot more complicated than they necessarily need to be, as that is the Jhin actually taken away. And that means not a lot of, but you can just pick Jarvan here, and I think you're reasonably happy. This is a really nice pick though, into both Lee and into the LeBlanc, but does require a high level of mastery, I think, to really shine, and for LM thus far that has been somewhat of a problem.
I still like it. The Poppy, in general, the champion pick. We are going to see it here, and we've been calling for that a bit more and more. So let's see how he does perform on that here tonight. I suppose there is a small chance it does get flexed, but Jungle Poppy, more common nowadays. Gragas still available. It does look like Dove, although he doesn't look too happy about it, will be playing the Gragas here.
Oh, okay. I personally was thinking about the Lulu, and I'm not sure I like the Braum as much. Considering the amount of short range that you already have, I think that Braum is really good into compositions that are going to try to engage on you, but looking at what Kwangdong have drafted thus far, I think come mid to late game, they're perfectly happy just standing in front of Teddy and firing auto pot shots left and right, especially if they lock in the chase here. Don't think that lane-wise that's a great matchup, and that does provide opportunities for Krako to get a lot done. But in terms of overall team comp, especially when aided by that Twisted Fate that's able to possibly help Keen on the top side, the Kwangdong comp come late game is an absolute nuisance to deal with. But for Liv Sandbox, a lot of power for Krako to play for, and that's, I think, what we're going to be looking towards.
Yeah, definitely could have some fun early on in the game, which is the Liv Sandbox way, of course. It's kind of funny that after we did see the Poppy, we chose 2 more champions that have dash abilities. I suppose the stand beside me for Braum is not technically a dash, but he does jump. But either way, definitely a pretty strong early game composition, especially in the 2v2 with the mid and jungle. You got the Lee Sin, the LeBlanc, a lot of plays that can definitely be made early on to get Liv Sandbox ahead.
would personally really like an early invade from Sandbox here. I think you're level 1 with that Braum and with the Lee can really dish out a lot of damage. And as per usual, I feel like we've been saying this about Sandbox for what, like 3 years. If they don't get ahead early, they're going to be in somewhat of a deep troubled waters. Because I think that the Kwangdong composition, when left to scale, is going to be devastating. Good front line, good poke, decent side lane control, just has everything that you could possibly want. But if they fall behind and those damage carries get taken out, then it can get very dicey for them.
Yeah, a lot of range to keep the Aphelios at bay. I do like this mid to late game as well. We'll have to wait and see how the performances go as well between these two teams, as it does look like we're just about ready to hop on to the Rift for game number 1 of match 15.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
No invade. Just gonna look menacingly at one another.
Yeah. And, you know, we can talk all we want about the drafts, and they are extremely important, as we do know in League of Legends, but I think a lot of it will come down to, you know, has LM taken some time off after last week and, you know, hit a new level? Are we going to see him have a strong performance on the Poppy? Because you can have the better draft and then just totally drop the ball and then lose the game. So curious to see where Kwangdong Freaks are. You know, there were a lot of smiles when they were walking out on stage, but that doesn't really tell you a whole lot about how the play is going. Maybe they're sheepish smiles because things haven't been going well. So we'll have to wait and see on that note.
And also see Kwangdong Freaks cognizant of where they want to be in this game. Gathering Storm taken for Kinder on the top side. And overall, I think they're going to be perfectly happy if they can slow down the game using both the deterrence of a Poppy, of a Thresh, while utilizing Fate's ability to influence the side lanes. Dove is going to go for a tanky build, so it'll be a lot harder than usual to kind of blow him up quickly, right? Especially once he finishes the first item. As, aw, nice.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about before. The player I respect the most is Teddy. And, you know, delving a little bit deeper into that, he was talking about not only his play, but also his personality. Thinks he carries himself well as a professional. And that's all very important, especially when you're a young player looking up to one of the veteran players in the league that's been through a lot. You know, Teddy's been on Jin Air, he's been the sole carry, he's been on T1. And now he's here on the Kwangdong Freaks.
As expected, early on, gonna have to respect both junglers pathing in opposite directions. We have Kroko making his way down bottom. If Ice and Kyle can keep that lane in relatively safe position, the ward also pinged there. At least the one in a river, and that might provide a Kroko with an opportunity to maybe circumvent that. And Alan heading towards top. But looking at Dove's position right now, depending on Keen, can get a crash on. Not going to be looking to get a lot done there.
See that already, the LeBlanc is doing very well in this lane. It's, you know, Closer, very well known for his mechanics, and this is a lane you can abuse, especially early on, so
oh boy,
looking
I'm
forward
loving
to that.
I'm loving that, Alan. It's a dive opportunity. He's a little late on it though. Wave going to be mostly thinned out, and yeah, I think that not quite gonna happen here. With how low Dove was, actually would have loved if maybe get off that Crocs camp a little bit sooner. But there was also the defensive ward. Dove very much aware that was a possibility.
We're just seeing this back and forth here in the mid lane. Still going extremely well for Closer. Up 10 CS already. As not a lot of action from our two junglers. I think, you know, we're going to look for Kroko to make some plays eventually. The bottom lane, pretty even. So far, it doesn't look like Hoyt's been able to land any big hooks just yet.
And small advantage here in terms of back time, a couple of seconds that Element has on his opponent, but I think I'm just gonna look for a possible backer, and I would like some early dragon aggression here for Livzapbox. I think that is one of the ways, even though it is a relatively insignificant Drake, where you can feel happy, right? Croco now gonna path towards bot side again. Closer has had prio for basically the entirety of the lane thus far. Shove in Fate, get towards that Drake, pick that up, and then start that snowball early, because if an early Drake gets snuck away by Kwangdong Freaks, it takes away a lot of the pressure that I think you need as Liv Sandbox going into the later stages of this game. Whether or not they're actually going to do that, of course, remains to be seen. Stove looks menacingly at Keen, and Keen's like, no, 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 no.
Yeah.
I don't want any of that.
I love that. That's it looks very strange, especially because Keen has not only the ward, but also the Scuttle Crab. But Lee Sin can be very finicky coming over the walls, and you always have to, you know, if you want to hold on to your flash, you do have to respect that. As Croco is going to be seen, this is this 2v2 that is going on. Croco is not going to respect this right now, as the gold card just barely out of range, but the stun into the wall. Croco is taking an immense amount of damage and has to flash to get out of there. I suppose he got the ward at least.
Yeah, I think miscommunication with Closer. Closer, however, having to use his cooldowns in that earlier trade, so he's not really in a position to make a play there. And then, of course, you see the deterring value that Stathis Presence has, right? Like, Closer can't actually use his ward up, is forced to flash, blink, as opposed to dash. But key thing here is that while that did happen, LM then went on, clearing his topside jungle now, and I would love to see them move towards Dragon here. Don't think they're going to take the risk, but personally think that the earlier the better. Looks like both teams are just going to clear though, even with the prio that they have, and I think a lost opportunity here for Liv Sandbox.
Speaking of lost opportunities, Dove did just miss that cannon minion. As we are going to see LM coming in for a bit of a dive up on the top side. Dove is nearly full health, but the stun into the wall. They're trying to burst him down. Here comes TF. A little bit late, but should get the job done. He has the flash forward, and there is the kill as Fate gets pretty low, but he will survive at the end of it all. Not the cleanest dive, but they got the job done.
It's hard to dive Gragas, especially post 6, but nicely done by Kwangdong Freaks, using that TF in exactly the way you want. And here you see the payoff, right, of having Keen in your team, and something that I'm happy that Kwangdong is playing towards. Because of the trades, because of how Keen has been shoving and pummeling this Gragas, we see that it's an easy dive setup. Will be answered with a Drake here, but just a single Drake, as I said, I think that if you get just that, you're fine. But if you give up a kill on top side, it's not the greatest of spots. As here we do see Dove very nicely dodging out, but you know the moment that Twisted Fate ultimate comes through, you are very, very dead. Fate, with that aggressive flash, almost signing his own fate, but in the end, it will be enough. And now the early lead becoming bigger, because with that, there was also a full wave that went into the turret. So now Keen even more ahead. Kill did go to LM, so I think you'll take that as a small win for Liv Sandbox, but I'm going to be particularly happy about the whole ordeal.
Hoyt coming mid to gank the LeBlanc. Not actually, looks like maybe just setting up for the Rift Herald that is about to spawn. Or at least, I would hope, doing something other than trying to get a hook onto the LeBlanc. As for now, just hanging around. And, you know, Dove, he is tank Gragas. He's not going to be too unhappy about his situation, but at the same time, you are feeding the enemy team, so not the greatest feeling, as this is a nice little sneak from Croco very early on, even with the Scuttle Crab up. Means that Kwangdong Freaks might not expect this.
Really like this. I hope that Closer is just cleared his ward, and then, yeah. Now they know, though. LM suspecting it. Rotation is coming through. Everyone gonna be here, but a lot of time available still. I think they might get it. The real question is there gonna be the subsequent team fight? Kyle, not level 6 just yet.
Yeah, and this is just full control right now over the pit, going to Liv Sandbox. As the flash comes in from LM to do nothing. Now the helicopter will knock one away, but that's already a kill, as a lot of burst damage now coming out from Keen, though, as following up, trying to get that kill, but the steadfast presence is basically going to mean the life of Croco. He barely gets away. Liv Sandbox looks like they will get away with this by the skin of their teeth.
Really testing the limits there. Really, really giving it their all, but that could have been an absolute disaster for Liv Sandbox had Teddy gotten a single kill. As Closer. I don't know about that one, but Trusty Brom coming in again. And I want to see the replay, because I want to see how much damage was tanked by Kyle there. Doesn't need his ultimate to be impactful in that fight.
Yeah, I mean, he just threw up the door and stood in front and did a really nice job of that.
That's Braum.
That's what Braum does. Yeah.
Stand there.
We've seen Keria play Braum. We know that Braum has a high skill ceiling if you are Keria, I guess. But for everyone else, you hold up the door and you stand in front.
Used to have a saying back in the Benelux, which was the worse the player, the better the Braum. I've seen firsthand can actually be true. The unfortunate reality is we are in the LCK, so there are no bad players.
True.
And that makes playing Braum perhaps a little bit harder, as Ellen trying to go for a desperation stealer as well, but with the eye available, I don't think you're ever really getting that. And then now the rest of the team trying to funnel in, Exhaust immediately comes through, and this disjointedness of Kwangdong Freaks, I think, still persisting right here, right? If they play this a little bit more all in, I think they can just blow them up, right? I think you see the hesitation, the fact that Kwangdong Freaks are behind, because if Teddy gets a single kill and gets excited, comes through, then you can start picking them up very, very rapidly. But instead, they don't want to funnel through the choke, which is understandable. But at the same time, I think you're going to have to take some risks, because if you don't take openings like that as Kwangdong, I think you're going to give too many leads over to Liv Sandbox, who now still have a Rift Herald to throw down somewhere.
Yeah, you know, it was a little bit of a half measure, if you will. It's like, okay, we see that the Rift Herald is at half health. We're going to fully commit to fighting over the Rift Herald, even though there is a low chance that we get it, so we better get some kills. Then they don't even fully commit to getting the kills.
Yeah.
But also they lost the chance of doing the other option, which is staying bot, getting turret plates for Jinx, getting other objectives, setting up vision, and giving over the Rift Herald and saying, okay, it's lost because we're so late to the party here. So they did a little bit of a half measure. They didn't get either win, and that's going to be pretty nice for Liv Sandbox. Kwangdong Freaks do have the lead in terms of gold, but with the Rift Herald in the pockets of Krako, he should be able to get some of that gold back.
Still, as Kwangdong, I think if you're on even footing, you're still perfectly happy with the state of the game. Because as mentioned, I don't think that the scaling for Liv Sandbox is bad. If you look at the champions, right, Dove will become incredibly tanky. We know the assassination potential that LeBlanc has. We are long removed from the days where she was only an early game character, can get a lot done late as well. But against the TF, against the Poppy, against the Fresh, those kind of plays become a lot harder. And when you look at the overall team comps, Kwangdong Freaks going to feel extremely confident going into the later stages of the game, barring some god tier engages from Dove or a possible flank from Krako. This I really like. Again, Liv Sandbox, try to push your objectives as much as you can, because one of the ways where you can outmatch Kwangdong Freaks is if you get yourself early on to a stage where they are forced to engage or go for fights where they don't feel comfortable. And we already saw that that is a current weakness of them, even in a situation where I think they did have the opportunity. So try and keep them on the back foot as much as possible as Ellen.
All right, they're trying to go for this fight here. Everybody trapped on the side of Liv Sandbox. Kyle had to go into his stopwatch, not able to hold the door for his AD carry. Krako's going to be able to get out of here. They get the Drake, but this is more gold as a top fight is going on, and Keen might just get solo killed very, very close, as Dove is looking for it here. It looks like he does not have the cooldowns to get the kill, so Keen will survive.
Really walking the line there, Keen. Able to make it out in the end, not even needing his flash. And for Dove, it's understandable if you go in there and you don't hit your barrel, which was actually on cooldown at the moment of that, you might still get killed by Keen. It is Keen after all. And there on the bot lane fight, we actually saw exactly what I want to see from Kwangdong, which is no hesitation. If you get Teddy even a couple of kills in the mid to early game, like, your game is going to become so much easier. And while this initially looks a little bit dire, here we see again Alan making great use of the tankiness of Poppy. And this is something that we have talked about a lot, that we have seen in action repeatedly. Beautiful setup, and then Liv Sandbox is like, hey, this Poppy's a low health, but maybe we can get a cheeky kill. But especially through Exhaust and the fact that Poppy, the lower, once she gets below a certain threshold, is so tanky, you don't get through her very easily. And now Kwangdong Freaks behind in Drakes, and especially because it's Chemtech. That's not great, but at least the kills are going to people you want them to.
Yeah, I actually really like the position here of Kwangdong Freaks. I mean, a lot of that farm is on the Jace up on the top side, so we're going to have to see Keen begin to roam down, maybe fight over some of these objectives and poke out the enemy team if they don't want to fall too far behind on that objective play. But other than that, I mean, as you mentioned, they're even or ahead. They're happy with this amount of scaling, with the Jinx online, with the Poppy already, with the Chem Tank having a lot of fun here as a potential play down on the bottom side. Ice going to be slowed up. Zellum is just, he's excited. You know, he had maybe his first good play in the LCK, which is maybe a little bit harsh. But again, he really has started off slow here. So I'm glad that he had his moment to start.
Well, you got to do him like that, Valdez. Come on, man.
Hey, I mean, it was a great play.
No, it was, but you could also have just said it was a great play.
True.
But you are right. You are correct. And at the very least, I appreciate your realism in the face of a Kwangdong that has not had the best game so far, but currently looking 1.5k gold up. As long as they don't botch the Drake fights, that's the one thing, right? You can't mess those up. Because if you give over a Chemtech Soul, anything can happen. Because that Soul is not great to play into, and I don't want to think about what's going to happen when you have an Aphelios that gets 3 extra seconds in a team fight. I don't think anyone does.
Doesn't sound very fun.
No.
Even the little bonk, you know, 1 extra combo.
Yeah.
Could do in Teddy. Could be a big deal. As LM, he had a great early game, and now he's like, I live in the bottom lane. This is my new home. He's setting up a tent. It's what you do. Just really trying to put the pressure on and get Teddy more room to get fed, which is not a bad idea. We do have the Lee Sin down here now that the Poppy has left, I suppose. But Teddy getting very aggressive, getting more and more ahead as he nearly even kills Ice with the rocket. He's really trying to just force him out of lane, which is the main objective here.
Really nice done by Teddy, recognizing that the door was open as the cooldown was down for Kael. And yeah, Ellen is like, I am here. I'm not going anywhere. This turret is going to be ours. But Kwangdong Freaks wouldn't be Kwangdong Freaks as while all of this was happening. Keen didn't get first turret blood easy peasy by himself in that top side. In a matchup that I think a lot of people are perfectly happy picking Gragas into Jace because of the ease of setup the moment that you get into the post-6 zone, right? Something that Wukong, for example, does very well. Gragas, of course, in 1v1, not as threatening, but in terms of setup for the jungle, still very much a capable champion. They do have somewhat laid backs towards this Drake, though, and I again want to reiterate that if they go for a disadvantageous fight, I don't think Keen will have teleport just yet, and they give up this dragon, I will be very unhappy. Because I think that is the one way that you lose this game as Kwang. I think it's looking perfectly fine. You're 2.5k gold up. You have a great scaling comp. It plays very, very nicely into your opponent. But they can't get this Drake.
Should not be letting him get this one here. Let's see how it does go. LM is going to lead the charge. Gets the knock into the wall. Closer takes a bit of damage. You see they burst him down 100-0 before he can do anything.
That's Keen.
And there you go. The damage comes in. They're all there on time. And this time, Kwangdong Freaks are not late to the party. They will pick up this Chemtech Drake.
And Alan clearly feeling so much more at ease than he has in the previous game that we've seen from the Kwangdong Freaks. Again and again, starting these fights off with very little hesitation. As oh, here they go.
Okay, the cleanse comes in. That Q was pretty fantastic. Got him in mid-lantern, but at the end of the day, this is why you choose Jinx Thresh. You get the Jinx, you get her fed, and then you have the Thresh to keep her safe.
And Poppy.
Yes.
And TF, I guess. So it's not easy getting to Teddy. Teddy also has somewhat of a history of being a great AD carry for exactly these scenarios. But it's just like, build the team comp around him,
yeah,
and he'll do great. You know, he has all the support that he could possibly need. And that Drake, I think, firmly puts Kwangdong Freaks in complete control of the game. Side lane pressure is going to be incredibly hard to set up for Liv Sandbox, because if you look at the side lanes, I think LeBlanc could put out a lot of pressure there, but it's not going to be enough. And it's closer that I don't think expected to get stunned into the wall there. Also a slightly slower response, and that stat, or that rather Statfest presence from Elim actually doing so much work. Because you said it earlier, you know, Braum, is it a dash, is it a jump? It doesn't matter, Steadfast presence still the same, can't get anyone behind him. And then with LeBlanc already dead, not enough damage available, easy cleanup. And Liv Sandbox now truly on the back foot. That wasn't necessary, but okay, I guess. We'll allow it.
Hashtag macro. I don't know what else to say. Like, what a play.
There are camouflage zones, okay? You don't know what's happening. If Keen suddenly gets engaged on, Fate's not going to let his buddy die.
Yeah.
No way.
Just keeping everybody safe. That, what is it, Unleash Teleport has a lower cooldown, so I suppose he'll get that back a little bit faster. As Guangdong Freaks, they do have a really nice lead, and I feel like they're playing pretty well with it so far. As look at Ice. I mean, this entire time it's been, I feel, Teddy versus Ice in the bottom side. The support's not helping out too much, and Ice has not been having a fun time. He's keeping up in CS, but he's always seeming to have to go back and get some health and basically not be in the lane.
The takeaway from this, obviously, is stop first picking Aphelios, please.
Okay, we'll listen to you halfway through summer. That's the best we can do.
I like it.
This is the LCK.
Why do you have to confront me with reality like that, Valdo?
At least they didn't pick Rise. I mean,
They did
I
not.
was happy with that.
They did not pick Rise.
I take my wins where I can get them, Chronicler, you know? Been doing this a long time.
Yeah. Well, honestly, I think the LCK has gotten so much better, right? Corki getting banned in week 2, that would have taken, I think, a good month and a half, a year or two ago.
True.
And
That's definitely
and
true.
Rise being abandoned, Rise of all champions. You know, there's progression there. Is it what we want it to be? Not necessarily. Just like Liv Sandbox, their position in this game is getting worse and worse by the minute. Now Guangdong Freaks have kind of reached the promised land of this draft. Completely fine. The one thing they need to keep safe is Teddy. If Teddy dies, then all of a sudden you are exclusively relying on Keen, and I don't think you really want to take that risk, but as long as Teddy stays behind one of his many protectors, this game should be in the back for Guangdong.
Yeah, and at least Keen is obscenely fed, so worst case scenario, you know, you lose your 80 carry, you get the guy with the big hammer to do some 80 carry damage, perhaps. And, yeah, I mean, he's got the most farm in the game, so not quite the kills that Teddy has, but they're both just going to be huge menaces in their own right. And this is kind of interesting for Liv Sandbox. You know, they started off so strong with the Tryndamere play with Dove, and we were kind of looking up like, oh wow, Dove, you know, he's prepared for this. He's got an interesting pick. It was one of the first games of the season. And now it's like, well, if he doesn't play Tryndamere, they just don't win.
Yeah.
Not really sure what to make of it just yet.
Well, I think Examiner Keen came in, and he was like, yeah, we're going to take this exam, Dove. And Tryndamere is not there. You know, you can't use your cheat sheet. How are you going to do? Unfortunately, the Keen exam, a big problem as Alan again. And now the health bars are very low, and this break is not going anywhere in Liv Sandbox.
Keen hit one accelerated shock blast. Teddy autoed a couple of times with his rockets, and now they don't get to enter the pit.
Yeah, that's what the comp does.
Yep. You're feeling very good at this spot in the mid game. Doesn't really matter that Liv Sandbox got the early Rift Herald, the early couple of Drakes, because the carries are online. And Teddy's just going to go ahead and solo this Drake, so that's 2 Chemtech Drakes now for the side of Guangdong Freaks.
What kind of topics would be taught at a League of Legends university? Obviously, Keen is one of the examiners, but are you like laning 101? Really?
Freezing 101.
Freezing, yeah.
For top laners.
Everyone skips that lesson.
Yeah.
That's not what
nobody
we care
knows about that.
Jungle pathing.
Everybody also skips the itemization. That's like a really important one.
There's some people that take that class, and we like them a lot. But
yeah, it's like an elective. Some people are like,
yeah.
And, you know, I heard it was an easy A, but I'm not really sure. You know, if you take the class, it's not that hard. You just buy the right items. You know?
It's not.
You go on and you get your A. But a lot of people are like, you know, I think I don't need the items. I can play my way to the wins. I don't need the right items.
Just do what feels good.
And they skip it.
Yeah. And the worst is, of course, a lot of us play, of these students are so talented that they can get away with it, and it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And so they never learn.
We're in the school for the gifted players.
Oh, yeah.
Of League of Legends.
Every single one.
Yeah.
Really getting in is an achievement in the first place.
You know the class that everybody takes that's kind of unnecessary for most people is carrying 101. Not everybody needs to do that, okay? You don't need to be the carry all the time.
Yes, you do, Valdez. That's why you play the video game.
Sometimes you need to learn how to be carried. Nobody takes that class. They nearly removed that from the curriculum.
I think our LCK players are okay at that. The solo queue players, though, not so much.
Yeah.
But I don't know if they go to the same, high-level
They don't,
academy that
no.
he's... Like, you're not getting an exam from Keen.
No.
Unless you are, high challenge in the Korean solo queue. In which case,
High yellow, a.k.a. gold 4 or higher.
You actually can get the Keen exam. Although I think if you're gold 4 and you try to take the exam, I don't think it goes over very well.
Yeah, it's not a very fun time.
Who would be some other teachers? No? Blanking? Okay, I'm sorry. I thought there would be plenty.
I don't know. Hoyt kind of looks like a teacher.
I could see it.
Yeah.
Yeah. We have our very own teacher, Wolf.
Yeah, I would assume it would
Teacher.
just be all of the legends of League of Legends, of the LCK.
What would Faker teach? Winning 101?
Pretty much, yeah. How to spot a kill 10 seconds ahead. That's one of the classes.
I like it.
You probably just get Prey. He's like the fun teacher that everybody wants to get, but he like kind of fools around a lot. So sometimes you don't feel like you're learning everything,
But
you have a great time. Yeah. Score is an active coach, so
Understandably.
he can't teach.
Oh, Dove.
Oh, look at this. He's just gonna flash. Fate's like, nope.
Hell
Press my
no.
no button.
Well,
Getting out of here.
that did it.
Yeah. He said no.
Oh.
Now, they are all waiting in that brush, but here we go. Moving on in is Hoyt, and we do have the TF and the... Okay. Not sure what to say. They're still going to get the kill onto Dove, as Fate, with his cards, will throw it through and eventually kill the Gragas, as Keen just shock blasted acceleratedly into a minion. Not going to matter too much, as 2 members of the Side of Live Sandbox will go down, and the 5 of Kwangdong Freaks will begin their push. Their siege is pretty incredible. They can also turn around and go to the Baron if they want, with the immense amount of Baron damage that they do have. But seems like Teddy's just having too much fun, getting too excited. They'll take down the turret first.
Let it be known that Hoyt doesn't miss hooks on stationary targets twice, because the second time he got the Brom real good. Unfortunate mishap there at the very start, but mechanical mishaps notwithstanding, suffice it to say, I am loving what I'm seeing from Kwangdong here, right? Because this is exactly the instinct that they need. Try and bait Live Sandbox into these fights, and then just make sure that Teddy is okay, and then your damage, your leads, and your rage advantage will get the job done. As we can see this time around, no problem whatsoever. Next kill comes through, and as you said, at this point there's no wrong answers, right? You can go for the turret, you can go for Baron. In this case, went for the turret and will now be able to take complete control of the area. And I think for Live Sandbox, this is where you go and reevaluate your drafters. Oh boy!
Not gonna miss it this time. We also got chompers on both of those tanks. Closer is like, please allow me to do anything. And everybody on the other side says no. I did like that beat around the Baron right before this Drake was coming up. Not gonna get any of the Live Sandbox members down though. They're still threatening this. Remember that Live Sandbox only have 2 Drakes, so Kwangdong would be fine to just say, okay, we'll take the Baron, you take that 1 Chemtech, and we'll go on our merry way. As that is finally a lot of damage here out of Closer. Good amount of poke coming out from him. He's really the one guy, alongside of, I suppose, Q's from Ice, to get any poke for their side.
And both teams hovering around mid. Kwangdong don't really want to go for the Drake because they don't lose Baron, and the same other way around here for Live Sandbox. As Ice.
Okay, he's going to get that big grab at him, but still not going to be enough. Importantly, he did hit Teddy, so Teddy had to cleanse and is quite low now. So immediately, as you were talking about earlier, Chronicler, it's a lot of power loss from Kwangdong when they do not have their Jinx. They have to take a more defensive posture here, as Closer's doing a great job, but now he's out of mana. So he will have to back away.
Giving her, as well as, keep in mind, Poppy, deceptively tanky. Feel like that might be an easy pickup, but it definitely will not be. Teleport coming in, Kroko hiding in the camouflage. Twisted Fate Ultimate not going to be available for the near future. And both these two teams have been dancing around the river for what feels like minutes now. And I don't know who's going to get the upper hand there, because Guangdong thinks the health bars are a lot higher. They haven't spotted Kroko though. Fate!
Oh, there you go.
He knew.
Barely going to get that. They said, well, where's the Lee Sin? I mean, he's been gone for 30 seconds. He must be somewhere. As this is getting started up here by the Aphelios, as over the wall, Closer just barely going to miss the kill onto Hoyt. And that means they're actually going to just back away and give that Drake over. They say, nope, we're not going to fight without our Thresh. And that will be the Drake into the hands of Liv Sandbox.
A lesson in tenacity and resilience shown here by Liv Sandbox. Yes, the state of this game might be relatively abhorrent for them, but they are not going to give up. And there is, as mentioned previously, there's still a way. Yes, you have to really, really find a window that shouldn't exist between all the defensive measures that are available for Teddy. But as we saw there, that doesn't mean that openings won't present itself. And now you can stall for another 4 minutes. You can get to Camtech Soul. It's still looking dire, but you're hanging in there. And I think for Liv Sandbox, that is as much as we did expect from this roster coming into spring. Team that has a lot of players that I think are, barring Dove, although you can argue he's the same because he's, you know, playing top lane, are still at the relative beginning of that developmental curve.
Yeah, and it feels like Guangdong are running into a pretty unique problem here, where they have the Poppy. She's very tanky, but deceptively tanky, as you mentioned. But there's only so many pokes you can take from the LeBlanc before you get extremely low. And the same thing for the Thresh. Like, that's the only quote-unquote tank. He's not very tanky right now, okay? So if the LeBlanc gets one combo onto Hoyt, he basically dies. So as Guangdong, you can sit there and poke, but remember that Closer is still in the game, and so far he's been doing a really good job of matching that poke and making it very difficult for Guangdong Freaks to enter these fights.
Closer also definitely taking the itemization class. Going
there you go.
Void stuff second.
Congratulations.
Yeah,
it's that easy.
Honestly, like, because I think a lot of the plays, if you go Shadow Flame, just aren't possible, right? Because you also went for Merc, so the amount of magic penetration that you have just not enough to actually get through these health bars. But you saw what he did to Hoyt earlier on, and now we get again the almighty KRM. Everyone standing in mid lane. Side lanes don't exist. Just land the poke. Try to get a kill right in front of the enemy. I would like some side lane play. I think you have a TF. Use him. Generally is what I would say. As long as you can keep track of Closer, then Fate should feel very, very safe. And also, especially if you shove him towards that bot side, you can just start Baron and be fine.
It's very true.
Thank you, Veldas.
And, you know, another thought about Closer's itemization. Yeah, he's a little bit ahead. Yeah, I mean, 4,000, it's okay. But one thing to keep in mind is that, you know, because he did go for this Void Staff build, he won't have as much pure AP, which means that he'll do a little bit less to Teddy, I suppose, had he, you know, gone for a different item, such as the Shadow Flame or a Rabadon says, here we go, we're starting up the Baron. They are on Vision, and it's only 3 of them, but they're just waiting. They're like, okay, you want to fight? Let's go. They don't seem to care just yet.
Yeah, full set of the teleport, really nicely done, and then disengage. I assume so, at least.
Okay, they're really taking their time with this one. Ice gonna come in, and the Braum is knocked away. Ice still doing a nice amount of damage here as Kale finally making his way in. Elam is in the pit. Looks like we're just flipping it 50-50 in the stasis. He is, and Jinx is gonna get it. There was no smite for Elam. I cannot believe they flipped it there, and now Liv Sandbox.
Eddie!
They are just out of it, and here we go. The TF comes in the back, and that just might be the end. As they decided to flip a coin, heads or tails. It was tails this time. Guangdong Freaks will come in and try to push it to end.
And the impatience really coming through there, I think, for Liv Sandbox. They got the teleport, could have taken that trade teleport for a turret and disengage, but they want it all or nothing. Kroko getting too low in that pit, unable to get anything done. Standing there in stasis, watching the Baron go down to, I think it was 200 something health. And Kwangdong Freaks, this was a very,
man.
very necessary win for them. Yeah.
I don't know about this. Maybe not as necessary. But the win, very necessary. Kwangdong Freaks pick it up about 35 minutes into the game as Live Sandbox say, well, you know what? We're done with this game one. Let's go to the next one. And, you know, they were behind. They decided to take a risk, and it did not pay off. That's the way it goes sometimes. Had they got the Baron and got out, who knows what kind of game it would have been. As Kwangdong Freaks finally able to pick up a win. Must feel good for them.
Love the final flank from Teddy there. Him coming all the way around the Baron pit, looking hungrily for those kills. And Kwangdong Freaks, early game I thought very well played out. Crucially, they got that third Drake fight in their favor. And then a little bit of a tempo loss, a little bit of slowdown that I think was unnecessary. Perhaps also due to desperately not wanting to throw the game. But all in all, they were very much in control of the game for the larger part of it. Very deserved win. And I think, as we both pointed out, one they so desperately needed. Because they were cruising towards, I want to say 0-5 otherwise. And that's not where you want to be.
Yeah, in terms of game score, this means that they will be 1-4 instead. So props to them. With Sandbox, doesn't look like Joker's too happy. See, he's sighing, scratching his head. Not the cleanest game, you have to say, from Live Sandbox, but I thought that Elam had a really nice turnaround as well. You know, I was giving him some words during the game, but he actually turned it around really nicely and was able to do a nice amount of carrying from the jungle on the jungle Poppy. Hope we get to see more and more of that pick as well, as there are so many fans here today for both of these teams. We have a packed house, or as much as the current pandemic will allow us to have, as the big zoom out gives us almost like the Teddy circle there. As I don't know what to say about these numbers, to be honest. Lee Sin did 2,500 damage. Krako was basically invisible.
Yeah, Live Sandbox, don't draft like that, and you will be fine, right? Like, I think in a game one, this is excusable. This is also the identity of this team. They've done this for so long. But I think you need to... No, the meta doesn't work like that anymore. You can't just blind pick aggressive champions and hope it works. You need a plan B.
Yeah, and we didn't really get to see that yet, so hopefully Live Sandbox have something prepared for game number 2. As looks like, guys, we are going to go to a break. When we do come back, we will have the analyst chair, so don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
sky fall and the sun turned black. When the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer. Can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the analyst chairs. I do need to make a little bit of an apology here. Unfortunately, I'm not feeling super well. Had this really a new cereal this morning, and it just made me feel super weird. It was called a Chilios. If you ever actually go to a Korean supermarket and buy cereal, don't get that one. It just making me feel super strange. Let's get into the draft though, as this game was messy to say the least.
Yeah.
But there was a guy in the top lane who was playing pretty well.
Kane was popping off on the Jace, but I mean, the draft was quite unusual in itself. We did get the Jinx early, which made sense, and then the Twisted Fate was left open. That came through. They picked the Jace at the end to try to give a little bit more control to the top side, and Kane did just say, new top laner Dove, like, this guy is not ready for the Kane test. He failed. He did not get even close, and it was really the Keen show, I think, a lot of that game in terms of the laning phase.
Yeah, exactly right. And of course, the Keen show began against a Gragas as well. And we've seen often, and this was mentioned on the cast, that Gragas is actually picked into Jace as a decent matchup. We do have some stats here of just Keen all time on Jace, and you have to bear in mind, he has just above a 40% win rate.
Yeah.
But his laning stats are just absurd.
And look at his ahead in CS at 15, 90.3% of the time. You could look at the goal difference at 15 as well. He's always dominating. He's always ahead in experience. His lane stats just in general, even in losing games, as you mentioned, Atlas, are very, very good. He's a top player, and he looked great in this game. And I think a lot of his plays in some of those neutral fights really did save the Kwangdong Freaks.
Yeah, I think we know that, like, no matter what you put Keen on, he's going to be absolutely incredible. The guy has just been a total force in the top lane since his debut, and that shows, you know, even until today. So whenever he is going to be on that pick, that Jace that is such a comfort pick for him, doesn't matter if it's against the Gragas, doesn't matter what it's against, he's going to be able to dominate.
Yeah. Taking a look at our first highlight, of course, of the game as well, you know, we did see that first Rift Herald fight crack down. This is where things looked really messy for Guangdong Freaks. They had a lead.
It's a bit shaky overall.
Yeah, they had a lead at this point, but then they rotated the Rift Herald very late. LM loses Flash here, trying to steal the Herald, and they're way overextended here. They still almost turn it because Keen does an insane amount of damage here. They're not able to secure any kills, and then it looked like from here on out, maybe Live Sandbox could bring this game back.
Yeah, I actually, sorry, just still getting myself sorted out.
Let me know if you need me to talk.
No, it's all right. It's all right. It's just I don't know what's going on. Anyway, it was messy, but they got the job done. I think there were a lot of mistakes on the side of the Guangdong Freaks. It wasn't clean in almost any aspect. However, they had the Jace on the top side of the map. They had this hyper carry Jinx. Teddy was able to get some work done towards the end, and thankfully they sorted it out. And I believe that we also have a replay of that final fight as well, ready to get into.
Yeah, this was like kind of a disaster. At this moment, Fate had actually flashed left, and so Live Sandbox were very, more aggressively moving towards this.
Yeah, and I tell a lie, it wasn't the final fight actually.
It was not the final fight.
This was where everything was a bit messy.
Certainly was messy, and then they were able to get that pick onto Dove, and that was honestly the story of a lot of these fights, whether it was Keen or Elim or Fate setting it up. There were so many picks onto the side of Live Sandbox, even though Live Sandbox often had better objective control, Alice, and they were oftentimes way in better position to contest the Drake, which is why they were able to get even up to Soul Point. But they kept just making these sloppy mistakes of what became very much a K-Ram of a game. There was at one point like 2 wards on the whole map. It was just 5v5 mid until somebody makes a mistake, they get a pick, and then Guangdong win the game.
Yeah, this was very much a battle of who could lose slightly less than the other team. Lots of trip-ups from the very beginning, like we saw in that first highlight, then coming back, missing those engagements, having things just be completely disjointed for the squad. So a lot to work on when it comes down to getting ready to go into that second series, especially if you're Live Sandbox, who's going to be looking to turn this around and extend this into a 3-map set to try to take that win. Otherwise, Afrika, just, shake off the jitters a little bit, clean it up just very slightly, and then perhaps they'll be able to take this for the 2-0.
We'll see who ends up getting the POG here in the end for this final segment of our desk, and I'm very excited to see who it's going to be. Maybe we'll take a look at it right now. Needs a little bit more time being told by the GSON above, so we're going to be getting in there in just a moment. But for me, I thought in some of these really sloppy setups for Guangdong, LM's engages were good enough to turn it around. But there's also a really good argument for Keen, who of course got a Flame Horizon that game, popped off super hard. So really, I mean, it could go either way. I'm not going to reveal my vote just yet, but I think Atlas might know where I was going with this one.
I think I know where you're going to go, and I'll just go ahead and talk about my own vote. I think that this is probably going to end up going to Keen just because the stats really back him up. But I would personally give it to Elim. I think that his individual performance in those fights, being able to use that steadfast presence to stop the counter engage, to stop the escapes from coming in from the members of Live Sandbox. He found so many picks time and time again, denying the LeBlanc being able to W out, etc., that I think that those really added up. Keen, though, being able to just fully take a Gragas out of the mix, always a really good thing. But we're going to go ahead and find out who got it as we go ahead and take a look at our POG of our first game here.
Who's it gonna be? It's Elim!
It's Elim! I was right. I always know how to pick them.
Yeah, I mean, you and I were definitely on the same page on this one, Atlas. And Elim, 0 deaths, kill participation at 15, 100%, because each and every moment where Afrika didn't play around vision, they didn't control wards, they didn't set up for a Drake or a Rift Herald on time, Elim still just came in and saved the day. Helped camp Dove in the top lane here as well, which is part of why that Flame Horizon came into the first place.
Yeah, no, exactly right. And I think that it's fantastic that he got the recognition he deserved. As we mentioned, it finally happened. It didn't go to the guy that just had the crazy stats, the Flame Horizon, the brilliant laning phase. It went to the team player and went to the guy who gets the work done. And on a Poppy, which is, of course, a Guangdong special. with Spirit playing a lot of Poppy when he was on the team as well back in the day.
Yeah, we've seen
definitely
so
a lot
much,
of fun.
so much success with Poppy recently. I'm really excited to see it. It's really awesome for this meta. A few votes actually going down to the bottom side of the map to Teddy there.
Yeah, Teddy getting a bit of recognition, actually playing the Jinx really, really well, and also having a much better game than he had any other week as well. But ladies and gentlemen, that will do it for the analyst chairs. Thank you for bearing with me with my condition, and over to you, Valdez and Chronicler, for Game 2.
Thank you, Atlas and Wolf, for breaking that down. Hope you feel a bit better. Atlas wasn't looking so good there, but it is okay. Should be feeling better by the end of the day. But game number 1, going to Guangdong Freaks. Gotta like it. LM picking it up after the first couple of games. A little bit not so great. He's able to put on a nice performance.
Key thing to me there, Guangdong Freaks, draft to comp, it's a lot of comfort, right? Obviously, Keen, doesn't really matter what you put him on, he's going to do very well. But you have a hyper carry for Teddy, you have a nice set of enablers for him between LM and Hoyt, and then you have Fate. I think does very well as a secondary carry, as more of an enabler, even when you look back at how he's played over the years. He's very consistent, but he's not really the type of BDDS player that can just go 1v9. Yeah, if you're a supporter of Ice, I think you're looking at a different draft. I want to not see a first pick of Helios that then promptly gets punished, because I feel like we have learned that lesson now, and we should take that going forward. But it is Live Sandbox, so what do I know?
That was kind of cute. It looked like that was maybe Ice's family holding up a sign just congratulating him on the debut. He has been in the Live Sandbox organization for a bit, I believe about 3 years, so by a bit, I mean a decent amount of time, and you know, it's good that he gets his chance at the LCK here, and he does get the support as well. Once again, Live Sandbox will be on the blue side, and yeah, I mean, definitely looking towards the draft. I think that we need to see something wildly different or just not Lee Sin.
No. I think that we can be in agreement there. Just pick Jarvan. You know, Jarvan is a pick that provides you with early game power, a lot of engage potential, a lot of playmaking. But unlike the Lee, I think, has a lot more going on in the late game. Although, let's be honest, picking Jarvan into Poppy and Thresh would have still been a pretty miserable experience, but at least it wouldn't be as bad. And what we saw there, hopefully for Live Sandbox, not going to be a repeat of that. Thus far, draft being a mostly mimicked TF ban, very, very good. And now, wondering whether Guangdong Freaks are also going to switch it up. Looks like that won't be the case, and as long as it's not the take Aphelios.
Take it away, Chronicler.
I would have been
Take it away.
I am now less happy, I personally say. At least there's not going to be a full rerun. Hopefully, if the LeBlanc and the League get locked in here, then I don't know. We'll need a moment, but instead, it's already looking a lot better. I think that the Aphelios by itself is excusable, provided if you look at what the rest of Guangdong is going to draft, that they can invalidate the pick, but I don't think they will go all in on that. And the Victor helps shoring up a lot of those weaknesses, right? It gives you more effective range, it gives you a lot of team fighting power, and if you look at the early team fights, we did see that Live Sandbox, and even in the mid game, they played those well. I think that if you look at the overall performance of the team, they should be able to go toe-to-toe with this Guangdong and be able to actually get that done. Don't know if Leona really is the pick to go, but it's at least, again, it's a look I like more than the previous one. The Victor and Leona combo can win finals at any point in the game, really. That is something that I think Guangdong kind of denied themselves last time around.
It's definitely a better look.
Or Live Sandbox, rather.
Yeah, and I think if you really want to, you can go ahead and ban the Poppy and just say, okay, we're going to play Jarvan or Shinjiao or something basic, you know, even, I'm not sure about the Viego. It seems like almost too much damage, but might be nice. We'll have to see what they do go for. Orianna is the pick for Fate.
That one is not surprising, the Trinity ban there, as Dolph would have very gladly picked that one up on the final rotation. Orianna's an interesting one. I think also makes Live Sandbox want to ban the Jarvan Jarvan Orianna's a combo that goes way back, and that would give Liv Sandbox basically, again, kind of the Exodia of team fight compositions, right? Like it just, again, it plays itself. And I think that has been a good look for Kwangdong. And there is the J4 ban indeed. Like that a lot. I think that would have been 100% gotten picked up. And now the question is, do they ban the Poppy or do they prioritize something like the Xin or the Viego, right? That I think have a little bit more power. And I don't think as Liv Sandbox, as long as you don't lock in Lee again, that Poppy is going to be as debilitating as he was last time around. Although there could be something said for denying LM the comfort that made him go from effectively having a really bad time to a POG performance in the span of a single game.
Definitely something to be said about that. Diana gets banned, Jace is going to get banned, so not comfortable with the Jace in Keen's hands, I think regardless of the top lane matchup, as Xin Zhao going to be scooped up here by the side of Kwangdong Freaks. So kind of cutting down on the choices for Krako.
Really wonder what direction they want to go in here. Because Kwangdong Freaks thus far has just an exceptional composition. Only thing you could say is that it's a little slow in the early game, pre 1-2 item spikes. It's not looking particularly great unless you find a hook and are able to immediately follow up with LM joining in. I like the Gwen a lot. I think that it is one of the stronger top laners at the moment, and it is very hard to counter adequately in lane, but where are you going to go with the jungle? Because that to me is a big question mark. I feel like Lee is definitely a trap.
See what you did there.
Yeah, maybe you go for some scaling. Oh, that's
Olaf.
special.
Oh man, we're bringing it back. We are bringing it back to the LCK into the hands of Krako, which I don't mind as much. As Akali is being hovered here for the option into Gwen for Keen. Akali been having a lot of success recently with this tanky builds that we did see very recently.
I wonder whether you go for the tankier build into Gwen specifically, because she does so well, right, and is able to shred for health without too much problems. Maybe you want to go just a full damage build because gonna be in range of her anyway, and trying to get a lead there as early as possible is going to be a big thing. This Olaf though, let's talk a little bit about it. I think within the context of this draft, the Olaf is actually a lot more excusable. Both LM and Kroko are more of facilitators for the rest of the team to get to their spikes, right? And for Kwangdong, I think on the top half of the map, those come rather early. First spike for Akali and Xin Zhao both are really, really big. Mid and bot need a bit more time. For Liv Sandbox, kind of a mirrored situation where at the very least you want closer to get some levels, want Dove to get the Rift Maker. But I think compared to the previous game, this one should be a lot more even. This one not going to be over if Liv Sandbox don't have a lead by 15 minutes.
We'll have to wait and see how that does go, as definitely a very different looking draft here. Closer on to the Victor. Not necessarily something I would remember him for, you know. I'm used to seeing him on LeBlanc, Aurelia, Akali, aggressive champs that can get in your face. So he's kind of more on the farming choice here. Victor obviously very strong, so still like to see that on their team. As, you know, we've seen Keen pop off on Akali before. Curious to see if this is going to be another one of those games, or can Dove actually stand up to the Keen test for game number 2? Let's jump into it and find out as we hop onto the Rift once again. Liv Sandbox again on the blue side. Their choice.
Good choice, I'd say. Yeah.
환영합니다.
Haven't seen Olaf in a while. Olaf, I think, a pick that can actually withstand the pressure that Xin Zhao provides early game, right? Because I was looking at this draft and I was thinking, what about a champion like Sejuani, right? What about a champion like Zac? Maybe go into a different direction, not necessarily farming junglers, but junglers that, with levels, scale incredibly well, even though I don't feel like they are necessarily the strongest place. We are seeing the meta slow down. If you're guaranteed going to 30 minutes, you can do some relatively even footing, then those picks might become available at some point. But then you do have the risk of getting completely run over by Xin. Olaf definitely not going to have that issue, as he is without anyone to really back him up, right? We've seen the Karma, we've seen the Lulus, these kind of picks that give Olaf a lot more relevancy into the mid to late game. this will be early game. What can Croco find with the early tempo he should be able to generate? Olaf clears incredibly fast and might be looking towards early dragons, start off the Rift Herald early, maybe an invade or two, and try to really leverage his advantage as much as he can.
Yeah, I like that he's going back to essentially comfort for himself. You know, everything else being kept the same. Dove is trying to get very aggressive in this matchup at level 1, which is pretty cool to see. Shows a nice understanding, at least, of some of these matchups. I'm curious about the amount of work it takes for a pro player to actually switch to a new role and feel totally comfortable with it, you know? Because these guys are scrimming and playing solo queue so much, but I wonder how many times has Dove played Gwen versus Akali, a very top lane matchup. Like, we're not going to see this in mid lane. You'll play against Akali in the mid lane every once in a while. But how is he going to feel in this matchup specifically?
Yeah, thus far doing nice. And it's a very, very relevant question. And I think that the biggest switch up might not even be the matchup exclusively, but also how long does it take for you to actually crash the wave, right? Like, how can you try, especially in a role like top lane where that is such a pivotal skill, how can you control the wave in a way that benefits you the most? Is that doesn't surprise me. I think that Olaf, as mentioned previously, is one of the very few junglers that outduels basically everyone early game. That's what he's known for. There's also a reason why he drops off like I don't know, a mountain, a brick wall.
A brick?
Yeah. There's a lot of ways in which one can drop off. And Olaf, he's good at all of them, unfortunately, if he doesn't have a chance to support back him up especially. But early game, he should be able to, as we can already see, have a very, very easy time clearing the jungle, going to be upper camp, and possibly a 2 Scuttle start would be really nice with his bot lane having Prio. And if he can snowball that into more, I would personally be very, very happy. Might also look for the back instead, or as I'm seeing this, there is a little bit of support, but doesn't actually want to go for it. Would not mind if he just sprints it down towards that bot lane and pick up the crab there.
Yeah, he's going to be spotted the whole way, but there's not much you can do about it if you are Xinjiao, of course. That's the fun part about the snowball. It keeps going and going until eventually you do hit a wall. And you see, even with that prio you were talking about, Kyle is going to come up from the bottom lane and help try to secure that. As it is taken, and he'll immediately go back to farming. That's just the way of Olaf. That's what's going to happen for him.
Yeah, that means there's going to be a nice window, as might be looking for a Lantern gank here. With Alan waiting in the vicinity there. But the wave is going to push back into Ice and Kyle, so they really don't have a reason to walk up aggressively here. And they very, very happily say, no, we're okay. And now Croco, once he does find his back, can clear his top side and then make a play towards that dragon. Pick up an early Drake. This time around is going to do even more for you. As mentioned previously, you will feel a lot happier going into the mid to late game with the amount of power that you have.
Yeah, Olaf, very, very famous for being good at taking those early Drakes. Fate doing a pretty good job of harassing here, but Closer, a nice trade back, able to land that stun onto Fate. Orianna, it feels like this time around, like every season we get Orianna. I don't care what season it is, you look back since the beginning of Orianna, she was there every once in a while, but it feels like she was a little bit more muted this season. But then I checked the stats, she's actually 4-1 so far. So only 5 games played, but definitely having a fun time so far is Orianna.
Yeah, I like Ori. I think one of the key things that I always like looking at is also thinking like in which situation would Orianna be picked, right? And I think that in LCK sometimes our teams have a tendency to try and be too smart for their own good, and Orianna generally will just be picked in teamfight comps, and then you fight the fight, and if your opponent isn't able to match that, pick just does very well, right? I think in terms of raw damage, obviously Victor provides a lot more, but as you point out, it's just, I think, one of the best examples of well-rounded design where it has a smooth curve, fits into basically any comp, doesn't hard lose a lot of lanes, but also doesn't stomp them. Just a really nice champion that you can slot in at any point, and something that I think any mid laner needs to have in the repertoire. I know I'm preaching to the choir because you're a big fan of the Orion.
Yeah. I'm just sitting here
Like, yes.
lapping it up, very happy with this
Indeed,
analysis.
Chronicler. Yeah.
Yeah, she's great.
She is. There we go. Early Drake. Very nice.
Yeah, Infernal will be next, so we have another chance to get Chemtech Soul onto the Rift. I was actually going to call that it was going to be Chemtech Soul, but then it happened too soon. We had a team fight around that Drake. As, yeah, just farming it out. You know, I think for Live Sandbox, they're okay with this. They have Krako just getting the objective, going back to snowballing as fast as possible. You see that he's got the same amount of CS as his solo laners, so he's a happy Olaf so far. They can kind of just sit back, relax. They have Gwen, Victor, and Aphelios, which they are going to be pretty happy with their scaling for.
Both junglers picking up Phage first. We're not Phage first in Joyous here at the LCK. Pick up the whip. It's really good. It helps you clear. It's just a great item all around. It's not really a reason to pick up the good old hammer.
What about Kindle Gem?
Well, Kindle Gem is always a buy. Doesn't matter. Honestly, at this point, doesn't matter which champion you are, which role you play. Kindle Gem, always a buy.
It's true.
You always enjoy the stats that it gives at the beautiful price point.
Yeah, used to not be an item that I purchased a lot as a mid laner, but now they put it into all of our items. So.
Yeah.
So now it's purchased a lot by mid laners as well.
It's beautiful. Really like it. As LM just gonna start it up here, Kroko, aware that this might be happening, and we do have the back coming through from Ice here. Wonder what Kwangdong's response is gonna be. Last time around, they didn't really respond well. This time they are the ones instigating it, but I don't think they can actually go through with this. Teddy also backing. Teddy, you could have just shoved in the wave. Just get the plates. No.
The only plates that are good plates are ones that are taken by Shelly.
Maybe LCK teams just love Shelly a lot. You know, over the years they build up an emotional connection to her. And
She's been around for a while.
You don't want to ignore her, yeah.
It's like, what, 3 years?
It's probably like 4 or 5. I feel like it's always way more than you think. You might be right.
I thought it was 2, and then I said 3 to be safe. Which I think it's either 3 or 4, would be my guess. Definitely more than 2, as Kyle's going to go in the front, and, well, he's taking a lot of damage, and his team isn't doing anything because there's a ball in the way. As he finally does go down. First blood given over to Teddy. And, man, Kwangdong Freaks, they control these choke points so well. Excellent play does come in. Dove just in the front, left to die, and the rest of the team is just going to let them get away with it. As Fate puts his ball in the way, Keen puts his Shroud in the way, and Kwangdong Freaks get away with a giant beginning lead.
And if Sandbox not on the same page, if KL goes in there, you have flashes. You need to get out of that choke point. Because there's the box, there's the ball, as you pointed out, but also you're relatively early in the game. Look at the items that Fate actually had available when that fight was happening. I think you can honestly tank the shockwave and be completely fine. Right? Like, it looks weird and it feels weird, but it's better than having Kyle go in, get nothing, don't get the Herald, and just stand there. Right? Because you see here, yeah, I get it, the zoning is a problem, but if you get out of this choke point and you actually fight here, it might be an opportunity for you to get something done. Because you do have a lot of power available here, right? You have a level 6 Olaf, but instead every summoner has to be used defensively, and it ends up being 2 free kills and a Rift Herald giving over. And something that I criticized to Kwangdong was the lack of offensive play, right? The lack of unity. They have shored it up. Liv Sandbox unfortunately has not. As Keen answered that question, yes, he will be going for the tanky build with the Cam Tank now finished.
Yeah, that's what he's going to be going for. Even though, as you mentioned, Gwen might enjoy shredding through the health, I suppose he just wants to be tanky overall to survive against, especially the Victor and the Aphelios. When it does come to the team fights, you can already see that Kwangdong Freaks able to set up very nicely for the team fight, even early on. And we're able to control zones on the map very well. Ice is alone down here, and he's dead. I mean, this slow comes in. The only question is anyone else going to go down with him? The answer will be no. Perfectly dived, as now they can give even more plates and gold on over. Here comes the rotation, but again, it's just the two of them. They're just trying to stop the push onto the turret at this point.
Now we see a situation in which Kwangdong Freaks are just ahead of the play. Yes, Kyle and Croco are on their way, but they were looking for a play on mid. And Kwangdong Freaks read them like a book. Already set up a dive on ice. Now the Rift Herald is going to come down. Won't get the first turbo though, and I think we might have a possible answer of a Drake here for Sandbox, and they're desperately needed. Already 2k gold behind the Olaf. A big farm lead, but it hasn't actually led to anything besides that. And looks like they can't enter the river whatsoever. And Kwangdong not going to go for it themselves, but even just denying it for LF Sandbox would be a really, really big win. LF Sandbox, though, they are tenacious. They don't want to give this up. With no unleashed teleports, I don't know if either of the top laners can join us. Hoyt goes in!
Oh, the perfectly timed stopwatch, and now Elim is frontlining. Hoyt is going to survive. Even dodges the laser and the Chaos Storm. Hoyt is like behind enemy lines. Let's make a movie based on him, man. Because he does so much, and Kwangdong Freaks clean up. Nobody goes down. They take 3. Teddy's going to get a turret. Xin Zhao's going to get the dragon. What else could they want?
And this is looking like a dire snowball. A couple of these key plays going horribly wrong for LF Sandbox, and I don't think you are going to get even close to the time that you need in this game. I don't know if Kwangdong Freaks, especially with picking up a Drake this early, are going to keep that foot off the gas at any point. I don't think they need to. This is one of the things that you can do, even with a quote-unquote scaling competition, when you get ahead early. And Hoyt, we talked earlier about Ellen. Oh, Hoyt also looking infinitely better here than he has in the past, right? And KL, he's very deep closer, is just a little bit later to the play, and that has been the really big story here for LF Sandbox. The ideas behind these plays are defendable, but the execution, unfortunately for them, is not. They need to be there faster or learn to just give it up and try to look for a cross-map play. But this team has done exactly the same thing every time. We just go in and try to salvage, and it's not working out.
Yeah, I mean, Closer getting there late and then flashing and still not getting the kill and going down himself. After Fate was there perfectly on time, got the great ultimate in to salvage the play, got the shield onto Elim and everything. It's just a huge contrast when you look at it, and that's basically what that fight was. As Hoyt this time around is in a little bit of a dire strait, maybe a little bit too aggressive, was the Kwangdong Freaks. So you have the Jinx from the top side, though. A lot of damage coming in. Keen as well, going to dodge Kyle, and he is in the back line doing so much. Perfect Fate ultimate as well. As Keen now just going to front line for his team. Still on the chase, has the red buff. I suppose this is where the chase will end, but man, they are dunking on it.
And that was a small moment of light for LF Sandbox. Looking for these type of duels with an Olaf is a great way to get back into the game, but this is where you're already too far behind. Had that happened 2 minutes ago, you might have been fine, but this time around, at least teleports are available. The rest of the team joins. Kwangdong Freaks further build up their lead, as this feels very greedy, as well as somewhat unnecessary, but you see the immediate response coming through, right? There is the deep teleport behind enemy lines from Keen, recognizing a great ultimate from Teddy as well, and this again showcases Kwangdong Freaks very much on the play, ready to respond, more of a unit than we've seen them at any point, I think, in Spring thus far, and LF Sandbox just burying themselves deeper and deeper into a hole, and I think this one is not going to be nearly as slow as the previous game, Valdez. This is looking like a blowout.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of things happening, right? Kwangdong Freaks are in good positions, and they're taking good fights outside of the, you know, quote-unquote greedy play over the blue. And at the same time, LF Sandbox are handshaking. They're like, yes, we want to fight. We want to come in here. But every time, again, it's almost like a half measure. It's like, are we going to fight over this Rift Herald or not? Well, Pale's going to go in alone and die, and then Dove's going to go in alone and die. And everybody else has to flash away. Like, you need to commit to something, and it needs to be with good execution. But at this point in time, we might just be a little bit too far behind here for LF Sandbox. As we will have the fight coming in here. Solar Flare not going to do too much, as Kyle has to back away. with his flash, and that's going to be Kwangdong Freaks taking over control of the pit as in goes Keen again, and uh-oh, you've got a problem of Akali under the floorboards. You can't get rid of her, and Dove is all alone in there as well. Things just falling apart for Liv Sandbox. They can't make up their minds. They are going into every single fight from very far behind, and every single time it goes the way of Kwangdong.
Truly a team effort from Kwangdong as well, right? Teddy the one picking up all the kills, but it's the rest of the team that's setting him up. Boyd having a much better game in the fresh. Alum again there for every single play. Keen definitely the flashiest of his team. And then Fate, the brick wall. Said earlier, I love Fate as a secondary carry. Someone that can just have a simple job, zone them off, protect your carries. But then he does that expertly. And I really think that this is the Kwangdong that I think a lot of us were expecting coming to the split. And for Liv Sandbox, it's unfortunate, but it's also not a surprise. I think a lot of these issues come from inexperience that this roster has, and trying to fight when you're 5k gold behind, it's just never going to look pretty. LM making great use of the Xin Zhao ultimate to, with great lack of care, dive into multiple enemies, and there is just no combination of skills that at this point is going to save you, unfortunately, as Liv Sandbox. As your Olaf past his peak, the rest of your team sitting on one or not even a power spike, right? Closer still building towards his first mythic. Kyle not in the greatest of spaces, and is looking like Kwangdong Freaks after what was a pretty subpar first week, looking to bounce back here in week number 2.
LM in a little bit of trouble, but again, he's Xin Zhao, and he's very far ahead. They're trying to get in here, but he just buys enough time with the Crescent Guard, and once again, the full commit from Liv Sandbox, and at least 2 of them are going to go down here, as Kyle is one more auto away. They would do Baron if they could, but there is no Baron, so... Oh, they might even get more. Nope, Dove will be able to back away. The rest of the team not there.
That's better than do nothing. Like Liv said, this looks bad.
Is
but
it?
I think so, yeah. Honestly, I think if you do nothing, you lose this game as well. There's just no good answers. You might disagree with me, that's okay.
I would just like to see them settle it down, at least for like a minute. Because the last 5 minutes have just been, I don't even know what to call it. It's not even a clown fiesta. It's just like they're all scrambling around with chickens without their heads. Where are the shot calls here for Liv Sandbox? Who is leading this team? Because at the moment it looks like nobody. Okay, this is cool. Yeah. See ya.
That was Effort, but Effort is shipped off the non-ship and now replaced by young Wunderkind Peter, who I know you are a big fan of. And it's exactly the problem with Sandbox, right? Like, it's just the lack of inexperience, the lack of unity, and a team that I think, again, has the right instincts as to what they do, but the way they go about it, just not in unison, not respecting when their opponent has a tempo advantage, which has basically been the entire series, and an inability to then say, okay, we can see that here, if we go in, we're going to lose, right? Like, we have to force, we have to flash just to get into a position to do anything, and we can't do that. So we need to look for cross-map plays, we need to do something else. Thus far, the only answer has been going in more, and the first 2 times they still had a different option. Right now they don't. I like the death rushes. Maybe you pick up a cooldown, or, you know, a shutdown on Teddy and Keen, and then you get a couple of objectives bounties, and then before you know it, your Aphelios has 3 items, and so does Victor, and then there is opportunity. But I don't think it's going to happen, fellas. I think that this is going to be a continuation of the gold graph as we see it here, as that is very painful for us.
Yeah. Cover your eyes, kids. Teddy is ahead in entire item. And I mean, he's got Kraken Slayer. One thing I also wanted to mention is I love that Teddy's bringing back Jinx. And there's this priority on Jinx for Kwangdong Freaks. Because so far, before today, she was 2-2. She got picked 4 times and banned, I think, 0 times. So, you know, we've been seeing so much Varus, so much Aphelios, you know, this and that, and the Jhin. But Jinx seems pretty good. I'm liking it right now.
Yeah, just
need to see more.
Pick it into Aphelios. It's not that complicated.
Yeah.
Works extremely well. And something that we call for. It's always nice to be vindicated, as this game is.
Yeah.
It's a snowball, all right.
The door is like inverted. It's more than closed. It got blown out the other side right now.
What?
Yeah, I went
What
there.
event would cause?
I don't know, an
door-
explosion?
So like, and then the door frame is also gone.
Not necessarily. You know, you
Well,
like
I mean,
close the
that's-
door and then it stops on like
well,
the door
yeah.
stop or whatever. And if you push hard enough, you can push the door and like break the door through.
Yeah, but then
That's
still
like what Kwangdong Freaks have done.
But then the door is open again, because then you can pass
I mean,
through the
technically.
door. Yeah. So basically, what you're saying is Kwangdong is winning so hard that they're gonna lose.
What it means is that the door doesn't matter anymore. Because they've
Okay.
pushed it through so far.
That's my bad. I had some difficulty understanding the concept.
Yeah.
But I get it now.
Kwangdong Freaks have blown the door off its hinges. There you go. That's another
Yes.
saying. That's another good caster saying.
Yes.
Aspiring casters, you can take that one. It's okay. No copyright.
I was about to ask. What about caster exams and caster schools?
Caster.
Yeah. Metaphors 101.
Metaphors 101.
Identifying when a game is over.
I feel like we're pretty good about that here in the LCK.
I'd like to think so.
Yeah. We get to have a little bit more fun
We do. We do.
over here. Very, very nice.
So now the question that I think is on everyone's mind, and it's really hard, is who is POG for Kwangdong?
I feel like maybe
I don't know, right? I'm leaning towards Keen.
maybe Fate?
I was thinking Fade or Hoyd is like the hipster choice.
I feel like Keen is going to get it.
Yeah.
I would probably vote for Fate. Maybe a little bit of bias showing there.
I like
As
Fade.
a
I like
Rihanna
Fade a lot
player.
as well. No, I respect it.
He had some really great positioning. He rotated first. Like, good positioning and good ball placement on the first fight. And he got to the fight first on the second fight down by the bottom lane. So, in terms of, like, the gaps, I feel like he has been far and beyond much better than Closer. But Keen was a lot more flashy, right? He got a very good laning phase, and he got a lot of kills. So I feel like he's going to pick it up. Teddy probably going to get a couple votes. I wouldn't be surprised at that. As Keen is like, nope, Victor, you're just dead. And, well, he's even going to flash. There's no turret here. Maybe he thought there was. What there is 5 members of Kwangdong Freaks in your face.
You know, there's not that much to do there, unfortunately. I would love to put a more positive spin on it. Luxembourg, they're going to pick up the Drake. They might even get a turret. So, you know, those bounties are really coming together, Valdez. This is objective bounties at work.
I love how you're like, they might even get a turret and a massive rocket is just being fired at Ice's face right as you say that.
That gold lead is not going down because they got Baron, and now they're going to get more.
Hey,
But it-
700 gold from the Dragon.
But it could have been worse, which is, I think, at the sandbox right now as good as it gets.
Very happy we have objective bounties in the game.
Yeah, and I think the unfortunate reality
Very good.
for Sam. I think in more even games they matter at
True.
times.
True.
And as a Live Sandbox fan, personally as well, as never mind Dove trying to go for the hero play.
Oh, here we go. He's trying to get that flank on, and Teddy just takes the lantern, and he's able to get out. Nice solar flare there onto Fate, but he's got the crown. As the ultimate does come in onto Closer, he has to flash away. Meanwhile, Keen is just 1v1ing against the Olaf, who basically doesn't exist at this point in the game. Dove trying his best to get on in there. Had that shuriken landed, maybe Keen would have gone back in, as he is actually going to go down. No flash, no shuriken, no shroud. Down he does go.
As I was saying, tenaciousness, I think, is the key word for the Sandbox here. And with a good hard look at their early game, I think that this team still should have a lot of development ahead of themselves. But you know that this could happen, right? You have, yes, a really good rookie in Croco, but or rather, rookie of the year last year. Now, of course, in the second year. But that in of itself is not going to a shot caller make a great shot caller necessarily. As I don't know why we're watching this back. This is just Closer getting demolished. Very unfortunate for him. Plays it as well as you reasonably could. You know, found some sidesteps. But that is pretty much it. And this is Dove trying to go for the play that we saw Karis go for that won in the game against Fred Brion, or did for Humble Life at least. However, unfortunately, this scenario there's a Fresh and Gwen not doing as much. Keen also showing off that he didn't have to go back at all. He could have just been happy with what he did, but instead a little bit too over-enthusiastically deep. And I was just about to say, as he killed Croco, well, that makes my POG vote a little bit easier, but then he died. So now I don't know anymore. As more turrets getting picked up, and Guangdong Freaks just breaking open the base of Sandbox here.
Yep, I think they've had enough of this. They want to maybe even end it before 30 minutes. A rare sight nowadays in this meta. As you see, Teddy is just frontlining. He's got Orianna and Thresh. And this is where Jinx has a ball of a time. Pun intended, because Orianna's on the Rift. And he might even just kill Closer. I mean, he's just here against 5, and he's like, I dare anyone to walk into me. As this is coming in, they are going to pick up 2 of these inhibitors with the Baron buff. And they don't have to stop here. They absolutely do not. The speed buff, the Lantern potential. Teddy can frontline as long as he doesn't get caught by the Leona. As his cleanse is down. So that is the one thing I would say he has to be careful about.
Coming up soon. Third inhibitor falls. It's going to be an unmanageable stream of minions that are going to make their way over. And here you see, this is where Jinx excels, right? Teddy just getting so much work done. And stuns like this on Alan don't even matter.
Yeah.
Coming away from mid, and this is just circling down the drain for Sandbox.
Definitely is, and that's going to be an easy dodge. Even takes the Lantern to avoid. The Zenith Blade is now has just got Ilum frontlining, and nobody can get into that circle. As the Rockets have just not been landing. The one criticism, maybe. I don't think Teddy deserves any criticism, though, after this game, as they're just going to back off. They've got double super minions in every lane. And, you know, I suppose if you're a Live Sandbox fan and you're looking for some hope, the one thing is that Guangdong Freaks don't have the soul here. And now there's a lot of farm Live Sandbox's base, and they have a lot of scaling. So if you want to hope that maybe they can survive for 15 more minutes, that would be the way.
Never say never, Valdez. Personally, the odds of that happening should be low. Scale takes a very unfortunate trip as Teddy says goodbye and takes off with the Lantern. But this game is technically within the realm of playable for Live Sandbox, because as much as we joke, there is still an incredible amount of scaling for Sandbox. A single team fight 1 means that the gold lead will be disappearing, but I don't think they're going to get the time, Veldis, and I love this from Guangdong. Just go in.
Yeah, this is one way to get it done, but it is going to be the Gwen after all that says no to that. But, yeah, I mean, you don't have to take the Drake. You don't have to take the Baron at this point in time.
Oh,
Ice?
Ice? He's hiding. They don't know.
I feel like that's like in solo queue when your team is just getting pushed in, but the enemy team doesn't want to end. You just go hide in a brush somewhere up in the lane.
Well, the turrets are going to start falling soon, Valdez. I don't think Liv Sandbox can hold on here.
Yeah. They have a decent amount of wave clear, but the problem is that they don't have the range that Teddy has. So he can just shoot the rockets at the turrets. As the engage will come in this time around, the cleanse will get him to safety. Elam a little bit more scared because that was Dove actually. No Shroud now for Dove though, as he is in a little bit of trouble. Very mistimed on the zap, but doesn't seem to matter as the ultimate does come in from the Orianna. Elam is going to bite in the dust, but he's just doing the sacrificial job so that Teddy can pop off. As that is going to do it, guys. Dove into his second stopwatch. But he will be taking out. Triple kill right now for Teddy. They're going to be looking for that penta. Let's see if he can do it. He auto-attacked the ward, and I think from there he'll just potentially give up. Yeah, they're just going to kill the Nexus as Ice is going to get the kill. Ice gets the kill, but unfortunately his Nexus dies. So Guangdong Freaks pick up the 2-0 tonight, and that is a massive turnaround for them. Huge congratulations as Teddy I feel like he came into today and he's like, you're really going to first pick Aphelios into me twice with your rookie 80 carry? Are you serious? Let's draft around me,
You know?
and we'll just kill him.
I think, all things considered, Ice had a pretty great debut today. I don't think
Sure.
that he individually was the problem whatsoever. If anything, he showcased what the real problems are for Live Sandbox right now, and there were problems that Kwangdong themselves were facing from. And Kwangdong look like a different team. Yes, they're playing against a weaker opponent, but I do think that a lot of what we saw here today is going to continue as they play their next matches. The drafts look more comfortable, a bit more back to basics, and the team slowly starting to mesh together, I think, in the way that we all expected when this roster was announced.
It's almost overwhelming how many fans Kwangdong Freaks have, by the way. And a lot of them are Teddy fans, but it's not just Teddy. Like, there are just so many fans here for the Kwangdong Freaks. And they came here on the right day, man. They chose the correct ticket to buy if they wanted to watch their team win. It's all smiles. You see that Teddy, you know, he's been here before. He's had a lot of seasons under his belt. He's not overreacting. He's like, we did the job. We start here, guys. And, yeah. Another thing to say is that I feel like cohesively as a unit, I thought that Kwangdong played pretty well, which was nice to see. I feel like Keen teams in the past have had trouble with leadership and someone really calling the shots because Keen is such an overwhelmingly strong mechanical force, but he's not necessarily the leader of the team. So perhaps other younger players have struggled to take the reins, but now with Teddy on the lineup, feels like there's, you know, there's something
Aww.
building up there.
Look at Hoyt. Yeah, we got him. We got him. And they did. I personally thought that overall the Kwangdong roster looking a lot more comfortable. Very necessary breaks, I want to say, especially for Elam and Hoyt, who both were, I think, the main issue that we saw previously. As you pointed out, also the overall lack of cohesiveness and shot calling that the team had. And those issues were solved here for today. For Sandbox, I'm going to keep asking you, and until you do it, I won't let it go. Go back to basics. Stop trying to draft compositions that have specific windows. Try to play it as cleanly as possible and work on just flashing in together. All right, it's fine. If you lose, you lose. But as many people have said, it's better to go in together on a bad play than it is to have it go in on a good play. You just can't do it. We see it leads to tilt, people flashing into two people, trying to desperately kill a Fresh, and it's just not a good look for Live Sandbox, a team that I think will still find a lot of development, because we do see individually that these players are still quite good. It's just, it doesn't come together at all, and until that is fixed, I don't expect to see any changes there.
Yeah, I also feel like Game 1 was a bit of a draft diff. I was very impressed by Kwangdong Freaks' drafting today. I think that both drafts, like, yes, you could say Live Sandbox made it a little bit easier for them with the first picking Aphelios twice in a row, but just overall, a couple of really solid team comps. You know, even the Poppy and then the final pick of the Jace, having that confidence in Keen to play well there. And then the final comp was just gorgeous. I mean, it was pretty much perfect, which is kind of what we were saying in the draft as well.
Keen getting a little overzealous there, going back in. That's, of course, one of the drawbacks of the tanky Akali build. You're tanky, but you're not that tanky. Need to still respect. As here we look again, it was a protect the Teddy composition. Teddy was protected, and he did what Teddy does, which is laser people down.
Sounds like Hoyt is talking a lot.
실드 된 거야, 실드 된 거야. 더블 리스터. 이동 2초.
헬로.
앞에 로플이야. 얘 존이 없어, 얘 존이 없어.
앞에 그웬 봐줘, 그웬.
오케이.
앞에 로플이야, 형님들. 로플.
아, 만화 없어.
멘트.
만화 없어.
아!
만화 없어.
아, 빨리!
만화 없어.
And nobody's going for him.
만화 없다고.
깨줘.
And there it was.
아, 왜 안 가져?
나랑 가주잖아.
아, 왜 안 가져?
아, 근데 아칼리가 가야 되긴 했어.
오케이가.
Aw, the Hoyt hug. I like it a lot.
A lot of support being shown there. Teddy with a big damage number. Definitely a chance that he picks up the player of the game. I thought he, with the team drafted around him to allow this Jinx to succeed, he did really well with it. So I wouldn't even be angry.
Yeah, it's one of the classic arguments, right? Like Keen for flashiness. I think Fade and Hoyt both did an excellent job enabling Teddy. And then Teddy also actually going for it. I thought especially in those final team fights and a couple of the flanks that he had on Jinx.
Yeah.
Very well done. Happy to see Kwangdong kind of coming to their own. I think that it would have been a loss for the league had they kind of remained in shambles.
Yeah, and we're going to get our first interview with them as well, so I'm excited for that too. But we do have the analyst chairs waiting by. Hope Atlas is feeling better, but we'll hand it over to them right now.
Thank you very much, Valdez and Chronicler. And yes, I am feeling much better. I just got it out of my system, I guess, and now we're okay. And we get to talk about this Kwangdong win. The first time we get to talk about this, Wolf.
Yeah, it has been a very rough start to the season here for 2022. These drafts are pretty interesting. I do agree with what Chronicler was saying earlier about Live Sandbox really trying to reinvent the meta a lot in their first few series.
Yeah.
It also was a draft, and the previous draft as well, that made me feel like the coaching staff at Live Sandbox don't actually trust their individual players to play something that makes sense for A, their composition, or B, the meta. And pushing Dove back to, a very easy weak side Gragas, putting Krako on that comfort Olaf doesn't really line up with where they should be in draft, and it's a big warning sign, I think, for the future if they can't change it up.
Yeah, actually, I had a lot of issues with Live Sandbox's draft. I think the Olaf is completely out of place. I understand that Kroko really does like the pick, but that doesn't mean that you just throw it in willy-nilly into a composition. There was nothing to support the guy. He was going to be a complete liability in the later stages of the game. And honestly, to his credit, it didn't actually matter because they never really got to a late game where they could actually do anything anyway. So slightly unfortunate there. So I think the draft diff was definitely large, but we do need to focus on Kwangdong Freaks being good, right? And they were actually able to coordinate so much better. I think so much of it comes down to Hoyt's much more improved performance this week.
Yeah, Hoyt looked way better this week. Like, if there's one player I can look at and say massive improvements, it's Hoyt. His Thresh in particular, really a big standout here. Lots of good hooks.
Yeah, exactly. And we do have the highlight of that bottom lane fight as well, where Hoyt started it all up.
Yeah, okay, so this is a really nice bait here by Hoyt, and Live Sandbox are already looking for something. Hoyt walks in for the flay, perfectly times his stopwatch, and then Live Sandbox are overextended. And this is the first of many times this game where Live Sandbox are fishing so hard for a play, and they just end up coming up empty because there's a big turn or they overextend for it. And the further behind they get this game, the more this occurs because they're so desperate to make this play, look for a pick, look for a kill to try to get back in. But every time they fail, the disaster is even bigger. They lose more control of the map. They give way more gold over to Teddy and Keen and Fate, who was very quietly actually very effective at using the Orianna in this game.
He got a lot of decent shockwaves. Also, I believe, didn't die the entire series. The entire game. His Orianna just remained basically untouched. And from an initial fight, Keen started off, very early in this game around the 8-minute mark at 1-0-1 on the new tank Akali that Rascal debuted here in the LCK. And it continues just to be ludicrous. No Shadow Flame required, went straight towards the Zhonya's. Yes, he overextended a little bit towards the late game, but I think Keen certainly showing that he is still keen. And I believe we also have another replay as well that demonstrates a bit of the keenness in this composition.
So this is a moment where you just see Live Sandbox desperate to look for a Rift Herald fight because they're so far behind. They are able to get to the Rift Herald first, which is partially due to Kwangdong not having great control. But all the health bars are low here. They have no sustainability in this fight. And unfortunately, even though Krako is playing the Olaf here, he's not going to be able to stop this dashing Akali from getting into the back line and blowing everybody up, as shown here. And I really feel like, as optimistic as I am for Kwangdong Freaks as well, with the roster they have, I think they could have even ended this game faster. I think in game one, they were given a lot of gimmies. I hope that they don't take this series the wrong way. I hope Kwangdong doesn't take this series as we did it, this is how we should play, because I think there were a lot of small errors that they made and a lot of vision control stuff that they really need to focus on, they really need to improve. going into those further upcoming matches.
Well, speaking of the upcoming matches, we do have a graphic illustrating exactly who they are taking on. This week, it will be DRX to finish things off. This could have been a battle of the unwinning teams, but fortunately for Kwangdong Freaks, they are able to pick one up. Could still be a difficult matchup. Teddy versus Def, always a lot of fun to watch. But after that, Genji, then Fredit Brion. The Fredit Brion match is very interesting because right now, I think Fredit Brion are outperforming Kwangdong Freaks in a pretty massive way.
Yeah, I would absolutely say Fredit Brion are, I would almost say massively favored going into that
Which
series.
is
like
just the coolest thing to be able to say, right?
It's such a bad mismatch too for Kwangdong Freaks because Fredit Brion are so good at controlling vision, so safe. We were calling them the seatbelt team yesterday. They always wear the seatbelt. They're very careful about making sure they take only the right fights, whereas Kwangdong very much just kind of grouping up as 5 and going, Hoyt hits that hook, and we're going in.
Yeah, exactly. And we actually saw that a lot of those micro moments were pretty messy, especially in game number 1, where Kwangdong really didn't have, you know, that happiness and excitement of being 1-0 in a series that I think carried them quite a lot in that game. But yeah, still a lot to work on. We'll see about the DRX match as far as how far that is going to go. But ladies and gentlemen, POG time. I wonder actually who's going to pick it up. I think Hoyt probably deserves it, but Teddy is going to grab it. 9-1-7, 40% of the damage done. And to be honest, I'm okay with it.
It's a hard vote, you know, in a game like this where it's so extremely one-sided that to pick out who really like pushed the first domino down can be quite difficult because that's often the way. And I will give that honorable mention to Hoyt because in this highlight as well, where the game really started to go Kwangdong Freaks' favorite, he was able to pull this off. But Teddy was positioned well, was able to utilize Jinx very, very well because he never was really under threat in any of these moments. And was when Live Sandbox were actually trying to group up in a bush or go for a wide flank, he was always like 2 steps ahead of danger and was never really under any threat. I voted for Teddy at the end because I thought he was very consistent throughout this game, but I think Hoyt would have been a great pick. I think Keen would have been a great pick. I think Fate quietly would have been solid. You know, LM also like probably fine. but I think Teddy was my vote at the end. I'm excited to see the split though, because I think this one
it could
is
be
not
all
an
over
easy
the
play.
ball.
Yeah,
I agree that it's definitely a team effort, and also a lot of it had to do with Live Sandbox not necessarily having the best series that they've had so far. Really starting to look
12 of 13 on this one.
There's that one media guy that's like, I like that Akali build. But otherwise, everybody else just... and I think this is another one of those times where we've spoken about this before, the LPL strategy, where if you don't know, may as well give it to the bot lane player, you know? And speaking of which, we can chat to him as well, him and Element standing alongside, so let's throw it to Jisung for some translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jisung for the POG interview from Kwangdong Freaks for the first time this split. Congratulations! A lot of fans have been waiting for this moment, the moment for you guys to grab the first victory. How do you feel, LM? Yeah, I'm so happy that we won after a very long time. Well, yeah, it's been so long since you were able to actually attack on the enemy, so I really enjoyed it. Teddy, you were so close to getting the penta at the end. I mean, my teammates, I was expecting them to dive together, but they were like going all in with no plan, so it was a bummer, you know. We could have just gone in step by step. A lot of people actually expected Kwangdong Freaks to get the first win a little bit earlier. How was the team's atmosphere during the losing streak? You know, we are actually really good friends now. Almost everyone is in a very similar age group, so we are having great teamwork. We are getting there. Indeed, we were able to witness some of the good teamwork from Kwangdong Freaks. So what was the focal point during that time? For me, you know, it's been so long since I played on stage, and also it was my first time playing in front of the live audience, so I was so nervous, to be honest. So I really wanted to feel a lot more comfortable on stage and adapt to this new environment. So the coaching staff has been, you know, telling me to feel comfortable, to not get nervous too much, and I think that helped me out a lot. LM, you had some fantastic game on Poppy in game number 1. And this champion is actually undefeated so far, 4-0. You know, the clear speed is really good. And also, it's a really good counter into the dive comp of the opponent. So I think it's really versatile and very viable, depending on the opponent's comp. And Teddy, we had back-to-back Thresh Jinx comp from you and Hoid. How's the teamwork like down on the bottom lane? Pretty good, you know, decent. And we are, you know, working on. And I think we can improve in the future as well. Any message over to Hoid? Hoid is also relatively new here in the LCK, but still he's been doing great, you know, not getting too nervous. So I want to say thank you over to Hoid. And LM, we have another question about the pick. Lee Sin used to be a very popular card in the first week, but this champion is slowly going down in the tier list. Do you also think that Lee Sin is actually a trap card in the jungle? I don't think that's like a bad pick, but it's so slow early on, you know? The clear speed is so slow, so he cannot really catch up with other junglers' tempo. Do you think it's going to be viable in the future? I mean, if it's the right timing, maybe. Maybe because of that, we had Olaf from Krakow this time around. Olaf is a very silly champion, you know? So I didn't really pay too much attention on that pick. Why do you think he's silly? I mean, he just goes in, you know? He just march forward and that's all. And Teddy, you were playing against a rookie player, Ice. He actually said he respects you the most. I've never heard of that, to be honest. What do you feel? I mean, grateful, and also I think I have to perform well in order to, you know, display better performance. Is there any message you want to send to Ice? For the rookie player, he just, you know, had his debut game, but he still had a great game. So fighting, Ice. Let's go. So you won your POD. You had your first victory in the new Kwangdong Freaks jersey. So what's your goal for this year in the new team? I want to have great teamwork and win the LCK. Same. Exactly the same. This Sunday, you'll be playing against DRX. And I think you guys are in favor as now you have the first victory secured. Now that we tasted what it's like to win a match, we will do our best in order to continue this momentum. I will do our best in order to, you know, have the priority and pick up the victory. We had a lot of fans out here. One of the fans actually had a fan sign saying, "I will hold my breath until Kwangdong wins." Any message over to the fans out there? Sorry to making you guys hold up your breath, but I will make sure that we will win more often in order to secure that you'll be able to breathe really well. Same. Breathe, guys. Breathe. I will do my best in order to make that happen. And that's gonna be it from the Teddy and LM, and back to the analyst desk. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jisun, for the translation. And that T1, the Kwangdong Freaks interview was absolutely fantastic. Of course, Teddy and Ellen, both of them coming from T1 from last year. And good to hear from them. You could hear that Teddy was not super excited about how things have gone so far. So hopefully they can get themselves together, grab a win against DRX, and make themselves happy. Let's bring up some standings and see what this means for where our teams have gone, all the way to tied 6th. Damn, DRX, really, they're so far behind everyone else based on these early standings.
Yeah, I think Kwangdong Freaks, hopefully tonight they could take that energy right. The fans can breathe a little bit if we're going to bring it back to the interview there, because Guangdong Freaks really need to tighten up a lot of aspects of their play. They won against Live Sandbox, it might be one of our weakest teams now in the LCK, but they have a lot bigger challenges ahead.
They absolutely do, and we've got a fantastic second match coming up today as well. Nongshim versus KT, or KT versus Nongshim, if you want to say it in the correct order, Atlas. And this one could be extraordinarily close. It's going to be a long way away, but be patient, and then we'll have more LCK for you. We'll see you after the break.
롤도 보고 LCK도 복습하고 영어도 배우는 본격 원샷 3킬 콘텐츠. 아 엄마 난 게임만 하는 거 아니고 영어 공부하는 거야 라고 말할 수 있게 되는 그날까지 울프쌤의 레이어 클래스 지금 시작합니다. 매주 LCK 중계에서 나온 표현을 가르쳐주는 Call of the Week. 스프링 시즌 개막 주 KT 대 담원 기업 경기에선 어떤 이야기 나왔을까요?
As well, Docdom gets out of the way. There's the ace in the hole. Arya takes a lot of damage. Shockwave onto 3 members of Showmakers. That was insane. The Akali's.
That was insane. 오리아나의 완벽한 3인 충격파를 보고 해설자가 이렇게 말했죠. That was insane! Insane. 이상한, 미친 이런 단어인데요. 말 그대로 미쳤다는 뜻입니다. Insane이라는 단어는 좋은 뜻으로 쓸 수도 있고 나쁜 뜻으로 쓸 수도 있어요. Wow, that game was insane. 와, 진짜 미쳤다, 끝내줬다, 엄청났다. 이런 경우엔 amazing과 뜻이 비슷하고요. I'm sorry, I must have been insane. 미안, 내가 미쳤었나 봐. 이렇게 쓸 수도 있어요. 좀 더 쉬운 단어인 crazy도 insane이랑 같은 뜻으로 쓸 수 있어요. That was insane. That was crazy. 둘 다 똑같은 문장입니다. 미쳤다라는 insane이었습니다. 협곡에서 자주 쓰는 단어나 표현을 딥하게 파고드는 rolling in the deep. mid에서 열심히 라인전을 하고 있는데 갑자기 상대편 라이너가 안 보여요. 이유는 모르겠는데 상대방이 들어오지 않을 때 미아라고 채팅치잖아요. 그런데 이 미아가 영어에서 나왔던 사실 알고 계신가요? 바로 MIA, Missing in Action 이란 뜻입니다. Missing, 없어진, 실종된, 빠진, 그리고 Action, 동작, 행동이 합쳐져서 동작이 없다는 뜻인가 라고 생각할 수 있지만 미아에서 액션은 작전, 전투, 사건 이런 뜻으로 쓰입니다. 채팅방에서 미아 볼 때 이런 의미예요. 여러분들이 영어 인출 잘 물었던 표현 Missing in Action이었습니다. 미드 대신 롤 챔피언 대사로 영어 배워보는 챔피언 Says. 첫 번째 주인공은 사람들 진짜 사랑하는 야수오입니다. 요네와 야수오는 형제 사이죠. 오만함을 버리라는 요네, 충고를 듣지 않은 야수오는 협곡에서 다시 만난 요네에게 야수오가 이렇게 말합니다.
Yone, I learned your lessons too late.
I learned your lessons too late. 형의 가르침을 너무 늦게 깨달았어. 라는 뜻인데요. 레슨은 보통 수업으로 많이 쓰이지만 learn your lesson에서 레슨은 안 좋은 경험이나 실수, 실패로 얻은 교훈이에요. 팀원이 나한테 적정거 위험하니까 가지 말라고 합니다. 근데 내가 욕심 부려서 들어갔어요. 그러다가 죽었어요. I'm sorry. I learned my lessons now. 미안. 난 이제 교훈을 얻었어. He must have learned his lesson. 쟤 분명히 교훈을 얻었을 거야. 다음에 안 가겠지. I learned your lessons too late. 야수오의 대사였습니다. 게임도 보고 영어도 배우는 울프생의 레어 클래스. 오늘은 insane, 미아, learn your lesson을 배워봤어요. 자, 그럼 다음 시간에 또 만나요. See you next time.
We need to talk about just the state of League of Legends in the game right now. It's about the same as it was at Worlds. Thanks so much for watching, guys. We'll see you next time. No, never mind.
Top lane is even more relevant, and you just gank bot. Just don't overthink it. Get your red buff and run bot every game. That's
Pretty
it.
much. I mean, like, junglers are saying they don't like this meta because when you dive top, like, if you actually have the fast track and you have a minion wave, like, it's 2v1, and a lot of top laners don't have CC, for example. But if you dive bottom, there's always a support there. There's two players trying to kill you while you're trying to go in. It's like way less fun to dive bot. It's way more difficult to pull it off.
It's also
Go top, you mean, yeah.
And also junglers went from being the focal point of the meta to like, no, you're not gonna farm. You're Jarvan. Sit in our brush.
Yeah.
You're just gonna sit there.
Or you're Lee Sin or you're Xin Zhao.
Yeah. And you're gonna sit in the brush, and when they go in, you're there. Like even Canyon, who I think has been our archetype of like the best, like give him resources and he'll 1v9, he'll smash he's just sitting in a brush for like 30 seconds.
He's really good at that, though.
He is
No, he's
very good.
Honestly,
He's very good at
it's too
everything,
bad we
so.
sent Malrong to the LEC because this would have been his time.
And also, like, remember who like came up with basically building a tent and a campsite? That was Skull, one of our most celebrated junglers of all time, right? And he was a man that would set up. He was glamping in the bottom lane.
He had like that's actually in Singles Inferno as well. There's like they have these really nice tents, and like there.
Okay, let's talk about. I want to mix it up. So like that's a slightly stale thing. Is the jungle meta situation slightly good thing? Hextech Drake, really fun. Loving the teleporting around the map. Really loving the static Shiv being back in the game. That makes me very happy. What do you guys take on the one good new Drake?
I just like that there's another Drake that people are always willing to fight over, unless they're Guangdong freaks.
But they're not willing to fight over anything. That's
yeah,
they're already down.
They're not willing to fight. Yeah, as we were able to see. Yeah, it feels to me like the slightly worse Infernal, but also very good. And the Rift is more fun than the Infernal Rift. So yeah, big fan.
Love it. In addition to, I actually think that barring obviously Chemtank, every edition has been good. I think that objective bounds initially were like full, but I think that it is good that League has a little bit less snowballing going on, because I do feel like it was too much over the past 2, arguably even 3 years. And then I think that the teleport change is exactly the type of change that I'd like to see over the seasons, right?
Because
we're already seeing
kind
the
of change. I don't know whether it's necessarily worked as far as making top lane a better place.
It's not about top lane, it's about bot lane, right? Because now you can actually play punishing bot lanes and not get double TP'd on.
Yeah,
I mean, but like what I'm saying is like what it's done to top lane. Is it enough to make it worth it and things like that as well? I mean, top lane is a people too. Just because there's only two,
this is what they love.
2 people on the bottom side.
This is what they love. It's just the 1v1. There's never anyone. You just have Ghost and Flash or Ignite and Flash or like there's no outs. There's only you and the other top lane.
Yeah. Okay. It does strangely feel more like pure League of Legends, though. If you guys know what I'm talking about, it's like, okay, this lane against this lane, that lane against that lane, and only the jungler really is the one that's like getting involved with the ganks. It's like that pure idea of
LOL classic.
Yeah, it does. We're like going back to
like
LOL
a harkening
10 years, you know,
10-year
anniversary. We go back to this, and I don't know. Like, I got to see more. I feel like the objective bounties in solo queue, I feel them, but in pro play, I haven't really felt it at all.
The bounties, like, I was really worried about the bounties in pro play, to be honest.
Me too, actually.
I was like,
and then nothing.
Because, you know, sometimes there's a lot of situations where one team is significantly behind in gold, but they're actually ahead because their comp is stronger later on, and then they get all that extra free gold, and it's not fair. It didn't really end up happening that way yet so far, so I'm like kind of cautiously optimistic about where we are with bounties at the moment.
I think we had one game where it actually did happen, even though it didn't matter, and it was the Guangdong game yesterday at the time of filming, right? Because that was actually a game where we were sitting on desks and like Guangdong is only like 1-2k gold behind because they
were
kept
like even.
Because even though they were like very far behind in terms of the maps, because they did actually keep up getting objectives. Didn't matter because they didn't know or do anything. But I do think that, especially once better teams get like their feeling of how far behind they are recalibrated, because of course the teams can't see the gold, I think it could lead to some really cool situations and a bit more equilibrium, as opposed to you win the early game and now you win the game.
Yeah, I think it's actually a really cool idea.
Win this game still. The Brian have just been out fighting them. They don't have vision right now, though.
They have so much damage on this Baron right now with the Vicar and the Aphelios, but the fourth fight comes in and Delight gets blown to smithereens immediately. A lot of damage here on the front line still. Senna holding on to that final. What did he do? Are you serious? They do it again! You have to be kidding me! Huge amount of damage. You talked about this. These two guys in the early game, they're so obnoxious. As here comes Big Boy Gragas. Really nice flash out of Gumayusi in response, but the cask is just way too much. And here's Lava. He's looking to feed in that backline, but he gets absolutely nobody at the end of it all. How could that possibly happen?
rely on him here. Now or never. This Mega Gnar is everything.
The rotation.
There's the steal.
That is coming in. Yeah, the Gnar does get stolen, and there is the set they're looking for. There's a huge Cataclysm in the back, and a big Gnar ultimate into the wall, though. But a follow-up one from Arya is way better, as they have the damage, aiming, able to fight forward.
빅토르랑 바로 보면 봐줄게. 요번에 나 이니시에 가면 나와. 천천히 봐줘.
I mean, yes.
One kick.
I mean, that is what Lee Sin is at the post 35-minute mark. You're absolutely right. As On Fleet going to get burned down by the Death Ray. That is the second inhibitor, but first one has just respawned. All right, we're looking for the flank. It's a lot of AoE damage so far as Karis gets in there. Can he actually make this one work? It's a double kill so far. Can he find the pen to the answers? No, as Dudu's going to pick up one of them. They should be able to take it. It's going down so quickly that they should also be able to contest this Baron. Damwon here wanting to do it. Rush it down as fast as they can. You can see they're not wasting any time, but the teleport will come in. Doran doesn't have the needlework, but he'll bring them all in. He kills one, but it is going to be the Baron locked down by Genji. What the heck? That is a massive Inferno trigger as Peanut at least finally gets the dragon to come down, but my god, Dr.
sky fall and the sun turn black. When the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer, can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. Fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. heart on my sleeve, ready to bleed. Wish I had another drink, then I'd have left it. Instead we're gonna go to the brink. Don't you think that we should forget it? Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me that pain, but it's light from above. Give me all your love, all your love. Since I left you, you haven't left my mind. You keep me awake, so for my own sake, I had to come and see your face. Can't erase you anyway. So here we go again. Touch your skin, pull me in. You and me, head swimming. Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me that touch, give me strength from above. Give me all your love, all your love. Naked and raw, with your failures and your flaws. Bring me what you are, the lightness in the dark. Naked and raw, with your failures and your flaws. Bring me what you are. Give me your failures. Put on the light, walked away, sail on with the free, wouldn't see the flood, the fear, wash out through my veins, the oil, the bone of my trepidation. Let's shake the true. It's heartbreaking, and gray is the mood. I wanna believe in you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live on your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live a borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. Liberating, you know what to do. Don't let your demons define you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live on your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live a borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Cut to the chase. You can run and you can hide, learn to live on your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live a borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. One chance for the world, one hope can save us now. Our time for history. Brave hearts will win the day. Run strong all the way. It's time for you and me. 'Cause nothing can hold us down. On the ground, nothing can hold us down. On the ground, we can be heroes. We can be heroes. We can be heroes. Step up, take it on. No turning from the storm. It's time now for what's to come. Together we will stand 2 feet on the ground. Let's hope now for better days. 'Cause nothing can hold us down. On the ground, nothing can hold us down. On the ground, we can be heroes. We can be heroes. We can be heroes. When the sky falls and the sun turns black, closer. Can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. Fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here at Lal Park for the second match of the night. KT Rolster up against Nongshim Red Force. I'm Valdez, with me as Chronicler. Our first match of the day was pretty one-sided. Guangdong Freaks got their first win in the series, but now this one could be a bit closer, Chronicler.
I think it's both a closer one and also a really important one. Both these two teams have had, I think, a really great series of matches thus far. KT, much better than expected. Nongshim, bit of an iffy start, but have bounced back incredibly, of course, as highlight that win that they got over Damwon Kian. That is something that I think they're going to be very happy with looking at their match against KT today.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty big. Definitely, they are the favorites. We're going to take a look at the points of the match. So you can see KT versus Nongshim teams on the up and up. Who will continue the streak? Unpredictable matchup. Two teams are tied for third place, and they're looking to reach the next level. I don't know. All I'm saying is that when Peter joined the lineup, things turned around for Nongshim, and he's back again for the third time in a row, Chronicler.
I have no qualms with that statement. Big fan of all Peter, as I'm sure all of us are. As 3 Gen G players, 2 on KT, 1 on Nongshim Red Force. Now, Gen G, I think, not going to be super sad because they have been incredible thus far, but all of these players have been pivotal for their respective teams. BDD has looked as good as usual, and Rascal and Life really looking a lot more like the old versions of them that we saw a couple of years ago.
The Iron Wall solo kill machine versus the original solo kill machine. Interesting name for Khan, I would suppose, even though he's relatively, a newer player here in the scope of LCK. Either way, it's going to be a harsh back and forth in the top lane, you would have to imagine. Also, war between former 2019 Afrika Freaks teammates.
Yeah. Dread saying, I really want to kill Aiming. I want to beat him. I want to beat him up. And Aiming saying, I think that Dread is very good for the first 15 minutes, and then he's bad, and I will make sure that he does bad.
Actually, he said, I will chop off Dread's head.
Also that, yeah.
that's what it says there. Here is, of course, KT Rolster. Rascal, Cuz, Aria, Aiming, and Life are coming in here. And, they really turned things around in their last matchup. It was a good look for sure. They were able to get the 2-0 over Hama Life Esports. Now, it is one of our lower teams in the league, but they looked good while they were doing it. And now, they definitely have a harder opponent ahead of them.
I think something that KT has been doing really well is sticking to the basics. Put Kaz on an engaged jungler, Jarvan 4 is the big one. And just make sure that you can team fight no matter what. Yes, Rascal will get solo kills. Yes, Life is set as a great trap card. But the core for KT, I think, and what I'm looking for them tonight as well, is just play good old-fashioned League of Legends. I think Nongshim, I permit them a little bit more zaniness, because I think that this team actually benefits from trying weird things in draft, using Ghost as utility pool, and trying to enable Dread, much more so than any of the other teams. There he is, of course, lovable rookie, has done an exceptional job here thus far, and playing over effort is honestly in of itself quite the achievement. This player was single-handedly responsible, I think, for a lot of the wins of Liv Sandbox, the previous split, and didn't have the greatest first series. Peter swept in and conquered both our hearts as well as Summoner's Rift.
Absolutely. And I mean, this team is just littered with very strong players. Just extremely good players across the board. Dread has gotten 4 player of the games in a row.
Oh yeah.
And Peter was on his back almost all the time. See a lot of Yuumi for Peter, so that jungle support duo that we always highlight as being extremely important here in the LCK, it's really coming together for the side of Nongshim, but we're definitely going to take a closer look here at the top lane. As you can see, Kana's got some pretty nice stats alongside a Rascal.
King of the solo kills, but if I look at the champions, I'm going to say I think Kana, a bit more impressive. If I look at the type of champions, a lot of Akali there for Rascal, some Tryndamere, some Lee Sin. Those are champions where picking up solo kills is kind of a breeze. Beauty of this matchup is that while I think that the laning phase is gonna show us a lot of aggression early on, don't expect it to be the breaking point. However, we have seen both these teams take top lane leads and then leverage them very well across the rest of the map. But with the meta moving towards a slower style, I would not be shocked if we end up with some sleeper matchup. I think Gwen against Ornn could be a possibility here.
How about Gnar versus Gragas?
Yeah,
that could be another sleeper one.
That could happen. I would not like that very much, personally, but...
I think she got into a company that's next to Lal Park in order to watch LCK. If I read that first point first. Yeah, I got the confirmation from G-Sun. That's commitment, guys.
I respect that. You know, you can choose your career based on what you want or what your environment wants, but the real cool people, they choose because it's right besides Lal Park. So you can watch your favorite teams square off right outside.
Yeah,
work.
you finish work.
Yeah.
You get a bite to eat. You know, you get off at 7, 6, 7 is pretty standard in Korea. You get a bite to eat, you get some dinner, and then you come see the 8 o'clock match. It's perfect. It's actually perfect.
It is.
And then you go home, you wake up, come back to work, and then you watch LCK the next day because we're on 5 days a week.
Oh, yeah.
For the entirety of spring, by the way, because of Asia Games. So keep that in mind, guys. No shortening of schedule once we hit round 2. It's full speed ahead. Guess what else is full speed ahead, Chronicler?
The game?
Yeah. We're almost into the draft.
Yeah.
Good guess.
I wasn't sure. There were a lot of ways that you could have taken that, but I'm glad I got it right, Valdez. As we approach our first year together, you know, the caster anniversary is almost coming up. As that's an A for effort, Victor, right there.
Yeah. I really love the drawing. Actually, that's like something I would draw. It's full of passion. Let's say
it gets it right.
Yeah.
All the key elements of a Victor were there.
You know what it is, right?
That's what matters.
Although I don't know if I can say I'm even at that level, because if you've played like that drawing games with friends and they have to guess what you're drawing with the league champions,
yeah,
my friends are always very angry at me when
just draw.
Whenever I try to draw something,
just draw an ulting Zac.
Okay, we'll try it next time, Chronicle. You'll see what I mean.
Oh.
But how can you see if you cover your eyes?
Oh.
Oh, just look at the sign. Okay.
Yeah. Don't look at me.
And I think she said like fly like an eagle as well. She was kind of like doing the hand signal for. Okay. I think I get it. So Nongshim's spicy taste. Going to go get it for lunch. Oh, I'm losing my mind. It's apparently a meme. It sounds very similar to I'm going to lose my mind. So I didn't get it because it was 8 o'clock and we're not eating lunch at this time. Anyway, KT is red.
Hey, lunch is a state of mind, Valdez. If you can eat breakfast for dinner, you can do the same at lunch.
True. It's very true. And both of these teams are red in color, but only one of them will be on the red side.
Oh. Can we just highlight Kana's keyboard?
Pink is just watered down red.
I think it's a beautiful, beautiful mechanical keyboard. I just appreciate. I feel like eventually, you know, yes, we have great sneaker game. We have these jerseys. We have the outfits. But I think the real defining factor will be who has the coolest keyboard. We've come a long way from StarCraft, where everyone was just rocking the Guild Wars Classic. Says there is the job in that. Very, very good. Like it a lot.
Next, Aphelios.
I mean, I could see Nongshim first pick Aphelios. I wouldn't like it, but I could see it happen.
I'm just trying to get into the state of mind of some of the LCK teams.
Well, you first pick it. Why would you ban it? There's a Yumi ban. Very big.
Wow. Target ban against Peter. No, I'm kidding. I mean, but yes, 2 target bans. I actually missed that. There's the Aphelios ban. We were talking before, Cuz is 4-0 on Jarvan, and Aiming is 4-0 on Aphelios. So they just say, no, you don't get to play those.
Yeah, makes complete sense. Does mean there's a lot of power picks open. TF is a big one. That is indeed going to make it through the draft. And wonder whether that's going to be the first pick. I personally would love it. I think that the TF is very, 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 very good. This is really interesting. I think that Jinx blind pick is something that can actually be punished. I like it a lot into Phelios. Strong pick there. But into certain matchups, I think that if Aiming Alive want to play something like a set Samira, that could definitely be an option. And then you can actually bully that early laning phase that Jinx doesn't really excel in. If you aid that as well with a TF to apply even more pressure, set up possible dives, Noxim's going to have to play very, very carefully around that pressure that Arya's going to have all over the map.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of success for Arya on LeBlanc. Definitely is one of his best champions. Now he's going to be hopping onto the Twisted Fate. We're seeing more and more Twisted Fate, even tonight. Xin Zhao going to be prioritized here, rather than making sure that they get the bottom lane they want or anything like that. They want to get Cuz onto some comfort. Something that can press a couple buttons and engage, I think, is definitely a good idea.
Will they go for a Diana, or will it be the Lee? Will it be the Viego? Some more of the expected pickups. Very big fan of Thresh here. I think that locking that in for your Jinx is always going to make you very, very happy. Not as much raw firepower as, say, a Lulu, but a lot more survivability. And against KT, I think you already need it. They are looking like an incredibly threatening composition in the mid game already. Cuz going in aggressively, and we haven't even talked about it, but there it is. And surely, as KT, you now say, well, I guess we draft for early, and we keep that up, and just try and snowball the game pre-15 minutes, because otherwise, this is going to be a rough one.
It definitely will be. And I love that they're kind of focusing on highlighting Ghosts, you know, and maybe they were even watching the first series we had tonight, as it does look like that set pick is going to be coming in. Yeah. You were mentioning it, right? Seems like they want to get a bit more aggressive on the bottom lane against the Jinx. But in terms of this composition, this is a lot like what we saw out of Guangdong Freaks, at least the Jinx and the Thresh, in terms of trying to enable your AD carry.
I think that Nongshim has kind of pushed KT into a corner. And as long as KT commits to what they've drafted thus far, I'd be perfectly happy, right? Like things like Syndra, that can really enable the rest of the... Oh, yeah, never mind. There's always the Twisted Fate.
Syndra set bottom lane. Let's
well, it has actually been played. Not the set, but the Syndra. But not going to see that. But what we might see is, as mentioned previously, I think a Samira could be good. Aggressive AD carry that can really try and get the early pressure against the Jinx. Because late game, I don't think there's any picks that like save it here. I think you just have to accept that that's not happening. And opt in for aggressive early game, mid-game team fights, and try to get that as much as that. As much as I hate it, I would not be shocked to see Rascal pick up the Gnar here. Maybe possible as 5th pick, you pick up an AD carry here for aiming, and then you save it. Then Nongshim goes for the Gragas to kind of complete the engage, disengage, front to back team fight comp, and then the Gnar comes in. Which I wouldn't love, but it's definitely a distinct possibility.
We're getting the super zoom right now. Love it. Akali does get banned. And the Chin? I'm not sure how I feel about Kog'Maw.
I do. I don't like it. Oh, that's
Blind Camille.
That's better.
That feels good.
I like that. And I think we can look at the KT draft and go, well, they lose after 20 minutes. They do. Yeah, they're definitely going to. But a combo with this much power also has the ability to completely blow up the game within the first 15 to 20 minutes. I would not be a fan of the Nidalee here whatsoever. That, however, that's a hell yeah for me.
Oh, yes.
Lovely. Into the Xin Zhao. Actually able to win early on, right? Because of how strong Trundle is with Chomp. Really good against Set. Try and dissuade a lot of these aggressive plays that come through. Nongshim, it's a beautiful round out. Obviously, it's a comp that is going to have to get through the first 15-20 minutes of the game, but the team fighting that it can provide later on is stellar. Now for KT, as it's actually the Gnar blind, so I guess they're expecting a subsequent Gragas to come through here from Rascal. I would love to see Rascal on the kill lane as well, and just someone's got to get snowball on KT's side. I think now going for an engage top side isn't really going to get you what you need. Maybe a Gangplank.
Camille.
Something that...
Lee Sin.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right. I mean, like you said, it does feel like both teams kind of, you know, after the first phase, they were like, okay, these are our comps.
Yep.
This is what we're going to do.
I'm okay with it.
And at least
honestly.
they stick to the plan, you know? They're not like, okay, let's pick, I don't know, Ornn.
No, exactly.
And it's like, well, I mean, I guess it's engaged, but I don't know. This gives Rascal a lot of kill pressure, some potential side lane pressure. Not as good as something like Camille or anything like that, but Rascal really trying to style here. I like it. Definitely feeling confident.
Kana, are you gonna switch up that ignite?
No.
No. Well, we'll see.
No.
We'll see.
Of course. Take ignite, teleport.
I personally don't mind the gnaw here. I think that it provides you with a lot of mid-game spikes, so you come online a little bit earlier. But as you said, both teams having an extremely clear plan. For Nongshim, it's hold on for dear life. And for KT, it is beat them down. And if you beat them down, then this game is gonna be a freebie. And oh my, do you have many ways. You have a Twisted Fate, you have the Xin Zhao, both these champions. The moment that you hit level 6 become almost impossible to deal with. If you can get Kalista a lead, if you can get Lee a lead, all these can push it relentlessly, but push it they shall. Because if they don't, then KT is gonna have a very, very unfun point in the game where everyone on Nongshim is happy, the scaling is hit, and then there you are with Kalista, Zed, and Lee.
Here we go, game number 1 between these two teams. We can't have the fan chants yet, but just to prove that the fans are real, we have the clapping, which is better than nothing. And I love that.
I respect it. I like this a lot. That's a code of honor right there. Because
you know, this happened one time between I think it was BDD and Chovy.
Yeah. I think we had it happen recently as well.
And I think BDD autoed him, and
you can't do that.
Yeah,
it's not allowed.
The rule was broken.
Well, I think the one auto is okay because then it's funny. But if you actually start trading here, you no. You might win the game, but you lose the real battle, which is the battle for I guess the sore heart of the competition. Something there.
Yeah. I think you're onto something.
I mean, there's a reason why we all love the moment of Doran going, "This is so fun," right? As we had that match between Genji and Namonkey. I think we could all agree it was indeed very fun. As not sure if Peter and Ghost were hanging around outside of Vision here to try and give away as little information as possible, as might see an early path up towards from Dread here.
We've seen crazy level 1 plays from Set before. Doesn't look like they want to go for it. I'm happy that we get to see Peter on something that's not Yuumi or Braum. Because although Thresh can be pretty supportive as well in terms of good positioning with lanterns and stuff like that and getting people into fights, he offers some more engage potential, you know. Something that's not just, okay, I'm just going to sit there and farm it out, just be here. Might actually see some plays made by the main man, Peter. Taking a look here, Kana is 12-5 on the Gnar. A very impressive win rate so far. Keep in mind that it's been on some pretty good teams so far in the past, so that definitely helps his win rate in general.
Same for Rascal. This man really benefited from the Lee Sin top matter that we had last year around. And he as well was on a team. Genji, maybe in terms of overall performances, not quite as highly rated as T1, but definitely the scourge of the general season. If there was a general season in the LCK over the last year and a half, you would make a safe bet that Genji would be somewhere in that top 3. As, yeah, we get it. There's a lot of comfort here for the entirety of KT.
Okay, this doesn't feel very comfortable though. Cuz trying to get on in there, and he's, well, just gonna flash. So they don't commit to actually attacking the Gnar, as it looks like that was stolen away from Dread. So nice little win, double scuttle to the KT team. And definitely a very fun start for them.
Might have been Aiming, who already stacked up a ton of Rens, and not sure if Dread had his smite available. I kind of hope we get a replay of that. I think it would be very cute to see, because that is actually something that Dread is kind of going to regret. You know, going to have Cuz, who should have a little bit of an edge when it comes to that third back. Might see an opportunity for a possible play. Although, on the flip side, Cuz went for the topside play, right? So Cuz had to go try and punish Kana, did so successfully, so now that flash is gone, and Crash comes through here, and I think that Dread's just there to make sure that there's no shenanigans happening. If Aiming and Life would try and go for an engage there, if there was a hinted gank of Cuz, Dread can help the team, but instead, still a little bit behind, but not the end of the world.
Yeah, Dread on the Trundle going to be very good at kind of neutralizing plays in general. You know, the Pillar as an ability kind of makes Trundle as good as he is. But not only that, the ability to take away AD, the ability to trade well one-on-one. As, take a look at this, KT are wasting no time. Perfect. Actually 0 seconds. They say dragon spawns, take dragon. That's it. Early game is ours.
Yeah, I love it. This is exactly what you need to do. And, you know, there's a lot of opinions about aggressive drafts versus much more defensive, scaling type of drafts. And I think that it's easy to argue for the scaling pick, especially when you're a team that you perceive yourself as a much better team, you can play it safe. But at the same time, we have seen competitively, especially in international settings, that the team that gets an advantage early generally will have say in whether or not they win. And with the composition that KT has, they need not only the first Drake, they need the second Drake. And preferably a third one as well, or at the very least the first Rift Herald. And getting an early camp tech is exactly the way to do that. Now, if you do all this work and you use the pressure that you have with your Kalista and your Set and your Xin Zhao, and your TF in the mid lane that can always Destiny Gate in, and you end up getting, as we see some nice movement from Arya, a Cloud Soul, then you're very sad. But still, you know, Soul's a soul. And as long as you maintain a lead, I think as KT, you're going to be perfectly happy. Again, Dread, you're not... Yeah, they don't really want you to get any of these objectives. This time, though, Cryo is there for Nongshim.
We're actually going in on this, and TF, I mean, it's nowhere to be found. The ult comes in, but this is just Dread chasing down Xin Zhao, as that's not going to be enough damage. You see the flashes do come through, and now Arya in a little bit of trouble. No pillar available, doesn't look like. So just a flash taken away, a nice trade here under the turret by Kana, and all of a sudden, a couple of little things going in favor of Nongshim.
This time around, it's a Nongshim bot lane, Ghost and Peter that have the priority and does go for the roam. Initially, it feels over-aggressive, right? Dread going in that hard, especially into a TF, but Arya, not quite on top of the play there, is able to, at the very end, use his ultimate as kind of a deterrent, but even then, Cuz almost gets taken down, and now you are feeling a little bit better, because Nongshim, again, inaction is their win. If they blow a flash or two, right, Arya flashed, Cuz had to use his flash there defensively as well, then you are in great shape. And it's really nice, this game, because it really tells the story of itself, right? Like, there is no other way, there is no possible angles for what you can do in a mid to late game comp as KT. It's just not going to happen. You need leads, and like this.
Aiming, he goes a little bit too close, and Life is potentially going to have to give his life away here. We do have the pillar that slows him down, and that should be enough to take him down for first blood. They're trying to give it over to the Jinx, not going to happen. Dread just picks it up. And yeah, I mean, that all happens because they hopped forward and really went into that fight. But guess what? Dread was right there. And already we're seeing the existence of Dread on the Rift always gives your team a bonus.
He reads these lane fates so well. And it's understandable, because Aiming and Live, they do want to look for the 2v2, right? They do want to try and fight Ghost and Peter as much as they can while they are stronger. And then that backfiring is kind of an unfortunate situation. And now we come up on the next objective. Dread does still need a back. Hasn't actually been able to spend any of his money, but BDD has the package available. And I think they want to try and look for it. KT, you need this Herald. There is no way around it. You have rotated everyone up. Anything but a pickup would be a disaster, but look at Nongshim. They are reading the play, and they might do what we've asked for so many times, Valdez, which is, just don't care. Just
let it go.
Yeah.
I love Frozen.
I was about to say,
It's a
great song.
Great movie.
It's a great song. Yeah. I really like Frozen 2 as well, honestly.
Yeah, a little bit of a controversial opinion, but I thought it was okay.
It wasn't as good as Frozen 1.
It wasn't as good.
We can agree on that.
That's really the issue,
But Into the Unknown, I thought, great song.
That's definitely a quality song.
Yeah.
I would like to
we can all
really
agree on
highlight
that. Yeah.
The only thing is that we're going to have to stop talking about Frozen because this is very important. This is what we've been asking for, right? Like, let it go. Let the Rift Herald go. Take the plates. Get the free farm. Now, Peter's down here soaking some of the XP, some of the gold, but that's okay. He's a valuable member of the team as well. And you're going to get a lot out of this, too. You get map control. You get vision control.
Can I just want to highlight what Nongshim did there. That was beautiful. Because what was happening is, as a result of Nongshim completely ignoring that Rift Herald, they knew that KT was going to look for an imminent collapse. And
there's no flash, and there's just way too much damage. Corki exists, and Dread just sits there with the subjugate, tanks up the turret, and that's a kill just gifted over to BDD.
Nongshim is playing such beautiful League because while they were doing, even previously to this play, they don't even need to go for this for it to be a win because, as you pointed out, Ghost, Peter, shoving in waves, getting the plates, and while that is happening, a possible TF play is coming through, and then BDD and Dread hide in the fog, make sure that a collapse is not possible. If Arya does teleport, either he gets killed because he needs to walk into river, and if he doesn't, then at least they can join the play, and then they also pick up the kill on the flashless TF or the Sea of Peter, and now Nongshim is sitting on a 2k gold lead. Sure, you give up the Infernal Drake, but that second Drake, you're not going to care about. It's the next one that matters, and I think with how well Nongshim have been playing thus far, they are looking like the absolute favorite here, and it is, of course,
oh no,
a Cloud Soul.
The Cloud Soul comes through.
Thank you, Atlas.
He's not even casting today.
No, but he's on the desk. That counts. Well, Trundle is... we should have known, right? He never permanently leaves. He always comes back. He always finds a way.
Crawling down from under the bridge. Now, this is a nice little play. You get some priority down in the bottom side. You get Cuz down there. They do have to be careful about overcommitting, though, because Trundle, of course, Dread is here. And the pillar exists. So now that's going to be a Fate's Call used, which is very good. I mean, they get him out of dodge, but at the same time, not quite the value they were looking for.
Because that takes away a lot of offensive pressure, and it's not end of the world yet for KT fans. The key thing here is that, yes, Nongshim right now is on the up and up. They're looking very, very good. They're scaling towards their first item spikes, but I think there is still a sizable amount of game, the next 10 minutes, where KT can grab tempo very aggressively. The engage range with the Fate's Call, with Arya in the side lane, and with Rascal and Cuz is still very, very large. And while Nongshim have been the one dictating the pace thus far, I do think that...
Arya?
Come on.
Oh, man. He has one item. It's like half an item. It's not even completed.
Yeah, that's BDD. He's also on 140 farm at 12.5 minutes.
Corki is...
Well, I've seen... I agree with you. Corki is a dumb champion, but I gotta give some credit to BDD here, because I've seen a lot of Corkis play lane, and I haven't seen a lot of them get a 1k complete.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it comes down to, especially against TF, by the way.
It is Dread, yeah. It's always Dread.
Well, I'm saying, like, against TF, who's going to be getting more gold.
Oh, no, I know.
Like, and you have that big of a gold lead, like, it's insane.
Yeah.
There's just so much synergy with that champion in the current runes right now. Like, with Inspiration and how OP it is, and the fact that he uses first strike so well. As I'm not going to get to talk about it because Dread is down here, and guess what? Peter's trying to save him, but it's not going to happen, as there are 4 people down there. Good effort by Peter, but not enough to save him.
Exactly what I was talking about. There is still plenty of possibilities for KT, and Dread, I think, a little bit over aggressive, as you know, happens when you win the early game on Trundle and you feel very, very good. Definitely something to watch out for. Really important sidestep there. That hits. Kana in deep trouble. And
Conqueror procs, he lands the Q, and that's going to be enough. Sees it a mile away, keeps on going, even had his flash just in case. Did Rascal, but he did not need to use it. And that's why he plays the Lee Sin.
And, you know, can't keep down Rascal, clearly, as Ghost.
Oh, this is... Ooh. He's got a rocket. Actually, yeah, he does, but not gonna throw it out.
I respect it.
Not gonna be a kill.
Doesn't want to take the risk, because Dread, this turret is gone. Just let it go. It's okay. The rest of your team is nowhere near. You have the fake feeling of safety, but this is exactly the type of openings that I think KT's comp really, really wants to utilize. I honestly thought that the moment that the dodge there came down, it was going to be the end of it. But Rascal, ever so the master of Lee, and that flash there, I think really unfortunately, if he flashes underneath the turret, I think he might possibly trade back, or he just flash the Q, or rather flash away pre-kick, because once that kick comes through, there's not a lot for you to be done. Rascal showing off his mastery of the champion, but even with those plays that I think works out great, look at the gold, Valdez.
Yeah, I can see the gold. It's pretty even at this moment in time.
Yeah, that's not, not a good thing.
Yeah, Nongshim actually really enjoy that. As you can see, I mean, they were able to get so many of the early plates as well. Like, there was one up in the top side. There were multiple in mid and bot, obviously. And Nongshim got a lot more than the Rift Herald did. And, you know, comes down to multiple things. It's not just, obviously, that one strategy versus Rift Herald. But, you know, things are just going really well. Rascal, now he's trying to basically put the team on his back here because they need to keep the pressure up, and side lane kills are definitely going to be kind of a thorn in Nongshim's side that could distract them, force them to back. But they don't bite the bait. They're just down here in the bottom lane, top lane, rather.
It's also the classic strategy against TF, right? Like, TF can't collapse on someone if we're collapsing on TF.
Yeah.
The rest of the team needs to come in and help him. And that does mean that soul point will go over, but as I already said, tragically, the Cloud Soul, I think, is one where Nongshim says, yeah, that's honestly fine. Like, we can play for the next one, and I think that the 5 minutes that it will buy them actually is really relevant for them, so I'd like to see them go for the next one.
Yeah.
But they don't have to. You can also just say, okay, you know, Elder fight at 26 minutes, we're going to be able to fight that. That's no problem for us. And they will still be completely fine.
Yeah, I mean, Corki's about to hit Ludens. He's about to hit his 2-item spike.
Yeah, also 300 stacks. So then the game is kind of done.
He's hit his spike. And that's what I was talking about earlier. You know, First Strike is so good with them. And you are able to stack up the tier really fast as well because you're always taking trades with the way the new tier works as well. I say new, it's been like over a year, I feel. It's just really good. Corki's just in a great spot as now Rascal is trying to take him down. It's a one-on-one versus a one-on-one as now they're just going to team up onto the Corki, and Rascal is getting so much done. But here comes the TP down into the bottom side as Arya is threatening, but once again, not really going to be able to do much, at least not to help Rascal. All he can do is go top. So they take down Rascal and end his spree.
Halo mechanics right there from Dread. Very nicely done. Would have only delayed the inevitable if Rascal would have been able to jump away there. Kill going over to Kana. Not ideal, but not the worst either. I think a Ghost is the one that you'd rather have it on, but is all completely fine. And so again, KT with an attempt to try and go for some aggressive plays, try and push as much as they possibly can as they need with their comp, and then it really not working out. And really, I gotta give hats off to Nongshim, as there is the value of Lenson. He does pretty great.
He's good.
He's always there.
Yeah.
He's your friendly neighbor at Fresh.
He really is. I mean, he hasn't been making huge plays, but they don't really need him to make huge plays at this point in the game.
I don't think there's a lot that Peter could do while we would not be proud of him, though, if I'm being completely honest.
Even if he fails, it's like, oh, you know, he put in
He's a
good
beginner.
effort. Yeah.
He tried.
Yeah. He tried his best.
And I think really the key issue here is that KT is making this play without TF in general vicinity. Because I like looking for these kind of skirmishes. I think that these are the type of plays, the kind of messy 2v2 turn into 3v3 are what you're looking towards. But if TF is nowhere near, you can't utilize one of the strongest parts of this composition. And it's starting to feel like KT still very aware of the fact that they need to make plays, they need to go in. But it's not actually working out. And if you are not getting everything done that you need to with an early game comp and you are playing into a scaling comp, then it starts looking very silly very quickly. Still haven't quite hit the pinnacle yet, even with Corki about to hit his 2-item spike. Is still plenty of room if a misstep is made, but this is where, if you're a KT fan, you're starting to get worried. Or I guess you would be earlier because you're a KT fan and your life is very stressful.
The second you saw this draft, you were probably a little bit stressed.
I don't think the draft matters for this. I think it's just life of a KT fan.
True. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. This draft was very interesting from KT. Now, it's definitely not over, but there is something to say about, you know, current LCK right now is generally pretty slow. It's pretty scaly at the moment, so I mean, it's already beginning, guys. And it's not only Corki, but he's got friends, right? We've seen Corki Jin. I think we've even seen Corki Varus. We haven't seen too much Jinx, but this, I mean, she has incredible poke as well. Now, it's going to take her a little bit longer. There we go. Finally got that. To scale up. But at the end of the day, they're still doing incredible stuff. As here we go, TP. And the TF into the back. They're trying to kill the Corki, and they got the Corki immediately, and Ghost is all alone. No hope for him. KT get the perfect flank and engage, and now they're going for the Baron.
Beautifully done there by KT. Exactly what they needed. Making use of the power of re-engage. Rascal with the really, really deep teleport. Putting on a clinic on the Lee Sin here, showing why he is allowed to play the champion in the top lane. And now, that is probably going to be the Baron. I don't know. I think it might be the Soul as well. KT desperately clinging on to this game. Exactly what they needed. And yeah, with no teleport available and no Gnar, you can't be this far up as Nongshim. And in line with what they've been doing the entire game, KT, they commit fully. Rascal, deep teleport on the ward. We have, in addition to that, Twisted Fate at the ready.
잠깐만, 이거 나르 노텔인데? 나 여기 텔 찍고 싶은데?
He's saying that Nara is no teleport. You know, let's fight. I'll teleport behind them.
Corki.
Corki.
Well, KT win this game.
Baron.
No, he's going to get the vote. That's an easy one. Oh.
Hey, Trundle got the Drake.
He did.
And the objective bound.
Which, that doesn't make sense.
Hey, I mean, they're behind on gold.
As a Felbus giggle with her.
Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Big fan.
Well, that is actually really big. Because that means that the Elder fight is delayed by 5 minutes. And one thing that you run into as KT, which should be alleviated now with the Baron buff, is that your siege is not good.
It's not.
It's not a thing, actually.
Yeah.
It's technically there, but not really. The skirmishing, the flanking, the team fighting for this composition is stellar. We have seen the setup from Life. We have seen Rascal getting deep into the enemy backline. But trying to siege and not dive a turret is basically impossible. So that's why you have to do things like this. But I don't think Nongshim is going to ward into unwarded jungle, I say, as Dread
walks into unwarded jungle.
Yeah, I mean, he's still relatively safe, right? They have some control here.
Yeah, he has flash too.
And he has Peter. That's the
there you go. That's yeah. That's all you need, actually. Yeah, they're just biding their time.
Just wait.
And like you said, I mean, unless you're going to dive a turret, which, I mean, they have really good dive.
Oh, it's excellent.
Yeah. So that's why Ghost is just playing extremely passively. He says, well,
yeah,
as long as I don't get caught out, I should be fine.
I really like this game. Veldas. I think that KT showed that despite the inherent expiration date to their composition, they play it to the limits. Got thwarted a couple of times in early game, but they are not one to easily give up, as it leads to this beautiful gold graph. And Nongshim also showing that despite getting ahead early, you still need to be ready to deal with a KT that is very willing to throw down. And now I don't know where I stand on where the game is leaning. I think that the Baron actually didn't do as much as I would have hoped for. I think if you get an inhib, if you break open the base, that's when it becomes different. Because that's when Aria can really start split pushing. That's when you can put Rascal in the opposing side lane, and you can really leverage a lot more map pressure. But now I think once Baron buff is gone, as it ticks down, Nongshim is going to just sit there and say, okay, well, we're approaching our 3-item spikes. Ghost is getting closer, so is BDD. Perfectly fine.
Yeah, it is Corki after all. He's able to Valkyrie away. As you see the follow-up, Peter was looking to get into the action, but nobody else brave as him. So, just nothing gonna happen there. Cuz trying to do a little split push thing here in the mid, but only gets a little bit of damage. Baron is gone. And we go back. Lee Sin, highest level in the game, level 16, ahead of everybody else. He's been dominating that side lane, which is the main reason. Also a lot of kills picked up in that last fight. And I can understand why they keep allowing him to play Lee Sin top.
He gets a card. He gets it's okay, you can pick Lee card. It's like Dogdom and Fallows, like we don't like the blind picks, but some players get away with it. Talking about blind picks, I'm actually pleasantly surprised with Nongshim's utilization of the Jinx. As mentioned previously, I think into a Fallios it's always a good pick, but blind I was a little afraid that it was going to get punished. Did so kind of in terms of how immobile the pick is, but not so much in terms of laning phase. And now for Nongshim, the real question going into subsequent fights is how well are their flanks warded, and are they not completely shut down and scared after what was a really nice collapse coming through from KT. And I think it should also be a mistake that Nongshim can make once, but not again, as the death times get longer. Make sure that you've swept the way behind you and that you're always ready for a possible flank, because if Rascal gets behind the lines again and Arya can join him, it's a lot of power from Nongshim, but mostly when played front to back. If the enemy actually gets on top of you, that's when it gets really dicey, and KT thus far have been doing an expert job at getting behind enemy lines.
Yeah, they have a lot of tools to do it, not to mention the teleport. But
I like it.
You've got the TF, you have multiple ways to engage, even just with Cuz and life and aiming. BDE here with the package though, and he might just check it. Oh, that was even closer than I expected, but now they're spotted. It's Peter once again, the only one brave enough to go in there.
Cool it, Veldas.
We do have this Drake coming up here. You can see that Nongshim is thinking about pushing mid and then going into this, but already a ton of damage done as they will try to get a front-to-back fight. Rascal in a lot of trouble here. He's able to get the kick going though, and that will be enough. So Cloud Soul does go over to KT. There's actually not much else that Nongshim get. So KT pick up the big objective. They're trying to run towards the Baron now. KT should read into this.
Ooh. It's a blue trinket available. Aiming can take a look.
Oh, okay, he's able to get the one pillar, but it's not quite enough to continue the chase. The TF pretty fast with his Ghost he was able to pick up.
So the Sonic Waves come flying. Rascal zoning away. I don't think you can really answer him as Nongshim. I understand their instinct to try and get towards the river, take prio mid, and then run in. And if it was an Elder Drake, you would have had a time. This time around, though, not so much. Drake's going down very, very quickly. KT picking up the soul. And with a 3.5k goal lead, this game still very much KT's to win. Really liking how they took control of the mid game here. And clearly, KT, a team that is a force to be reckoned with as everyone moves towards that Baron. And if they can actually get into the river, Nongshim should be incredibly strong here. Look at life.
See that KT is really trying to hold down the river at this point in time. Gold cards held up. But they are going to pull off of the Baron. So again, you know, for Nongshim, we've been talking about this since the beginning, but as long as they delay and they wait at least until the Elder comes up, because I think if KT get the Elder at this point, they can maybe even just go front to back. And
yeah.
So you have to fight over that, but I think as Nongshim, you can kind of just wait around, you know, try to buy 4 more minutes and try to win a fight then.
Well, I assure you, if KT get Elder, they will fight. I don't know how. I don't know when. But they have so many ways to start a fight, and if you have Elder, one of the big issues that you have, right, is how actually you start the fight. And against Nongshim's comp, you have very little leeway. If Jinx or Corki stays alive, you're going to lose. If you invest trying to get through a Gnaw or a Thresh, that can backfire as well. But with Elder, none of that really matters as much, because just the raw amount of damage you're going to throw at the enemy team generally will be enough to at least execute one or two people, and then it's just clean up duty. And with that, I think 3.5 minutes of relatively laid back action. Maybe some more of those vision traps that KT have been doing, really keeping Nongshim on the back foot, afraid to run into unwarded territory.
Yeah, it's definitely a good option, especially because there is an objective to fight over. So there's some area that you can almost force Nongshim to come into and consider taking a fight before they necessarily want to. See that Nongshim as a team are moving in and trying to get as much vision as possible. But relatively well locked down so far up in that top river for KT. And so we go back and forth. Life doing a good job. He's trying to get some forward vision as well. You know, some potential flank teleport wards. As here we go. We're going to go for this Baron again, as it is pulled off of. The rocket does come through.
Might I highlight that BDD went for Death Stance?
Yeah.
That's a BDD build, if I've ever seen one, as here comes the Twisted Fate ultimate.
Okay, they're able to get that one in as a big engage comes in from Life, and Ghost is just all alone on the back. The Jinx does 0, and BDD goes down as well on the Corki. And there's just no more damage in this composition. We finally see the Gnar come out, but that is not going to be enough. KT find the engage, and they are going to shut down Nongshim here. As Dread is still on the run, looks like he should be able to get away, but the fight is still won.
Key thing there, though, is he pulls the wave. And that's going to delay at least a mid-push. I wonder whether we're going to see them. But there's a lot of turrets. I am fairly certain they can get an inhibitor, but it's not going to be the breakthrough. Might not even get that with Ghost and BDD on the way. And it looked like a beautiful play, and it worked out really, really nicely. Should get them the Baron. Because look at this flanking capabilities, right? Like Rascal being that deep behind enemy lines again, aided by Arya, who finds a really, really big stun card on Ghost there, and Ghost immediately forced to flash. He's trying so hard. It doesn't matter. Rascal finds the kick, and we gotta talk about these flanks, right? Like continuously, Nongshim are unable to protect their carries, even with the amount of peel that they have. And KT now, I think an 8k gold lead. Yeah, 8.5k that they have been able to pick up, and I'm wondering, BDD, if you build an offensive item here instead of a Death Dance, maybe those Corki rockets could have done a little bit more, but KT not getting the time.
Yeah.
Now pushing for a possible win here.
I think that's really the key thing, is that KT, the second they see an opportunity, they're going. They're not sitting around getting poked out by Corki rockets. They're not sitting around, you know, allowing Jinx to poke or whatever. They see Nongshim coming in, and they're like, okay, let's pull the trigger, let's fight, let's go. A lot of our lower ranked teams in the LCK will sit around and just watch.
KT does not. No, they're going. And I actually love, and I don't say this often, but I love the Black Cleavers. I think that this composition is basically exclusive AD damage, right? Twisted Fate doesn't really have a lot of AP to speak of, and there is an incredible amount of armor and similar resistances being built here by Nongshim, and you actually benefit greatly from it. Rascal!
No. Well, he's got a package. Will it matter? The answer is absolutely not, because of course Arya is right there, and the two first people to die again are, oh my god, Rascal's actually going to get out of that one. Unbelievable. And man, KT just, they came in here with the vision, with the goal in mind, and they are playing it amazingly. Just to say it straight up, they're going to take down this inhibitor and probably go for the game.
And I wish I could give my POG to Rascal and Arya. That duo are the ones that really kept finding the angles, kept finding the opportunities. And here you see the power of composition that maybe on paper doesn't scale as well, but if you pull the trigger and you pull it right, come on, Rascal.
Come on, Rascal, that's your KDA we're talking about. GG, he doesn't care, he gets the win. Loved the tempo they played this game with. KT seems like they're really beginning to get their footing here in LCK Spring.
Just really well done. I personally love if there's a good balance between scaling comps and aggressive comps winning. And, you know, you see the Kalista, you see the set, you see the Twisted Fate, the Lee, and you're like, no. But then the angles are found, and I'm really glad you highlight during the cast as well the key difference between clearly how KT are playing right now and how a lot of the teams that we've seen in the LCK falter with similar style compositions is they don't hesitate. They all in, they fully commit, they have faith in their players. And to me, again, like, it's Rascal, right? Like, he has found so many key kicks, and you can sense the confidence that the rest of his team is. Whereas for Nongshim, I think you go back as that one play where they overextended, when Na wasn't there, weren't allowed to be that far up with a teleport available. From that point on, they were never able to refine any momentum in the game.
Yeah, you know, one slip up is all it takes against a good team. And that's what we're calling KT now. I mean, they're just a straight up great team. And that is what they showed here in game number 1. It's funny, you were talking about Rascal. When he was on Gen G, there were a lot of big voices, I would assume. But now, you know, he's one of the longer tenured members in the LCK at least. And now he's on this roster. He's doing a lot of talking and things seem to be going well. Damage doesn't matter, guys. Yeah. Don't look at the damage.
No, but like...
But actually do.
I think you're going to start banning Lee again. And I didn't think I would say this after the fall of grace that he's had. But honestly, just wonderful performance. From Rascal, I think he and Aria really were, to me, the big difference makers. But it was a team effort, right? It was, as mentioned previously, yeah, Rascal was the one leading the charge, but the rest of the team went in. Aiming, I think, actually ended up being deathless on Kalista as well. Picked up a couple of kills there near the end. Live, as per usual, his set was exemplary. And it also showcases that Nongshim, I like the draft. There was a lot of scaling elements to it. But if KT is going to play that high tempo a match, then you got to reel it back a little bit.
For sure. Well, guys, we're going to have to take a break and come back with the analyst desk. Don't go anywhere.
밟을 수 있어. 여기 와도 몰라.
나 잡게. 코르케.
코르게 나왔어. 코르게 잡았고.
나 살았고. 야, 앞으로 가.
나 27초. 나 뭐 안 됐어. 우리 통만 말하자. 나를.
앞으로 가.
끝내자. 나 더블 1초.
앞으로 줘.
루플이야. 몰카 해줘. 안다.
끝내자. 이렸다.
뽕이 너무 쓰레기 같은데. 괜찮아, 잘했어.
괜찮아. 너무 잘했어. 너가 더 잘해.
맞아.
대한갑 이기는 거야, 우리. 아리아 됐어요. 최고야.
고맙습니다. 아, 맞아? 나 근데 끌릴 것 같은데? 끌리면 한다. 끝내자.
안 죽어줄 줄. 아니, 한 명 차줘, 마로. 차줘.
콜카 말해.
야, 죽여.
Bro, bro.
When the sky falls and the sun turns black, when the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer, can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the analyst chairs with a supportive rug in the middle. I'm Atlas, this is Wolf, and that was actually a really intense game of League of Legends between KT and Nongshim.
It certainly was. KT came out with a W. This team is looking better and better match by match. Look at the draft here. I didn't trust KT's draft that well. Now, I know Life's great on the set. We've seen him work well with Ruler's Callista so many times in the past. But I thought with the expiration date that this comp has and how it will struggle to transition to late game, especially considering how slow KT have played all of their games this season, I didn't think they'd be able to pull it through. But they kept that tempo advantage, and Rascal just kept putting the pressure on every single time he had an opportunity to flank. He took it, and he kept them in the lead.
He absolutely did. Rascal was just unbelievable, and has been so far this whole season, right? Even at Worlds, we were like, oh, is Rascal really going to be enough here for Gen G? They weren't, but they did make it to a 5-game series against the eventual world champions in the semifinals, so obviously something must have gone well. But Rascal looks even better than he has looked for all of last year. There was honestly a lot of question marks around him, but this year, every single game, absolutely amazing stuff. 2 games on the Lee Sin now, and the second one better than the first.
Yeah, he's also one of the only players to have played the top Akali to find success too.
Yeah, was the first one to do the tank Akali build before King did it today.
He's basically leading his own kind of miniature meta in the top side of the map. He's playing his own style, maybe a style that he wasn't allowed to play at Gen G. Maybe he wasn't allowed to kind of take it into his own hands. And I think a lot of the time, it's not about how good the player is only, it's often where they are, what their teammates can allow them to do, and how comfortable you feel. And I think Rascal looks extremely comfortable on this KT roster.
Yeah, exactly right. That actually brings us to our first highlight as well, which is one of these Rascal flanks. As we check it out, this is Nongshim overstaying, and at this point, it felt like Nongshim had a modicum of control of this game.
Yeah, at this point, Nongshim were in pretty nice control, which is why they were this far pushed up in general, trying to catch any KT members who were going to come into the jungle to contest. But you're pushed up that far against a team that has a Twisted Fate who could Destiny behind you, and Rascal has a teleport. They didn't clear all the wards on their way up, so Rascal has an opportunity to get in there. And it was also the first time we really highlighted BDD's overextensions and bad positionings here on the Corki. It's not his first Corki this season, but neither of his Corki games have looked great so far, I have to be honest.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a dicey situation. That first one, I think the laning phase in his first game was a lot more dicey than it was this time, so I guess BDD has improved there, but hasn't really gotten used to the Corki again, unfortunately, this season. And Nongshim, looking a bit shaky, right? Dropping their first series in a match that we feel like they should have been able to win, and then being able to take down Damwon Kia. Like, what does this mean for this team? And I think it just shows there's a whole lot of inconsistency for these guys, and they really need to pull it together some way, somehow. And thankfully, they've got another game in order to do so. But to get there, let's go into our last highlight that we have for you here. This is one of the final team fights. This shows you that you just need to ban Life's set in a lot of situations, right? Like, just do it. I think you just have to bite the bullet.
Arya's positioning here is great. He's able to not only get a first gold card off, but then get here into the backside of this team fight to help execute Ghost, which Rascal does over the wall there with a Q. The fight is basically over at that point. But this comp, we were making jokes about it back here because Chronicler said, like, it had an expiration date. This is like when your grandma is like, hey, it's still good. Just sprinkle 4 stopwatches on that comp. It's gonna be fine. They did use 2 stopwatches in that last team fight. The execution was great. They had great turn there. And Nongshim just didn't really look like they knew how to approach their late game composition, because their comp was, you know, factually stronger at that stage of the game, but they couldn't approach the objectives well. They weren't clearing vision well enough.
Yeah, and it actually looked like the composition was going to be okay. Actually, straight out of the gate, I had a lot of great things to say about Nongshim and how they drafted. I really liked the Trundle pick. I thought that was absolutely fantastic. Not only do you deal with the Callista as they were reacting to in the draft, but also 1v1s very nicely against the Xin Zhao in the early stages of the game, which we saw actually evidenced. But if you don't play as a team, if you don't manage to utilize the tools that you have, and maybe if you don't have Life on his set, then it becomes more of an issue. So I'm looking forward to seeing who picks up player of the game. I think Life or Rascal could get it, but let's bring it up. And it is going to be Rascal, the man on the top side of the map. 300 points now, just 100, I believe, below our frontrunner.
The conversation has to be had, Atlas. You and I were talking about back here backstage about it, but is Rascal the best top laner in LCK Spring 2022 so far?
I think so.
I think so too. I personally have been feeling it even since last week. I thought his performance on the top lane was the best. I mentioned that on Pog State, and after watching both of his games this week here too, as Lee Sin top, he's looking to be the strongest top laner even in lost games. And this is not one of those cases. He helped dominate the mid game here and led them to such great success in a lot of these skirmishes where BDD and co were overextended. Yep. But I think, you know, if you have a few, if you're a fan of another team and you're thinking, oh, my top laner is better, like, take a closer look at some of these plays and tell me. Because right now, I'm sold on Rascal being, at this very moment, the best top laner in LCK.
Yep, I would say that he's the man to beat at this point in time. Definitely having an absolute rip snorter over time up there towards the top side. Keen also had a really good, 13 out of 13 as well, which is pretty dang impressive. But he's got another game that he can do it in as well. So now it is time to throw it over to our commentators, Valdez and Chronicler, in order to bring us game number 2.
Thank you, Atlas and Wolf. And indeed, we were also having a rip snorter of a time with that first game. Fantastic word, Atlas. Thank you for that. As, yeah, I mean, at this point, Rascal is looking like the best top laner in the LCK. Can he keep it up and retain that title is something yet to be seen. As it said something like Rascal.
I read Rascal.
Yeah, he's going to tear Nongshim apart or something like that.
Well,
as so far that has been a bit of the story.
Yeah, I am loving it. As we mentioned during the cast as well, I really like it when games have a healthy balance between being able to be greedy but not too greedy, right? Being able to actually play a comp according to what is expected of it. And KT played that comp to a T. Yeah, the very early game was not the greatest. First couple of plays didn't go right, but they kept looking for the same opportunities, and led by Rascal. Perfect 13 out of 13. Not even a media vote. That could be thrown in this array. Says a lot about his performance there.
Yeah, it's very good to see. Not getting those 13 out of 13s very often nowadays, so happy when we do.
It's even harder, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I have to admit, you know, me in my time, I've been guilty of a 12 out of 13 every now and then.
In your time, is that now?
It happened, well, yeah.
Was that yesterday?
That was like last week, yeah. I'm trying to... Valdez, just let me have this, okay? I was admitting something shameful. You just put me on the spot like that.
Yeah.
Don't feel like that's necessary.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
It'll happen.
I can, from you, I can handle it.
Well, they were calling for the set ban, and they got it. So, seems like our analyst chairs are not the only ones on the case.
I don't think you ban Lee. Reason why I think that is because you ban Lee in the second rotation, or you lock Poppy, and then you're fine. Then you're still okay, and you don't have to be as worried. As I'm pretty sure KT is going to let the Corki go through again. I was not a fan of BDD's build in that previous game. I think that if as Corki you are building defensive items, you've already reached the point where if they get to you, Death Dance not going to help you. And if they don't get to you and you have Death Dance, you do very little, which is what we saw there. And I'm usually one who likes, you know, experimental builds as the Caitlyn does get taken away. And wonder if we're going to see the Jinx again. I think the Jinx was not the problem in that previous game. As long as it's not an Aphelios first pick, I'll be happy. Now, I know that generally saying that summons it, but let's hope that this time around that is not going to be the case. As there we go. Don't mind that at all. Now I wonder whether KT is going to pick away the Fresh, or if they say that combo, we don't really care about.
Yeah, I mean, they were able to deal with it before, but this time no set. So that is one thing that they will have to handle if they wanted to replicate what their comp did in game number 1. Kalista first would definitely say, okay, well, you don't need set if you have Kalista, but the Jarvan is available for Cuz, and that is going to be the choice.
Yeah, a Jarvan Kalista here I think is great. What you can even do as KT, you can lock in as third pick here your lead for Rascal, which I think at this point you do, and then you just ban the Poppy, and then you're completely fine. Might not want to take the risk of picking that in a blind situation regardless, but I think with how good Rascal looks on it, I think you'd be super afraid. However, he's also looked good on this, but could be a flex pick. Can go to Arya, can go to Rascal. That is a remains to be seen type of situation. as that is fabulous.
Rakali.
Yep.
Russ.
I love that.
Very cool. Really liked the drawing too. Thresh seems good.
Seems good. Yeah, I agree. Seems good.
Thumbs up from me. And what is going to be the change up here? I'm just taking Corki again.
I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind it. I think that Vex could be really good. I think that a Poppy lock-in for Dread here would be stellar. You already have enough dashes and you take away the opportunity for the enemy team. I'm not loving that.
Kana's angry.
Well, yeah.
Says, I'm going to play my Graves.
I don't think Graves is great into Akali. And Tryndamere is also still open. And I could also see Rascal just say, okay, that's fine, I can play Lee into that and not care.
You're not going to ban Graves? You can't stop Kana's Graves. That's what that says. Hashtag #NongShinLin.
Well,
also LCK and our sponsors. And Kalista does come through. So they weren't lying about that hover.
Well, part of that is definitely right. The Graves was not banned this time around. And it's picked up. As mentioned, I would not mind a Poppy ban coming through here. I think that Poppy, like, honestly ruins everyone on KT.
Yeah.
Like really bad. Like, imagine playing Kalista into Poppy. Like, I cannot overstate that.
Yeah.
Hey,
we did it. Some Poppy respect in the LCK.
Yeah.
Didn't think I would see that in my time.
I was really worried about this. And sometimes, you know, as a caster, you just keep saying stuff in the hope that it might influence the universe somehow. And in this case, KT's entire draft was not ruined by a stray Poppy that made it through. Like the Tryndamere here, I think that you don't want to ban Lee now, considering I don't think Lee is that great a matchup in the Graves. Yes, Rascal is really comfortable on it, and it might be an Akali. And if you throw 2 bans towards a top laner, when he might just end up playing Akali, which he has done in the past as well, you're going to feel a little bit bad about that. Instead, I would rather like him see maybe ban away support, take away some of the power there, as that is a BDD staple.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Still getting bans for Azir.
Yeah.
Even in this meta.
Yeah. I don't think we've seen any Azir yet. If I remember, maybe once, if I remember correctly.
I feel like we've seen one, but I'm looking
maybe one, but especially for LCK standards, and considering the amount of
I don't think we have
Corki and Victor we've seen, Pigeon hasn't really made his way around yet. But this is an interesting ban here, because I actually feel like this would be really good for Nongshin. Right? I think that Vex does very well into what KT have drafted so far as beautiful. Yeah. Don't even know where it's going.
Gragas for
Could be
life. Yeah, I would imagine it goes there. You save the counter pick and the flex for Rascal and Arya.
This is beautiful, because you don't know what's going where. This could be a Gragas top with an Akali support, and then there's a counter pick for life, right? Or it could be the Gragas support, and you still
said
don't know
Akali support, by the way.
Oh, my bad. Well, you know what?
Yeah.
I don't think we'll see that. Maybe if Carrier was in the game.
That would be nice. I like that.
Yeah. You could throw her in, and then she doesn't need it. She's a Kali.
There you go.
As the Victor pickup, again, Nongshin. Don't mind the draft, but I think you're again going in very heavily on the scaling element of it between Victor and Jinx. You're looking at items that need a decent amount of time. Zinza obviously strong, should help enable. But as a whole, you need to execute a lot cleaner than you did last time around.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised that if Nongshim after game 1, they were looking at all the replays. Like, everybody was in there, Ghost had the mouse, and I wouldn't be surprised if they just want to execute better and play a similar draft.
I think it's fine.
What is going to be the pick here for KT? A huge question, as it looks like Gwen is going to be the pick, and that will be going into the top lane.
And it is indeed Akali here for Arya, playing one of his beloved assassins, Rascal on a carry as well. And KT, very similar spike, I'd say, in terms of where the power lies. However, this time around, very heavy on the AP, which you're going to feel good about going into the Graves. A lot of short range again, but last time around didn't prove to be a problem. I feel like it's even worse this time, because if you're playing short range into Graves, Victor, and Thresh, like that's not good.
Yeah.
But that's what I thought. The previous game, and KT still made it work. I think they have again, an incredible amount of engaging power, a lot of displacement as well. And very similar kind of game plans here for both teams on either side.
Yeah, it does seem that way. Can't argue that on the Nongsim Red Force side. They even have more damage this time. You remember last game they had like a Trundle and the Gnar. It's not that much. Now they have a Graves in the top side, so you're even adding more in terms of that scaling damage. Even Xin Zhao, you know, he's got some damage.
He does.
He's got a spear.
Yeah. It's just when compared with what KT had, I'm like, no, actually they don't have damage. Never mind. And
not for 30 minutes.
Yeah. And KT, again, very heavy on the magic damage. I would like to see Ari go for the tankier build. I think that you can really utilize it in some of those mid-game skirmishes. I'm sure they're going to be looking for.
You mentioned mid-game skirmishes. If I'm KT and you won in that manner, that confidently, without hesitation, just do it again.
Yep.
You know, ride that wave. Don't mix anything up. Are you okay?
No, it's just so what you're saying is when you win, just do that again.
Yeah.
And win again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what you do in solo queue. You don't lose and you win.
Yeah.
That's how you.
No, I just want to make sure that I got all of the advice.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's what you got to do.
Just win.
It's my advice for all you guys. There's probably some of you out there playing solo queue as you listen. Just win.
They didn't know.
It's that easy.
No one ever told them, Valdez. What a horrible thing.
Yeah. They're going to sweep this ward here. That's pretty nice. Give some gold to aiming.
Ari's playing Escort, saying hello. And looks like, based on the runes, no conditioning, instead second wind and unflinching, which would suggest that Ari are not going for the half-stacking build here, but could still go for it with a different set of runes available to him. Junglers pathing in opposite sides. Cuz going to make his way towards bot side. I was about to say I would honestly not mind it if he paths straight to bottom and gets in her on the initial crash that aiming and life are sure to find. But he is going to take a little bit more time. Hopefully coordination is still there, because getting some early sums out of Ghost and Peter is going to make that lane very oppressive.
You can see them pushing up. Like, there was a ward on the red buff, so KT do know that the Xin Zhao started down on the bottom side of the map. So life and aiming giving a little bit of respect. The fact that Xin Zhao could be here. There's another ward right above them, just in case. They should be just fine to begin to put on the pressure here. Let's see exactly where Dread is going to path. Looks like he is going north.
Doesn't really have any other options here, as Kuz looking to be going for the full clear, aiming and life. I think now shoving that third wave into the turret, and off of that, hopefully going to be able to create an opportunity for Kuz. And otherwise, if Prior on bot side can make sure that their jungler gets their camp, as Kuz having a little bit of an edge in terms of the overall clear here. And Kana really enjoying his early laning phase, as to be expected. Gwen really needing a little bit more time, a little more levels, and especially that Riftmaker before she becomes a real medicine lane.
Yeah, of course the Gwen going to play a little bit different in terms of the way that she will carry compared to the Lee Sin.
Oh yeah.
Saw a lot of flanking, a lot of, you know, engages and kicks and stuff like that from the Lee Sin when Rascal was playing that. Gwen very much kind of a straight up champ. You run in, you throw a bunch of needles in, you stay alive, do a lot of damage, snip, snip. And that's about it. But you know that Rascal can do it. As Peter's going to take huge damage here, has to flash away. I have to say, maybe that's the one time that Peter has messed up so far. I don't think that positioning was quite too solid there.
Not really nicely done by Life. And we also saw Kuz in the general vicinity, not wanting to actually go for a play there with the heal and the flash is still available. But doesn't really need to. They make sure that the lane is shoved, get the back. Although I was about to say I would not be surprised to see Ghost try and fish. And that actually does substantially delay aiming. I don't know if he still is going to go for it. No, it looks like he is indeed staying in lane. Kind of playing chicken there, and Ghost is going to go back. Considering it's a cannon wave, the risk for them is minimal. Dread also making their way over. And that might now create an opportunity for Live to look for a play, possibly in mid, if you look at how far the lane is pushed up. And Cuz can make his way down. A nice angle for a Dragon early on as well. Last time around, they went for that. Would not mind them doing that again, as we're looking at top lane because there's not a lot of action happening on this map. Right now.
Right now. As you say that, right now, BDD is getting ganked. Not going to be good enough, though. But you're putting on pressure, and it's still good to just chop down the health bar. It makes Nongshim a little bit less likely to fight over the Dragon. Stuff like that, you know. Not every gank has to amount to a kill or a summoner.
And as mentioned, also makes the level 6 of an Akali just a little bit scarier. Again, the double heal, I keep seeing it, and I remain a, well, not a fan.
Hater.
Yeah, well, I don't want to say hater. That's especially for me a little bit strong, is cuz...
Oh. You know, he really wanted the pink ward.
Didn't get it.
Sometimes you just can't resist. Azaria's going in on level 6 Victor, not respecting the potential of that, especially when the wave is pushing into him. That's one of the very minute details of the mid lane that you do need to keep track of, especially when you're not super high on health.
Oh god. Yeah, that went from being quite nice for KT to another early game disaster. As Cuz bullied out of his own jungle, missing a camp, Dread, as per usual, playing with very measured, well-executed aggression. And because of that play on mid, Arya also forced to TP, uses flash, and all the pressure is gone. It's Cuz!
Cuz he does have Flag and Drag. He's knocked up in the middle of it, and he starts walking the other way because he knows that he is dead. He wants to get closer to his allies. Dread still playing with his food, and you know what? He was a little bit greedy there, could have just taken the lantern and gotten out, but instead, he gets punished for it.
Oh, Zinzaus. It happens sometimes. It's the same as it is with Olaf. Could have taken the perfectly fine lantern that Peter was throwing him. A literal lifeline being thrown his way. And he was like, no, I can get the kill. And he didn't get the kill.
Let me just get the kill and get out.
Yeah.
And
now...
flashed before his eyes.
Yeah, now you gave a kill to Arya, who is very happy with that. Is going to go for the tank build after all, even without the health stack / tankier runes. Instead opting into a little bit more survivability, which against the Victor, especially BDD's Victor, I think is perfectly fine.
I haven't seen BDD miss a laser yet.
No, I think that you can really see the difference with BDD, especially between champions he's really comfortable on. Because I think his Corki was okay. I think the laning phase was fine.
Yeah.
But, you know, outside the laning phase, not so much. However, this time around, really putting the hurt on Arya overall, but also kind of understandable, right? It's not like you pick the Akali for specifically a lane, as we get the lane swap here. Aiming and Live going to shove that in, and that is a very clear precursor to a Drake setup that's about to come through. Rascal going to have to clear the wave, but does have his ultimate if he wants to do so. And I would not be surprised to see Nongshim instead try and rotate up towards that, as they still have a little bit of time left here.
Yeah. By Drake, you mean the Rift Herald, of course. Yeah. Everybody up here at the moment, except for Rascal, who has his teleport in case that does break out. So it's going to make it harder for Ghost to just get free turret plates on the bottom side like they were able to do in game number 1, which is it's very good to see. Nongshim's still going to do the same thing, though. Ignore it, get the Drake, and get the turret plates.
It was right after all. Just not in the way I want it to be. As they do go for Drake. Nice counter response here. Kana also playing very respectful, which we really appreciate. Don't like it when top laners are playing on the weak side of the map and then try desperately to cling onto the carcass of their turret. As we do need to now see a response from Nongshim, as Rascal...
He saw him, and he's not backing away. He's just going for the play. He's just going into 3 people. He's trying to kill Ghost here, and he will not be able to. Not going to happen. He had enough time to just back away, but instead decided he would run into 3.
Not ideal. He's ironically enough still going to be enough. I feel like initially there he was trying to just clear the wave, and then he was like, oh, okay, well that's not happening, and try to solve the situation by, as you point out, going for Ghost. But it did get them first turret block. So it's not a great trade, not one you're going to be super happy with, but not one that was completely in the favor, as this is key dread, right? Unfortunately, we also have another key dread moment like right afterwards. This is more. This is spring 2022 dread, and then this right here is post 15 minutes 2021 dread, all in the same play. As I don't know about that one. I think you can just sack the turret and be completely fine.
Yeah.
With the vision that you had.
It was kind of cool that Peter sent out the Lantern to Dread instead, identifying that, okay, we want to kill the Gwen as fast as possible rather than use the shield for the Jinx to try to keep her alive.
I agree.
If that were me, I probably would have just shielded the Jinx.
Yeah.
And then she would have died anyway. But Dread is able to wrap around the Lantern fast enough and follow up, get the kill. And now we have rotated back, actually. So KT, they did that swap. They get the top turret with the Rift Herald, and now they're back down to the bottom side of the map with their bottom duo.
And with the initial Dre going to Nongshim, looks like this time around we will have a relevant soul on the map. And KT, much more so than I think in the previous game, have alternative win conditions, right? Yes, the scaling is amazing for Nongshim, but I do think that in a 1v1 side laning scenario, both Arya and Rascal are very, very hard threats to deal with. And with BDD also going heal as opposed to teleport, the cross-mapping full dose is very, very spooky as Ghost. He knows. He doesn't trust it.
They're still in there. The Jarvan was spotted too, so seems like with the invade into their jungle, KT just gonna back out of the brush, not do any silly stuff. Life's still here, he's got his flash. Looking to actually try to engage. It does come in, the bait, but Dread is totally healthy. As now he gets the Fade's Call over the wall there, and they're not going to continue on this one. A lot of strange fights being taken in this game, I feel.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. I think as Nongshim it's fine because again they're the ones that are very aware of where everyone is and are able to execute quite nicely. But then Arya is just pushing in mid, not able to actually join the play, and BDD is already there. And yeah, also starting at a very, very early.
Oh boy, Life is so dead. Not even given time to flash. Dread is right there. Chomper's not even needed. They just burst him down.
Nice one, Peter. Know where this was going, and honestly, justifiably so. Very good setup in. It's the hook into the Chompers. It's a combo as old as time. This came in, definitely wouldn't have died, but it's annoying. Now he can't back. Gonna have to wait for the wave to get shoved in. As could have waited a little bit longer there. Maybe denied another minion. And now we're starting with the map getting broken open to see more of this sideline pressure. Now KT is behind 1k gold overall, but crucially I don't think their side laners are very, very far behind. There's more the discrepancy between Dread and Cuz that I think is going to be a big issue. As look at this hook.
Oh, perfect.
Very clean. And yeah, Dread gets the kill, but it's Peter that actually sets up that play.
Yeah, he was probably already communicating it, you know, like 10, 15 seconds ahead. Big fan.
I get it, yeah.
Yeah.
Get it as much.
He's liking the Thresh play. I think he's doing better here in game number 2.
Arya, no. Didn't hit the camera.
Yeah, it's okay. That's going to be a miss on the flag and drag here. Dread is continuing to go in, but he used Xin Zhao with a Thresh nearby, so he will be just fine. But it does mean that he doesn't have his Crescent Guard for this upcoming fight. Not sure that KT feel too confident to take it, but they are sticking around.
They kind of have to. I don't think that you can really afford to give this one up as easily. With Nongshim, all of them are there. And look at the kill threat. Look at Arya and Rascal. They're the ones that are going to have to do the big damage. If Amy can stay alive, they're in a good spot. But meanwhile, mid-wave is getting shoved in.
Yeah, and Dread is okay. It wasn't really being denied access, but I think Nongshim as a team just decided to give that one up. We do have another Chem Tech.
Oh boy.
Drake and Soul, I should say. Dread here on the edge, just having fun with that so far. And yeah, I mean, they decide basically to back off the Drake and they get the mid turret for it. So they're getting more and more gold into their pockets, really trying to boost themselves up through this awkward early stage for their comp.
I think everything about this is very reminiscent of the previous game, right? It is Nongshim with the better scaling comp than KT. Last time around, I think they got a little bit of a bigger deficit early on. But then they found a couple of pivotal mid-game fights, and from that point on, they were firmly in control, playing very, very high-tempo League of Legends, constantly catching their opponents off guard. That moment hasn't come in this game yet. It's Nongshim that is quietly, steadily getting ahead of the curve, and it's either going to have to be through very, very diligent side laning or stacking of those Camtech Drakes that I think KT is going to have to find a little bit more of a foothold in this game. And Riftmaker not done yet. Arya still sitting on the first item, really wants to build towards that demonic embrace. And Cuz has not been able to really have the biggest impact on the game thus far.
Yeah, a lot of the time he's kind of either flag and dragging in to then just immediately back away, or just kind of getting caught in the jungle by Dread that one time.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, he's had a lot of success on the Jarvan so far. He's 4-0 on the champion, but, you know, perhaps just the weaker opponents, he was able to build up some confidence, some wins on that one. Kana's doing an excellent job of farming, by the way. He's got the most CS in the game. Has been kind of hanging out, playing PvE down in the bottom side.
Man doesn't enjoy himself on Graves, as we have seen countless times. That also means a bounty now on his head just by the virtual farm. And I am looking at KT in the first team fight, because I feel like we haven't really seen that yet. We've seen some skirmishes, but in a straight up 5v5 last time around, their ability to find the backline is aiming.
Yeah, aiming, really getting aggressive on this one. Cuz has to flash away. Rocket not going to land, but you don't know what's on the opposite side of that brush. You don't have any vision there, so you have to be very careful about the fights you're taking.
As I was saying, last time around, KT's ability to find the backline was exceptional. They did really, really well, even despite the peel that was available, and continuously were able to get on Ghost, get on BDD, blow them up, and play from there. However, this time around, thus far, that hasn't really happened yet, and just like last game, that moment's got to come sooner rather than later, as Arya...
Hey, he's going on into this one. A lot of damage comes out, but it's not enough to get the execution. By the way, Dread was coming up just in case Arya really wanted to push the envelope. The heal kind of helping out there a little bit, as I suppose Arya might have been able to flash auto for a kill without it, but either way, we'll see how that double heal does fare later on in the game.
Yeah, I'm personally just believing just get exhaust and it will do very similar things if you you time it well. As BDD finishes his sword and boots, but it's going to be KT that kind of outplay from here on out. Because if you play straight up team fights, look at the enemy team, right? You have a Victor that's steadily building towards 2 items. Ghost is very, very safe. Unlike last game, not actually getting very far behind compared to Aiming's Kalista. And then Kana's Grace is kind of self-explanatory, very fed just of the overall gold that he was able to pick up, killing creepies. And this next fight, I think, is going to be pivotal, because either KT kind of even out the gold lead, get themselves a Chemtech Drake, and give themselves a lot more openings later down the line, or they lose this fight. And last time around, I thought it was game over when they fell behind. It wasn't, but this time it's for real. I'm serious, guys. Like, as I say,
sure,
that inevitably it will end up not being true, but that is the risk that as casters we have to take.
This time around, I actually wouldn't mind the Victor going for the Shadow Flame. I think it makes a lot of sense here. Nobody's really building any MR. You already have Sork Boots and Ludens. You can just expound upon that and really just begin doing near true damage with that. Build Void Staff second if you want, or some kind of defensive item. I think you're good. We'll see what he does end up going into. As for now, we're just going to focus on this Dragon fight. Arya's in mid. He does have teleport, but With the Dragon already started up and some pressure onto the bottom side of the map, Cuz not really in position just yet to get the steal as the flash comes in onto aiming the hook over the wall, but the cleanse is there. That is a lot used by Peter to try to get that kill. Rascal desperately trying to get him, but the stopwatch is perfect as now Arya is doing a good job on the chase, but he's basically the only one. Cuz stays alive for a long time, but can Arya do it all alone? Is really the question. They see him all the way, and the flash is over. Will do it. He picks up one extra for the triple, but Nongshim get the big slice of that pie.
Oh, that is a painful fight for KT. The one saving grace there is that now Arya is monstrously fed, and he didn't have demonic embrace yet in that fight. That is a really, really big spike that you need, and that might have changed the course of this one. Peter going aggressive on aiming barely having any impact in this fight at all. Same for Rascal, unfortunately, trying to get as much done as possible, but with a result that everyone on Nongshim standing on top of him, able to actually do the damage. And then the fact that Kana dies here is actually really well done by Arya, right? Like, look at this. Able to...
Auto Q.
Yeah, just barely get him. And now the Demonic Embrace is done. This is not end of the world. I think if Arya didn't get all those kills and it was spread, maybe Life picks one up, maybe one goes to Cuz, you're still in dire straits. It's still not good, but after last game, like I can't call KT out until they actually have lost. But Nongshim, with the confidence, they get the Drake, and they should be in a commanding lead from here on out.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm very happy I mentioned the Victor build because he's actually rushing Zhonya second.
I like it a lot as well.
And, you know, it definitely makes sense when you're going up against the super fed Akali, right? But it is going to delay his damage. And the amount of damage that he does is going to take him a little longer to scale. So maybe KT can get something out of that. I still think it's very good, especially when you're going into Akali and Starvin especially, and all the engage and the casts that is coming out here. So being alive is better than, you know, being alive and doing less damage is better than, you know, doing no damage at all because you're dead.
And honestly, I agree with you. I think that Shadow Flame would be the option. The benefit, of course, of Zhonya's is the classic Victor move where they engage on you and then you place your W and your ult and then you just press Zhonya's and watch them all die. And that is a possibility. So here they go.
KT's finding some spots, but Dread is not scared of anything. And so he just goes in on that one. Nice dodge by Cuz. Arya not ever really able to engage with his team. And that was mainly because, of course, Dread did move forward rather than back.
There's Rascal moving into the camouflage there. Maybe looking for a cheeky angle for the teleport, not actually working out. As going for Morello's second on Gwen with Cosmic Drive being as good as it is somewhat questionable to me. Very much sends a signal that he is looking for the side lane, right? Because if you're actually playing against Graves, that does make a lot of sense with the amount of sustain that he has available. But whether or not that's actually going to pay off with how far ahead Kana is remains to be seen, because I don't know if it is going to provide you with as much as, for example, a Cosmic Drive would have had. Because I think in team fights, spreading Grievous Wounds is when, like, you're going to do a good job with your ultimate, but it's basically just Sin, right outside of Graves, that does healing, and I don't think Sin healing is really the key factor in this game.
Cuz finds a nice little spot here. Doesn't look like the Crescent card is available, but it's fine because Peter is there on the Thresh, and Dread is going to throw up the crab.
A little bit of desperation there, I feel like, from KT. If there's an objective here, there's a Drake there, and I think that teleport is fine, but now you miss a key cooldown. Flanks, it'll be a lot harder for Arya. Can't shove him in a side lane and then wait for him to get pressure and collapse on the Drake whenever necessary. Instead, Nongshim is getting further and further and further ahead. BDD picking up another kill, now has the stopwatch available. Dread not even using his ultimate there in the previous fight. I think he did have it available as Peter was very, very ready. And now this next team fight, I think is going to be make or break for KT. If Arya can't come up big, if him and Rascal can't shred through those enemy lines, then I don't think that, unlike last game, there's really a way for KT back in this one.
And you know what? I love to meme stopwatch a lot, memeing basically saying it's the best item in the game and how strong it is and you should always get it. But you were talking about this next fight being the make or break moment. we just had 3 stopwatches bought, and that's a one-use item, basically. So
no, it is.
You need to get it with that 600 gold. It's better than, like, I don't know, an ability tome or anything else, even like an elixir. You know, the stopwatch is going to help you in potentially a very crucial moment in the next fight that can allow you to stay in this game. So I love those purchases. As we do have Arya in the back there in the Chemtech. He is spotted because there is a ward, and Xin Zhao is going to get the dragon. As now the fight is going to break out. They're trying to get on top of Kana. Arya's not doing a great job as Rascal in the front line. He is going to stopwatch, but where is the damage coming out of KT? Aiming finally able to take down one, but Arya was really the fed one on their team. And you see Dread is basically just running at all of them, is able to survive forever. And they do get the Drake and the win in the team fight. Kana still on the chase, just going to one-tap him and take him down. Nongshim in such an amazing spot right now.
And there you see the benefit of Nongshim keeping this game relatively low action and getting those solo laners behind, because while the health bars go low, the time that they buy is essential. Now they're going to start up this Drake, only Rascal alive, and I don't think he has anything to say about this whatsoever. And it is looking like we might be going to a third game here on this one, with Nongshim basically drafting a very similar style composition, and this time out it works a lot better as, look, double flank, and because of how far behind they are, it's not really enough, right? Like, yes, it's an okay engage by live, but Ghost immediately gonna get over the wall here, and then look how long it takes Rascal. Doesn't even get on Ghost, right? Like, he uses everything. Yeah, this is a nice play by Cuz, but aiming too short range, can't get on those carries. Same for Arya, who is off to the side. And with that, we see the, I think, final really possibility for KT to get any further in this game. Won very favorably with Nongshim. Now they have Baron, and this should be it. And I hesitate to say it, but this time around, I don't know what you can do as KT. I think you just are not going to hit the amount of damage that you need anymore. And now the stopwatches are there for Nongshim to make it even harder.
That's true.
Yeah.
Definitely double stopwatch even for our fellow Victor player.
I like it.
Yeah. And yeah, I mean, Arya, he was trying his best to kill Kana in that last one. He missed a couple of abilities, but even if he hit them, I think Kana would have survived, especially with the amount of survivability that he has and lifesteal and all that. As now the Baron push is coming in. You can see that this comp is going to have a very nice amount of siege, as aiming might just die. They're coming in on him. He is going to stopwatch and then die. As you see, okay, just the party cask in there at the end. This is going to be a 5-for-0, and at least KT are not going to delay it too much. Even Kana just going to shoot him down as the triple kill comes in, and we will be going to a game 3. Nongshim with a defiant comeback here in game number 2. Not too much room given over to KT. Nongshim pretty much ahead the entire time, and they make a statement that they want to come back and win the series.
And after a game number 1 that was dictated by opportunities that were not taken for Nongshim, and a KT that was able to wrestle control of the game and never give it up. In this one, it's the exact opposite, and I think that as Nongshim, after game 1, they were like, okay, this game plan is fine. It's just the execution that was off. And after this one, I'm inclined to believe them. Unlike the previous game, they don't overextend into enemy jungle too far. They get the same early leads, but this time play them out cleanly. And for KT, this is, I think, going to be a really rough one to bounce back from, because I feel like game number 1 had a lot of the same mechanics that this one had, but now Nongshim firmly on top and looking to get into that final game with a lot more confidence. Peter as well. Great hooks. I'm doing it before you do it, because it has to be said.
He had a good game, actually.
I mean,
memes aside,
I think it was still Dread as per usual, even with the one randomly given. That was the only death that he had the entire game.
For sure. Yeah, I mean,
same with Kana, right? Kana coming up really big in the end there.
I feel like he just looked a lot more comfortable on the Graves too. I mean, it was just night and day what he was able to do with that pick compared to game number 1, where he was on the Gnar, of course, even though he does have a very nice win rate on Gnar. Doesn't matter. As we're going to take a look here at the post-game breakdown. Lots of damage, of course, coming out from Nongshim. A very spiky gold graph in one direction. And,
clean game.
Didn't take them too long to end that one.
It's a clean game, and KT, this is where you say, okay, we've tried it twice now. First time we got away with it, second time not so much. Gonna take a different approach in the draft. I think you need to draft a little bit slower. Nongshim very clearly now in their comfort zone, and if you go into mid-to-late game team fights, always having to be ahead, not always going to work out against a team as good as Nongshim.
For sure. Well, guys, we're going to take a quick break and throw it over to the analyst chairs. We'll be right back.
오케이. 자르반 노플이야. 탈 아니다. 네. 이거 동준아 빨리.
빨리 높여.
네, 봐도 돼요. 노플이야. 렌토리야. 렌토. 야, 보다 빨리. 여기 좋아. 여기 좋아. 나이스. 이거. 빨리. 아리아데스요. 어디야? 여기.
캐리.
내 캐리. 내 캐리야. 몰라.
머라이어 캐리야. 머라이어 캐리.
중요한 캐리야.
머리야 캐리.
우리 캐리.
일단 바텀
롤도 보고 LCK도 복습하고 영어도 배우는 본격 원샷 3킬 콘텐츠. 아 엄마 난 게임만 하는 거 아니고 영어 공부하는 거야 라고 말할 수 있게 되는 그날까지 울프쌤의 레이어 클래스 지금 시작합니다. 매주 LCK 중계에서 나온 표현을 가르쳐주는 Call of the Week. 스프링 시즌 개막 주 KT 대 담원 키어 경기에선 어떤 이야기 나왔을까요?
As well, Docton gets out of the way. There's the ace in the hole. Arya takes a lot of damage. Shockwave onto 3 members of Showmakers. That was insane. The Akali's.
That was insane. 오리아나의 완벽한 3인 충격파를 보고 해설자가 이렇게 말했죠. That was insane! Insane. 이상한, 미친 이런 단어인데요. 말 그대로 미쳤다는 뜻입니다. Insane이라는 단어는 좋은 뜻으로 쓸 수도 있고 나쁜 뜻으로 쓸 수도 있어요. Wow, that game was insane. 와, 진짜 미쳤다. 끝내줬다. 엄청났다. 이런 경우엔 amazing과 뜻이 비슷하고요. I'm sorry. I must have been insane. 미안, 내가 미쳤었나 봐. 이렇게 쓸 수도 있어요. 좀 더 쉬운 단어인 crazy도 insane이랑 같은 뜻으로 쓸 수 있어요. That was insane. That was crazy. 둘 다 똑같은 문장입니다. 미쳤다라는 insane이었습니다. 협곡에서 자주 쓰는 단어나 표현을 딥하게 파고드는 rolling in the deep. mid에서 열심히 라인전을 하고 있는데 갑자기 상대편 라이너가 안 보여요. 이유는 모르겠는데 상대방이 들어오지 않을 때 미아라고 채팅 치잖아요. 그런데 이 미아가 영어에서 나왔던 사실 알고 계신가요? 바로 MIA, Missing in Action 이란 뜻입니다. Missing, 없어진, 실종된, 빠진, 그리고 액션, 동작, 행동이 합쳐져서 동작이 없다는 뜻인가 라고 생각할 수 있지만 미에서 액션은 작전, 전투, 사건 이런 뜻으로 쓰입니다. 채팅방에서 미아 볼 때 이런 의미예요. 여러분들이 영어 인출 잘 물었던 표현 Missing in Action이었습니다. 미드 대신 롤 챔피언 대사로 영어 배워보는 챔피언 says. 첫 번째 주인공은 사람들 진짜 사랑하는 야수오입니다. 요네와 야수오는 형제 사이죠. 오만함을 버리라는 요네, 충고를 듣지 않은 야수오는 협곡에서 다시 만난 요네에게 야수오가 이렇게 말합니다.
Yone, I learned your lessons too late.
I learned your lessons too late. 형의 가르침을 너무 늦게 깨달았어. 라는 뜻인데요. 레슨은 보통 수업으로 많이 쓰이지만 learn your lesson에서 lesson은 안 좋은 경험이나 실수, 실패로 얻은 교훈이에요. 팀원이 나한테 적정거 위험하니까 가지 말라고 합니다. 근데 내가 욕심 부려서 들어갔어요. 그러다가 죽었어요. I'm sorry. I learned my lessons now. 미안. 난 이제 교훈을 얻었어. He must have learned his lesson. 쟤 분명히 교훈을 얻었을 거야. 다음에 안 가겠지. I learned your lessons too late. 야수오의 대사였습니다. 게임도 보고 영어도 배우는 울프쌤의 레어 클래스. 오늘은 Insane, Mia, Learn Your Lesson을 배워봤어요. 자, 그럼 다음 시간에 또 만나요. See you next time.
Welcome back to the analyst chairs, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here alongside Songsung Nim Wolf, teaching us a whole bunch of English. So glad that that got onto our broadcast, because I assume none of you guys at home understand any English whatsoever. Here we are onto the draft. Let's begin, Wolf. As this one went a whole lot better for Nongshim.
I think Nongshim got a lot of champions that are really comfortable with this. In this draft, Kana getting his Graves, BDD on the Victor. It was definitely a draft where Nongshim could play their style a lot more succinctly. They also played way more safe. They did not overextend. They did, I mean, minus a few early skirmishes that went very poorly. They played a game that was honestly very much in Nongshim's late game scaling style. It was a better version of the previous draft, and I liked it a lot more.
Yeah, it was definitely a lot more cleanly executed. I think my favorite part of the draft was how you saw the set in gray. That was definitely very important. Going for the Kalista with the Gragas, certainly one of life's most practiced lanes of all time, mostly alongside Ruler, but Aiming has played a lot of Kalista in his time as well. Just didn't have the same sort of vibe. And the thing I liked about this game was how Nongshim played around all of their pressure, especially their mid control with Kana taking that mid turret. They gave up a Drake, but they managed to tussle for long enough to get a huge advantage, and then they never relinquished it, right? They never had those moments of huge overextension at that time.
Yeah, that was a really big problem in the first game, because in the first game, they gave so much power to KT's early game draft that they had the tempo advantage. They needed to keep pushing it forward, especially with that set pick you mentioned.
Yeah.
And in this game, they really never got that edge. They never had control of the map. They never had that macro advantage.
They didn't. So let's get into our first replay that we have for you guys. Unfortunately, it was just not enough. Aria on his key pick in the Akali, and while he had, you know, a pretty heroic effort here, it wasn't quite enough to get them over the line.
Yeah, I mean, there were a few moments where he almost was able to pop off here, but it's an iconic champion for him. He did okay. It was not a bad game for him by any means, but he was often playing these team fights with one hand tied behind his back because he was so far behind. Trading this kill onto Kana was pretty amazing to watch, but it wasn't enough in the end to really push them over the line. I feel like we've kind of exhausted all of Aria's champion pool now of what he's famous for. Like, this was the last piece of Exodia. Like, he played the TF in game 1, now he's played the Akali, so I think it's time for him to expand his horizons a little bit, but I would have rather seen Rascal on the Akali this game, to be totally honest.
Well, his Akali definitely looked absolutely fantastic, but I don't think that Aria was necessarily the problem, and I don't think that Akali would have lasted too long against Kana's Graves. Kana played an amazing game of League of Legends this time around, and I think that without the Tryndamere to jump onto, then it might just be a little bit too much to allow him to play that champion. So it's like, in game 1, we saw the set from Life really get carried away, and in this game, it was the classic Graves. I believe we have one more highlight for you guys, so we're going to jump into that right away. Checking out closer to the end of the game, and this was more like that game-winning play for Nongshim.
Yeah, this is where Nongshim are really well positioned. Like, look at where BDD is here when he is able to flash, or rather stopwatch this aggression, and even though he gets collapsed on, by the time you see Cuz get in there, the damage is already done. And Dread has the game of his life here when he is able to split up KT and then help Kana do all of the damage. The way this fight was set up for KT was very sloppy. Like, they weren't all in together in a unit. They were trying to engage so deep, and Nongshim were very far back. By the time a Xin Zhao gets on top of a Victor, who then has stopwatch, the fight's already over. The backline is destroyed.
Yeah, it just wasn't quite enough, unfortunately. But definitely a great turnaround for Nongshim. I was a little bit worried, right? Because if we look back to some of their other losses, they take them very, very difficultly, right? Like, the first loss, uncharacteristic as well in their first week. Game 2, they just fell apart after actually fighting pretty hard in game number 1. So this is a Nongshim that is playing with a much more healthy mental, and that is absolutely fantastic, moving towards a game number 3 now up against KT. And we were talking about this backstage. We're like, there is no way that this series doesn't go 3 games.
Yeah, 100%. You and I were both on the same page. Like, this game, the series goes to 3 games. We thought all 3 games are going to be very long. The first 2 decently long, the first one a little bit longer. But I think what really needs to change here for KT is they need to move away from the Kalista drafting, because they showed it in game 1. It worked very well. Game 2, not so much. Game 3, I want to see a different bot lane.
Well, I want to see the POG. So who's going to be able to pick that one up? Let's bring it up onto our screen and celebrate Dread one more time. 500 points. This guy is screaming ahead.
I mean, this guy has really been the massive leader for this squad in terms of how they've played out their early to mid games and why Nongshim has had so much success. And it is a meta where jungle players can dictate the pace of the game, especially on champions like the Xin Zhao and the Jarvan. His interrupt here on the flag drag was the first of many great plays. We'll cut that highlight right there. Nothing happened after that.
Yep. We almost got this one, then we were like, you know what?
But he also helped really feed the Jinx early on, get some kills there to the bottom side of the map, which is why some of these fights went so well. And then in fights like this, like we highlighted earlier in our highlights, he's able to split KT up. He's able to get on top of the backline, prevent that damage from being done. And, you know, in moments like this, Arya is just the last man standing. Like, he's done a lot, but he's never cracked that Xin Zhao who's at the front line. I ended up voting actually for Kana there. I thought he had a fantastic game on a comfortable champion for him and did a ton of damage.
Yep, you and I believe Cloud Templar are also putting a vote in there, so you're in pretty good company, even if it is minimal. Still, 11 out of 13. Well played to Dread, absolutely fantastic, but we do have one more game, so it's time to throw it over to Valdez and Chronicler to bring us the final game of the night.
Thank you, Atlas and Wolf. You are also in good company with the analyst chairs, even though your support is minimal. Anyway, on to game number 3. KT Rolster versus Nongshim Red Force Dread, casually picking up another player of the game. Picks it up on the Xin Zhao. I thought he had an excellent performance. And KT will select blue this time.
He had one big error, and it was at like minute 8, where he could have gotten out. Like he got the solo kill, he made the correct play, and I was like, no, we need more. Fortunately though, for the rest of his team, that one mistake was enough to make him not make any more mistakes, and I think that we're starting to see how some of our best junglers are really able to leverage the invulnerability that Xin Zhao has into a very late stage of the game, right? The amount of engagements I have seen on top of a Xin, they're always bait. They never work.
Always.
Without exception.
Yep.
The moment he gets engaged, he presses R, and then nothing actually happens, and the rest of his team has a lot more space due to all the cooldowns that are being used. So I don't want to see that anymore. No more of that. Stop engaging on Xin Zhao. It's not a thing. Stop trying to make it a thing. It's not going to happen.
Are you sure it's not a thing? I heard it was a thing, actually.
Stop making it. Stop trying to make it happen, Brendan. It's not going to happen. Don't push this.
How many of our viewers do you think have seen that movie? What percentage?
Hopefully everyone.
I'm going to say about 7%.
And if you haven't, after this game, go watch Mean Girls. It's a classic. It's a great movie, and you should watch it if you like movies or entertaining or enjoying things. As again, a lot of staples being banned out at KT, kind of on a roller coaster of whatever beat us last time around. We are going to get rid of Nongshim, still getting rid of that TF. Wonder if they want to continue banning away the set, because I actually think that has been a successful choice. Not going to be the case this time around. Jarvan still open, Aphelios, Jinx all still open, because going back to comfort.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, Jarvan's very good right now, and you already banned away the Xin Zhao, so you're going to feel even more comfortable than you did in game number 1 to just take that away, because he had some great moments, some great flag and drag flashes even.
Corki.
Jinx, Thresh. Akali.
Interesting. Akali slowly rising in priority throughout the LCK. Was barely picked, I think, in week number 1, and now with the new build, teams having more and more success with it, slowly getting higher and higher up those lists. Of course, still a flexible pick that can go either mid or top, and this has been banned for most of the night. Lux still available as well. That generally is the combo with any support with a little bit of shove will do. And I think also not the worst matchup into Jarvan, actually a way to get out of that dreaded ultimate. And oh boy. Yeah, I don't mind it. I stand by the fact that I don't think that Lee necessarily is very, very good. But when it's Rascal piloting it, a little more Leo.
He's the one guy that has the ability to pick it, and for us to be generally okay with it.
It's happening more and more. I feel like we need to make a list of this, of like players that are allowed to pick champions that other players are not, especially blind, right? Because normally, if a player would pick, it could be into Akali, but I think if you have any semblance of care, then you will not put Akali into Lee, because I don't think that ends very well for the Akali.
No.
You are not really allowed to blind pick Lee, but in this case, KT, very, very powerful set of champions here. A lot of lockdown, a lot of damage. And again, engaged champion for life, who is not going to go for the set this time around, instead opting into the more traditional Leona. Now, what is the support pickup going to be? Because I think if you don't lock in support, it's going to be a lot bend away. That is
support Poppy?
Beautiful. Honestly, with Caitlyn, I know you're joking, but like I immediately am like, but what if? And I think
you just sit there in steadfast presence, sir.
Well, yeah, but I mean, if you're going to do that, just pick Fresh and then have Poppy jungle, right?
True.
Poppy as a pick, though, love it. Very, very good into KT. Yeah. Gonna mitigate a lot of the pressure that's available. If you then also get like a Gragas in there, and then Nongshim's comp looking even more deadly. Wonder if we're going to see the Lux ban here or not. And I know that Morgana at the moment isn't too popular, but whenever Caitlyn pops up and you're playing things like Leona, I'd always be a little bit scared of it.
Yeah, it's actually a great point. I mean, I don't think the Lux... You know, there's a lot of ways for her to just die. Like, obviously there's fantastic synergy with the Caitlyn, but Morgana, you have many other ways to try to survive. You can build a little bit more tanky and still be very useful. And it's still very good along with the Caitlyn, and it's great against Leona. So I kind of like that idea.
You know what that Gnar is signaling, right? That's an the Silas band.
Don't start.
Yeah, that's an R4 Gnar right there.
Yeah, I have a feeling you might be correct.
Oh, no,
what if they ban it?
Well, I mean, I don't think it's going to be R4. It will actually be, they'll pick support and then pick it fifth. After making us feel a false sense of security that maybe we get spared the Gnar.
We are not very big fans of Gnar, as you guys can probably tell.
I honestly, on KT, I think it's great. KT have a lot of engage, but they also have a lead, so they're not.
Oh,
they're not going to pick that because why would they? As Alistar does provide some very necessary engage, but I think specifically with Caitlyn, not necessarily the best combo. It doesn't really aid her shove, although will of course combo very nicely with her traps. Asriel, really good into what Nongshim have is so far. I think the laning phase might be a little bit rough, but you do have opportunity to get away from nasty things like the Alistar. You're not too bothered by Poppy either, and that is, especially if you pick up something like an Orianna here, a really nice rounder. That is much more team-oriented.
Yeah. Look at Arya's face.
Yeah. I like Orianna. I think that with the Galio, you run the risk of just not having any damage at later points in the game.
Yeah.
Pace, I think, quite slow. This, I love it from KT. Pivot from what we saw previously. A lot of team fighting power, and overall making me a very happy camper. And inevitably now the Gnar is going to get locked in. Watch it be like Azir for BDD out of nowhere.
Gwen. Looks like that will be the lock-in up into the top side. So will be BDD piloting that Akali. You'd have to imagine. Gwen very much loving the long lane. Just a lot of, you know, cheeky smiles and smirks that are going around that always make me feel like, I wonder if something more sinister is going on. But no, seems pretty straightforward this time around. But yeah, a lot of wombo combo there on the side of KT.
I really like both these comps again, actually. I think that what KT have is...
I like Cuz better than my boyfriend. Sorry, continue. That's what her sign said. I mean, very straight up. Nothing else on the sign. That's it.
Yeah. It's important information to be shared.
Yes.
You know, fist bump for you, boyfriend. I hope you're okay. Our thoughts go out to you. As I think that what you have for KT is a much more comfortable comp that gives them a lot more leeway in the early stages of the game, while still having ample amounts of power, right? It's not like a composition with Leona, Jarvan, and Lee can't fight in the early game, especially if the positioning is good. Someone like Arya can reliably zone away, many others. And Nongshim of course says, hey KT, that was a fun comp you had there. You didn't play it well, we will. We'll show you how it's done. Also picking the Caitlyn, one of the most banned AD carries at the moment. A lot of priority on that bot side of the map. And Wonder. First time I think that I really prefer the KT draft, but Nongshim have looked incredible thus far. Previous game, very much in their control.
Yeah. Someone tried to start a chant and then probably the staff was like, no,
not
allowed. No speaking. Yeah, you were mentioning most banned AD carry. She is the most banned AD carry and actually the third most banned in the LCK overall.
Behind Renekton.
So far, behind Renekton and TF, yes.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That's the way it goes. And we finally get to see her here kind of in an interesting lane. This is going to happen again.
Yeah, say hello. Hello.
Now it's game 3, so I feel like now they're like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if I want to get close to you.
Have a little bit of fun, and then all of a sudden there is a Leona or a Poppy in the brush. I die, so I'd rather not. Goodbye. And wonder what we can see here. See a little bit more laning presence. Chosen here by Arya, going for the Scorch to try and get some more pressure going. BDD, of course, itemizing very defensively. Has the Torrent Shield, and Arya starting minute 1. And that is one thing that for both Kana and BDD, that priority is going to be really, really hard to come by. Provides opportunities for Dread, but also mean that Cuz can look for more aggressive plays, especially with that Ahri, right? Like that laning phase is not going to be a very fun experience here for BDD, who, despite a lot of the champions that he is known for, and somewhat counterintuitively, actually has a great Akali.
Yeah. You would think, okay, he's going to play Azir, Victor,
Syndra.
Yeah, Syndra. Kind of the staple 3 control mages with Orianna right there as well. But yeah, it's a very good point. Life, just all the best records we're seeing, you know. He's had a lot of great years. He was like 19-5 on the Leona. As level 2 is going to be hit here, we should have... Nope, nothing yet, just no trap. Just poking it down. And that's fine. Thought it would be that combo you were talking about, but not going to happen just yet.
Yeah, and level 1 Alistair, not scary at all. Basically a walking minion.
Well, like, hey, he can headbutt though.
Minions walk as well. Well, the minions float. Well, that floating minions could be a thing.
I don't know if we can see that actually.
If they would,
they're all wearing like capes.
Oh my, imagine if they are floating and we just don't know. That'd be something.
What?
Right?
What are they wearing? Robes. It's like wizard robes,
yes,
right?
Robes.
But even the melee minions have them on.
Yeah.
So
well, I mean, robes are not just for wizards. Knights wore robes.
Did they?
You wear armor on top. I mean, it depends in which context, but you definitely can.
That's really strange. I didn't know that minions potentially did not have legs.
I assume that they do.
Or maybe they do and they just don't.
But we don't know for a fact that they do.
Yeah, like, does anybody know? Is that known information? Well, this is going to be an engage. Life is really getting in there, and with the Eclipse, he survives for a long period of time, but then he dies as Peter now going to go down. We got a fight up in the top side, 2-on-2 now. As Jed is getting in there, aiming is walking the wrong way. Flashes forward and gets the kill. There you go, able to hit that Q after the flashes. Now Cuz trying to get on top of Kana here, but has to flash away. Kana's looking good here. The snip. A couple more autos will get the job done. And already 6 kills at 4 minutes.
Mayhem all over the Rift. I say that it would benefit actually both teams very, very evenly, right? Aiming getting fed is really, really good for KT. And there you see the difference, right? Heal and cleanse. If you're the one with cleanse, then you're not able to actually use the summoner, then it doesn't do a lot. As a lot of damage also going into a Aftershock Eclipse Leona there. And I think that's one of the key factors. Normally you'd expect the Caitlyn to win this, but the extra damage actually going to be, or the extra health provided by that heal earlier on actually going to be enough. As here, we do see a lot of damage go down on Kana. Great use of the snip there to sustain back up. And then it takes actually a really long time for Rascal to die. And then Dread, no steadfast presence, gonna go down. And this is the type of situation where unfortunately as Cuz, it's gonna be really hard for you as the Conqueror is procced. Kana hits enough of the snips to get a kill. And now it is 3 against 3. But a double kill for Ezreal and a Gwen that gets slightly ahead.
Yeah, I kind of like the Ezreal angle a bit more.
I agreed.
Ghost did flash at the end of that trade. I believe that he was trying to predict the flash Q. That did come in, but he was a little bit slow on that one. So Aiming was able to win the trade. You can see he's going to be enjoying his life now, able to pick up the Sheen and the tier as Ultimate does come in. BDD not yet level 6. As Dread now getting to work on this dragon very early on.
Oh, they're trying to rush it. I think they get it.
Yeah.
Oh, they hesitate just a little bit too long.
Yeah, and here comes Alistair. Big play by Peter. Catches 2 of them. As BDD now on the chase of Cuz. Doesn't look like he's got a flash, and he does not have a dream of staying alive. As now the Lee Sin. Rascal coming in, and Dread is going to deny any hope of the Q coming in there onto BDD. Nongshim get away with the Drake and an extra kill.
Oh, BDD didn't have to flash there. Dread was like, I got you. But he's like, no, I'm scared. I have to get out. And goes for the flash after all, and just beautifully played by Nongshim. And this is in line with what we've seen thus far every single game in this series. Which is Nongshim wins the early game. And in game number 1, that wasn't enough. It was a beautifully retake of control by KT. But this time around again, it's Nongshim that gets it done. And I think KT and Cuz not quite expecting. And it's Peter showing that even on engaged supports, he can get a lot of work done.
He can do it all.
Yeah, and this is where the loss of that ultimate actually comes and kind of hurts you. The loss of ultimate for Arya, I mean.
Well, I was saying, like, why do we cut it early? I wanted to see Dread denying the...
It would have been nice.
Anyway.
Yeah, but they're shoving the lane.
I think Ezreal autoed the turret once. Anyway.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that was basically it, right? And then, as pointed out, really nicely done by Dread. And if we go a little bit back, because you already said, I agree with you. I think that getting a couple of early kills is probably the most beneficial for the overall game state of KT, because provided that he can stay safe, and he does have a lot of ways between Lee, possibly looking for some peel, although I expect Rascal to play a bit more aggressive, and the Orianna shields. Ezreal is actually one of those carries that can play decently well, especially if you pick up a crown into champions like the Kali. I think Gwen should generally not be able to touch him. And that leads to a situation where normally I'd say, yeah, great spot for Nongshim. But look at this.
Uh-oh. I don't know about this for aiming. He doesn't have his flash. It's like 2 seconds away. And he's not going to be able to flash out of this one. We'll have to hold on to that. It was literally like 3 seconds away. Not even sure if he would have survived, but either way, that's a nice little collapse onto aiming, able to shut him down.
Calculated. I mean, I'm not even joking, right? They have the time.
Yes.
They actually do know when that is going to happen. As Ghost.
Now, this is a bit of an issue. He doesn't have his flash either. Has a lot of damage coming in into Cuz. He finally gets in there, and he is actually going to survive. Triumph does come in, as now Cuz is trying to fight up against Peter. Peter looking for the kill. The bloodthirsty support will pick it up. It's Peter now with 2 kills under his belt. Very well deserved.
Smashed by the cow as Rascal, he's alone.
Wow. It never ends. Kick comes in. Kind of looked funny. It was a really nice play by Rascal. He did have to flash, though.
That was clean. Liked it a lot. I think you're literally the only play where you get out live there. No dashes, no hops available for you through that status presence. And trying to get away from him short, otherwise not going to end well. But even with him surviving, it's not actually that good, right? Yes, Ghost is getting bullied away from his turret. Aiming will pick up a plate, but that is going to be a counter Herald come through here. Ghost now able to make his way back to the wave. The gold deficit now slightly aided. If Ghost just hadn't gotten greedy for that plate on bot side for the crash, he probably would have been fine. Instead, that counter kill means that he isn't as evenly matched with aiming as he might otherwise be, due to missing a little bit there. But overall, Nongshim again, straight up winning the early game here. As aiming also walking towards a trap, which pretty sure would have been a problem regardless. Really nicely done, very clean setup. And then I am pretty sure, based on the way that it was just a little bit of greed. It's Peter.
자, 잡아볼게요.
I like it. Using the ultimate
나
to get rid of the CC.
Oh boy.
Could you?
I didn't think we could like Peter
I was
more.
about to say. Oh.
That was good. Good stuff. I like this call, actually, to, turn onto the Jarvan. It makes sense in that situation, but, kind of calling for the play. It's a good look. Nongshim very much in a good spot here in terms of gold. I feel like they've kind of weathered the storm of any kind of Ezreal threat. Like, yes, he is going to hit his 3 items earlier on, but I think they can definitely handle that Ezreal with some of the other leads that they have picked up.
Yeah, key thing is to make sure that it doesn't get out of control, right? Because if aiming gets 2 more kills in that lane, then all of a sudden I think the game is kind of out of your control as Red goes in aggressively.
Trying to get on top of a Leona, not the easiest thing in the world. As a Glacial Augment comes down, slows everybody, denies some damage, and he eclipses and Flash will be totally fine. Top side, I liked that gank earlier from Dread. It's really taken a lot of pressure off of Kana and allowed him to bully, and nobody's looking at the top lane for the last 5 minutes. So, I mean, outside of that gank, of course. So it's been a pretty nice lane for Kana.
Aria cognizant of the amount of pressure that he's going to be under in these fights, going for the crown. Trying to ensure that he is not going to get 100 to 0. BDD just finishing the chem tank, and the first part of that build online. Now only Demonic Embrace remains. Both these two teams moving over towards the Dragon. Priority being grabbed here in that bot lane by Shim. They should be able to pick this up again, but KT are in a position to go for it. Neither top laner can join, so this might be a 4v4. And if you want to go for this as KT, you have your 1-item spikes, but they're as strong as Nongshims.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it. Dread is able to just play bodyguard, and so is Peter. He knocks out Arya, doesn't allow him to do anything for that entirety of that fight, as Dread's going to get the knock up there onto Cuz, and the ultimate does nothing from the Orianna. And here's the follow-up, another flash, and he even gets Arya into the back of his team. Meanwhile, Rascal, doing what he does best, picks up a solo kill onto the Gwen.
The king of solo kills sees his kingdom fall, but the solo kills will come nonetheless. Unfortunately for Rascal this time around, I think in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't matter because the bot side fight was played out beautifully. Dread and Peter controlling so much of that space, not enabling anyone from KT to actually come close. And KT, once that objective is gone, just let it go. It's fine. If your first instinct is let them have it, then let them have it. Don't give it to them and then commit, because that doesn't work out.
Well, then that happens. Yeah, what we just saw. Now the enemy Akali is 2-0 and 2.
Yeah, and because I think giving up this Drake is fine. It's a second Drake. It's unfortunate, but look at this. First it's Peter playing bodyguard, then aiming and Arya looking to join the fight, and then it's Dread. And between the two of them, there's never any opportunity. KT trying to make something of a lost situation. Peter just ensuring that the POG votes will go his way. Otherwise, Veldis will be very, very mad at me. I don't know what Ghost said.
I don't know what he said either, but they cut it short. Top solo kill, nice. Even though it was his teammate.
Yeah. I don't think this is peak top laner experience for Kana. He's like, yeah, and so what? He solo killed. Who cares? My team is winning the game for me.
Better top laner wins. I mean, clearly, right?
Is that a scary look back to the Chemtech meta as I see two Chemtech?
Yeah.
Like the one is on the Kali is noteworthy, but still a lot of tankiness coming the way of a Nongshim and KT.
Yeah.
Being put further behind the curve, it's going to be really hard to actually get through those higher health bars. Ghost also going for a full damage build, not opting for the Guild Force, which we often see on the Caitlyn. And I personally think this works really, really well with the kit, giving her a lot of mobility as well. Going for the raw damage. As now we move toward the hell that's about to spawn in 20 seconds. Karna's just like, yeah, I'm still ahead. Totally my effort.
Still farming.
Yeah.
That's all they've been doing the entire game.
Hey, Rascal got a solo kill.
Yes, and Rascal did roam to the mid lane that one time.
And he got
Remember
ganked.
that?
And he had to use Flash.
And then he got ganked that one time. That happened too.
And that was it.
And that's it.
Yeah.
Good job.
Was it a good job?
They did a good job with what they were given.
Yeah. I mean, there's not a lot to be done, right? And again, we see the courtesy of the teleport changes coming in hot here, showing that I'm sure if Rascal had all teleport, he would have been there in that fight.
Yeah.
That might have just turned the tables. But instead, it is a deeper hole being dug. Dread says hello, and Rascal says no, goodbye. It's not a lot going on there.
Yeah, still going to make it much easier to take this Rift Heralds. Doesn't look like KT cared about it anyway. And yeah, just going to give that one up. All the objectives so far going the way of Gnome Shim. They have taken 2 Drakes and now about to be 2 Rift Heralds. Definitely a nice look for them. And we see that Crown picked up here on Orianna. We were talking about how Crown is often built on the Ezreal as well. Might have a double Crown game. Would be pretty interesting. See how well it can do against the burst damage of Akali.
That's kind of the problem. I feel like this version of Akali cares a lot less about Crown, because it's more about the consistent damage, right? The burn and the extra staying power that you have, you're going to weave in a lot more as opposed to the very traditional Akali pattern, which is, you know, hit second E and then you unleash. Now a bit more staying power, even into something like a Gwen. I think the Crown provides a lot of added survivability. 18 seconds. Imagine what happens if Caitlyn gets Static Shiv again. It's been taken out of the game.
Oh no.
Stop. Yeah, I don't think that's good news, and I don't think you can give all that extra scaling to Nongshim. KT knows so as well.
Yeah. Nice little bit of poke there onto aiming. He's going to have to clear out that wave and heal up to full here, it does look like. As Hextech Drake is alive. And Nongshim and pretty much everybody. I mean, all 10 members around this Drake. Nobody wants to give away even a single Hextech Drake. And how strong it can be. Peter also taking a little bit of damage before this fight does begin. Here we go. Looks like somebody's teleporting underneath there. Will be the Gwen as we try to get on top of the Poppy, and that might just be the killing sentence there. BDD gets into the back line and nearly blows up Rascal, but he stays alive. And aiming is doing a good job of kiting him out. So many low health bars here, cuz getting on top of Peter gonna allow aiming to kite it back, but now it's all up to him as he was able to take out 2 and everybody else is on the run.
Aiming desperately trying to keep the dreams of his team alive, but unfortunately for him, at the end of that fight, it is still the Drake that's going to go over to Nongshim. I think Cuz can try and salvage something here, but it is a big risk. Aiming doing even more. It's not going to be enough.
No risk taken. Not this time around. So they will give away Hextech Soul Point, as Nongshim are just 1 Drake away.
And it is, again, Peter that starts the fight, right? We see the ult come through from Ghost. It does very little, and then it's a 3-man knockup from Peter. BDD immediately following as well. But here you do see some of the survivability come through, and Cuz keeping Dread away, Peter not able to really get to that backline afterwards, and BDD taking so much damage. This snipe that comes through here from aiming as well, beautifully done, really threading the needle on that one, but it's kind of after the fact that the team has already lost the fight. Not a lot going on there, and now Nongshim still extending their lead.
They did a pretty good job. I think that the one issue they had, and the reason why aiming was able to get value after the fact, is that the fight was so spread out. Like, Ghost, I just saw Ghost and Dread just running from behind, and Ghost not really able to auto-attack anything much at all, so just imagine if they did that, but they also had Caitlyn autoing and zoning away the Ezreal and all that good stuff. Could have had a much better time, so Nongshim still definitely feeling pretty good about their situation. Rift Herald looks to be dropped down in the bottom lane, as I don't think there's any threat of a Baron starting up here right at 20 minutes. Just trying to once again help out Kana to win this side push lane once again, as we see Dread is down here again.
And why not? Oh
man. Yeah, he did not see that one coming. The knockup comes in and down he goes. Flash over the wall. Dread is just taking names.
Very little counterplay there. Available here for the KT top lane, and Rascal has done so well in terms of the individual lane, but KT is all unable to match what Nongshim is doing, and Nongshim is just killing them left, right, and center. Picks up another objective. Gets the Rift Herald to crash in, extending the gold lead. And they can sit tight, honestly, for the next 2.5 minutes, get that soul, and from that point on, drive that train straight to victory. Look at the item builds as well here, right? We do have the Cosmic Drive available for Kana, incredibly strong. And aiming, he has to play this far up. Has to flash.
Yeah. That's what happens when you use your Arcane Shift to shift forward. You almost get a kill on Ghost, apparently. That's what happens. Ghost will be fine, but aiming is still alive and well, still has his heal available. Doesn't seem to be in any danger as long as he doesn't E forward. But I just wonder if KT are really going to be in a position to fight over this next Drake, because they have to. They absolutely do.
Oh, it's also the mini side knockup from Herald into Dread just coming in hot. Immediately using the Steadfast Presence, knowing there's no flash available on Rascal, meaning that the only way out for him would be either an immediate kick, which he doesn't really get the opportunity to use, or a dash out, which doesn't work. So, very unfortunate scenario. Now, 2 item spikes hit on every member of Nongshim, barring Peter, but I don't think he needs any help. He's had an amazing game thus far. And now in a side lane as well, like, I don't think you can match, right? This is not the Rascal that we saw a couple of games ago. I think the only one that really has a lot of offensive pressure would be aiming, and you can't really put him in the side lane. Arya has gone for a very defensive build between Shadow Flame and Crown. A lot of health, a lot of resistances available. But that in of itself is not going to win you the fight. And aiming even feeling forced to go for a maul, right? Which is not really going to help you damage as much as you might otherwise have.
Yeah.
And I don't know, you pointed it out, they need to go for the fight. I don't think that there is a lot of ways in which it goes well for them.
Yeah, it's you're stuck between a rock and a hard place, right? We've seen this before. They have to make some kind of play, some kind of aggressive maneuver to take the Drake.
Ooh.
Otherwise, you're giving not only Caitlyn, but everybody static Shiv, and you're not going to enjoy that very much. Not to mention the extra stats that come with the item, the extra damage, attack speed, etc. It's going to be very nice for everybody on their side. A lot of members who can use all those stats. As in comes BDD, and Peter is in there from behind once again, gets a 3-man knock up. The Orianna ultimate gets a lot done, and BDD not able to actually execute aiming, but it will be Kana in the end that is also able to flank from the right side. As Rascal not really able to help out too much, unfortunately. Nice little stopwatch there at the end as we get the oohs and ahs from the crowd. They liked that play. As Rascal... I mean, how can you not like this guy, right? Rascal's trying to get on in there. He's going to be denied. BDD will take the kill as they will get the soul.
And while the Nexus might not fall, this very much the final opportunity. KT sees it slip before their eyes. As Kana, just a good measure, to make sure to get in it as well. And there we go. Good old-fashioned static Shiv reincarnated in the form of the Hextech Soul, ability Haste, and a passive that's going to be very threatening to deal with. As I love this play, right? It's BDD going in, forcing defensive posturing, and then Peter coming in with a 3-man knockup. Again.
He doesn't miss.
He doesn't miss.
How can one man have so many hits?
Why he has Spidey sense? You know, it just means you hit no matter what. And this also answers a question, which I'm personally very happy about. Can't help but giggle on that one. Is that this also shows, unironically, you know, besides all our Peter love, which I think justifiably so, he's had a great debut thus far. The engage supports is something that you need to be able to play, because right now I think that we see how popular Enchanter supports are. We see the Karma basically being permanently banned. Yumi is very high on the ban priority list. We've seen even the Lulus. Haven't really seen Seraphine yet. Could happen at some point as, oh, Rascal.
What?
Behind enemy lines gone wrong.
Yeah, they saw you. And yeah, Poppy's here as well. Just gonna get trapped up after that. I mean, it looks extremely silly, and maybe it was, but he's taking a risk, you know, maybe trying to get the uber flank and perhaps you one-shot the Caitlyn, and that's how you come back, because their situation is just so dire right now.
The flank to end all flanks. And then you one-shot Caitlyn, then you realize there's a 7-1 Gwen and a 4-1 4-1 Kali. You're like, oh, yeah. Never mind that one. And there's no losing here as Nongshim, right? You can set up in the side lane, BDD has the teleport available, has no pressure whatsoever. Trap line is set up, textbook play here. Early TP just to lock it down.
Even Peter's gonna pop the ultimate. Not necessarily going to be used at all. As life comes over, he's like, oh, I can just take down this ward. And Dread immediately says, no, you're not allowed to.
Not happening, bro.
And then life just says, bruh.
Okay, I guess I'll
and then he
go
walks
home,
away.
man.
Yeah.
I know what to tell you, Valdez.
Flank to end all flanks, including his flank.
It was just flanks within flanks within flanks. But in the end, it was he who was outflanked, and not a lot that came of that, unfortunately. Kana, it's a little bit too many people, no matter how fed you are.
I think he's fine. He could have taken him. He was just tired.
Would have liked to see him try. I think it will be entertaining.
Sure. Well, they get the objective bounty.
포탑이 파괴되었습니다.
I suppose that will help them ever so slightly. Try to come back in this one.
Truly an optimist you are, Valdez.
Yes. Big fan of the objective bounties, as you can tell.
I actually enjoy them. I like them. Although they're not very relevant in the game that we are watching right now.
Maybe in solo queue. As I like what they're doing. They're just giving the ball to aiming and say, let's see what you can do. Rascal, braver than ever, he's going to take another one of those portals, even after what happened to him the last time he did. Never trust Jace and his technology.
So you prefer Chemtech? Is that what you're saying, Valdez? Did
Yes,
everyone hear
in fact,
that?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yes, that's true statement right there. Peter, no fear. Just gonna pop the ultimate. He says, okay, I mean, if you want to stand here and hit me, then you're gonna lose all of your buildings. As here we go, the damage is about to be smacked in the face. Really nice kick, actually. Does come out from Rascal. Not sure how much it is going to matter, though, as the ultimate nearly gets Kana. Dread, a fantastic knockup as well. And that's just going to be the front line to allow Ghost to chop down everybody. He's got a triple. He's got a triple. Can he get the quadra into the penta? You see Rascal is running the exact opposite direction. Oh, that's cute. And GG, Nongshim going to take the win here tonight, 2-1. A win's a win, and to be honest, a very engaging and exciting series. I loved the back and forth. I loved the drafts and the meta within the drafts that we have. And of course, who can't enjoy Peter and his Alistair? Multiple three-man knockups.
It was a great series. I really enjoyed it. I think that both teams can take a lot of lessons away from it. I think there were some individual mistakes. You know, there were some drafting things left and right that maybe were not quite up to par. But as a whole, I think both teams can be happy with what they showed it today. Nongshim showing that even with their backs against the wall, they are still a formidable team. Dread, after having a subpar first game, promptly proceeded to demolish in game 2 and 3.
Yeah.
BDD back on the Kali, I think, is always nice to see. And for KT, there was a lot to love as well. I think they played game 1 expertly. Rascal looking still in beautiful form, aiming having a pop-off moment there at the end. Not quite enough for it all to come together and actually beat Nongshim in the series.
You know, I was thinking, Peter, multiple times in that game, he got three-man knockups, right? We said that at least twice.
Yeah.
But I think it was 2 or 3 times that we had it there. Big thumbs up from him. Ooh!
Oh!
The Spider-Man! He knows the meme!
I heard a Peter pop.
Gotta love it. Gotta love it. I mean, this is right as I was about to say. He keeps getting three-man knockups. Why don't we just call him triple lift? Let me just drop the mic and end the cast now. I mean, there's nothing else to be said.
I feel like Atlas would have loved that joke.
I hope he's listening.
I don't think I'm the right audience for it, but I appreciate the effort regardless. And I think regardless of which universe Peter Pan, Peter Parker, or Peter Double Lift, we land on, I think we collectively agree that he's had a simply stellar weekend. Personally, I'm very pleasantly surprised because this was a player that wasn't even playing on the Challengers roster.
Yeah.
Right? He was always playing second fiddle, and then I think a lot of us were very, very surprised after he was subbed out, or Effort rather was subbed out, and Peter was subbed in. But it's been great. The team looks revitalized, and as I mentioned previously, I don't know if Rascal is because Wolf. I think you could definitely make a case for Rascal being the best top lane.
Triple lift.
Yeah. Okay.
Right there. Continue.
As I definitely think in terms of sheer laning power, he is just so oppressive to play into. Just really nicely done. I think that Cuz showed again his mastery of jarving, aiming, finding some great Ezreal plays. But for KT, didn't quite come together in the end.
Triple lift.
Yeah.
Imagine if they had the Orianna. I got excited when I saw the Shockwave, and I was like, oh man, it's such a great combo.
It only hit Peter as well.
Yeah.
Like, no.
Yeah. Kana picks up a nice kill here. The fans loved that play, by the way. They were big Kana fans. You guys saw that big sign that was basically like 2 big pages that basically, well, not basically, it just said Kana.
Yeah.
In Korean, that's it.
탑 쪽에 걸 거야?
Let's listen in.
얘네 이번에 걸려한다. 자, 싸우지 마봐. 싸우지 마.
야,
Don't fight, don't fight.
빼면 다 봐.
천천히 보자, 천천히 보자.
Let's back
천천히 봐.
while we
나안 죽어. 나 있어. 달리지 말고.
레오나부터, 레오나부터.
kill the Leona.
핀 누구?
자, 이겼어. 죄송. 나 잊어볼게.
나 상태 없다. 나이스. 미안해요, 우리 팀.
Peter says, nice, sorry to our team.
펜타.
Penta?
나 살려줘.
Peter knows what's
제
important, you
강함에
know?
너무 심취했어요. 너 세긴 하다. 알리스타. 수고했어.
Peter said he got too excited for being too strong on Alistair.
Yeah, it was really funny because he used his ultimate to like tank 5 people, and then the moment it drops, like aiming's Arcane Barrage was like, boop,
Yeah.
and then he died.
Just instantly died. It's okay. He had a great game other than that, and yeah, Noxin looking pretty strong. I have to hand it to both teams, to be honest. I thought it was a very back-and-forth series. I thought that KT played very well in their own right. Really liked the comp and the way that it was played in game number 1. But Noxin, you know, one of the better teams we have here in the LCK, so really nice to see them doing well. But that's going to do it for us here on the caster desk. Hope you guys did enjoy it, but stay with us. I'm going to hand it to Atlas and Wolf, and maybe someone else on the analyst chairs. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Valdez and Chronicler. Great cast on the day. And yes, I am joined by Wolf and, of course, Achilleos.
Hello.
His former partner in crime.
Yeah. Very true. It's been a while since we've gotten to work together, so it's good to be back here. It's good to be back on the LCK.
I know.
A very long time. Every now and then I get my Kespa Cup treatments in once a year. So stay up to
Saving
date.
my life and things like that, yeah. If you guys missed that one, that was definitely a time. It was about 3 years ago now. It's just ridiculous. But also, this is the first time that you've actually been on the LoL Park stage as well. So welcome to LoL Park. It's great to have you here. And we've got...
First for League.
Right, yes, true. Technically second, but the other one was for Valorant, the other game that you also cast. Looking forward to that in the upcoming year. And also, thank you, Mr. Set.
Good old Set H.
Yeah, good old Set H. Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you again. But let's get into this game. Let's break it down, because Nongshim really staying in it, and this was like a kill a minute for up to 25 minutes or something like that.
It was a much faster paced game than KT has played all year, well, for the short period of the year having competitive League of Legends for. But I thought it was a really nice game for Peter to showcase his best champion, Alistair. It's a champion we've mentioned several times that is kind of, I don't want to call him a one-trick, but it's his most played career before he was a professional player in the LCK. Finally, he picks it here. Didn't look like it was amazing for the comp, but it was okay. But it's his best champ, historically speaking, and boy, did he pop off on it.
Yeah, we hadn't really been seeing too much Alistair before this. In fact, there was absolutely none here in the LCK. But we're going back to Seth's time, you know? He's like, he walks in and he's like, yeah, Alistair obviously meta support.
Yeah, when I was casting, we still had Gorilla as a player, therefore we saw Alistair all the damn time. So it was good to see. But yeah, I mean, we were watching and we're like, oh, Alistair, that's interesting. And then Wolf educated me that that's his best pick, and he really showed it. I mean, they were talking about it, so many 3-man knockups coming through there, got the double, but was just consistently pinning people down, making sure they just could not play in those team fights.
Yeah, I don't know about the triple lift thing. We'll have to go back to the drawing board on that one potentially. We will see. But let's get into our first highlight here. It was just chaos at the beginning, so we just strung together a few of the chaotic moments from the beginning of the game.
Yeah, there were about 6 kills given over in the first 5 minutes of this game. As mentioned, it was pretty much a kill a minute the entire time, and it was a lot of action on the bottom lane and the top side of the map here as well. As this was such a sick outplay from aiming. Has the ward there on the brush, knows he can confirm the kill. And then you see Cuz rotates up here, but Dread is here as well, so he's not alone. This ends up being another trade here. I mean, there were so many moments in this game where it looked like we might have the most one-sided game of the series because these kills were so close to not actually being trades, but because they were, it ended up being an even footing heading into the mid-game.
Yeah, I think this was kind of the point, like when we cut over to the top side, you get that really nice outplay from aiming down bot, and then you get up to the top, the circus music starts coming a little bit, but it got cleaned up, especially once Peter became active.
Well, this is the thing. I mean, this guy's cow was 100% unleashed. You saw him as well on the cams afterwards. He knows that he's Peter Parker as well, and there is like, I don't know whether it was a radioactive spider, but something bit him, and it created all of these amazing engages. Feels like the spirit of Marta came in and was really taking control of the game. It was a whole lot of fun to watch. And I'm just baffled by the fact that this Peter guy comes out of nowhere. Effort has a bad day, and I see that roster lineup, I'm like, oh no. Effort's in the doghouse, we have to bring out another guy. And no, I think Peter was just performing better in scrims. We got more highlights. Roll them out. Let's do it. Let's check out some more Peter.
This is the real awesome Peter highlight. There were many more, but you know, we only have so much time here on the desk to actually.
We can just replay the game. It was basically a Peter highlight.
This moment is super sick for him because KT decided to go in and contest the Drake, and look at where he goes. He waits for Arya and pushes Arya out, so Arya cannot shockwave in the middle of this team fight. By the time he does end up using his ultimate here, it's far too late. And then you can see BDD is able to dash through. The fight is over. And KT, I mean, they were trying to make a sneaky play happen. They were trying to turn, make it look a little bit secret that they were actually going to come in and for a leak contest. But Peter, after backing, realized, he like channeled it back that he's like, no, I think they're going to re-engage. Looks exactly for the Orianna.
Yeah, it was just beautifully done. I mean, it seems like, especially when he's playing that Alistair, he just knows at every single moment where he needs to be putting his attention, who is going to be the biggest threat, and who he needs to be protecting at any moment. So the teamfight awareness from Peter on this Alistair in particular is just superb, and it really shows that if you invest that many hours on a champion, you're probably going to get pretty damn good at it.
That's absolutely true. And we have Peter of the game ready as well. Let's bring it up onto our screen. Here he is. Didn't actually set that. That would have been really awkward if Peter hadn't won that.
It's like, actually, it's Rascal.
Yeah.
I don't know how this happened.
He's on the other team.
I know.
He has played quite a few different champions, but at the beginning of the season he played the Yuumi, then he played the Braum. We weren't sure. He looked very fine, and he was a lot more stable than Effort was. Like, he wasn't making as many mistakes, etc. But this is the first champion where he's had the pop-off game, because he's been fine to good. This game was the amazing one, right? And it's his signature champion, so it's really cool that Noshim have the ability to now pull out something like an Alistair, even in a comp that doesn't necessarily require it, a meta that we don't see Alistair in, and it's something that teams might even have to consider banning, which gives them this extra X factor.
Yeah, and the thing that I really love about this as well is that Peter is the one unknown quantity. The reason why we've been talking about him this whole time is because we know BDD is an amazing player. We know the rest of the team are full of amazing players, but Peter just comes in out of absolutely nowhere and then has a game like this and meshes with the team so beautifully as well. You saw in the player cams, Peter extraordinarily vocal about everything as well. Like, just really, really awesome stuff.
13 for 13.
There you
That's
go.
what we're talking about.
That's a sweep. He takes it away. But one of the things that I makes me hopeful for the future of this player moving forward is that this kind of game could be a very big breaking point. When you have that pop-up game, all of those stresses of, will I be able to perform? Am I actually going to earn my spot on this roster? What are the fans going to think of me? All of that can bleed away now. You can go ahead and be like, yeah, I took over the game. I put it on my back. I carried my team to a victory in a very important series because, you know, both of these teams 2-1 going into this matchup. And I think now that's him breaking through that wall, and he can just continue to trend upward from here.
Exactly, and now we get to have a conversation with him as well because we have him standing alongside. Here is the interview. Take it away, Jason.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Season with the POG interview translation. We are here joined by Dread and Peter from Nongsin Red Force. You guys are on a 3-match winning streak. How are you feeling, Dread? I'm happy that we were able to get the win, and also happy that I was able to perform better, like 2 times better this time around. I'm happy that I was able to do something for my team, you know, and get the win. And this is your first POG, Peter. How are you feeling? Thank you. I'm just thankful. It was unanimous, so I was surprised and I deserve it for sure. Dread. It was a matchup between two teams that are tied for 3rd place, and a lot of people thought that the power level are very similar. So how are you guys able to outplay KT roster this time around? We kind of expected the blind pick J4, and also I think we just played better than KT. And Peter, you sounded pretty confident. And Dread, out of 7 games Nongsin played, you won 5 POGs so far. You are on top of the POG standings. But we have Kana on top, BDD on mid, Ghost as AD carry, and support Peter. So, I mean, there's no way we're losing games here. So I guess you're sharing credit to your teammates, right? Yeah, every teammate was doing fantastic job. After game 2, you could hear the comms from the Nongsin players, and everyone was just yelling, "This is my carry, this is my carry." And then Ghost said it was Mariah carry. So who do you think deserves the POG in game 2? Of course, me. Peter, what about you? I mean, I have to say yes. Maybe me. And Peter, what do you think of Ghost's puns, you know? Do you like them? Well, his puns, play on words, are always so funny. And I'm saying this from the bottom of my heart. Dread, in both game 2 and 3, yes, the opponents locked in J4 as their first pick, and you mentioned that you expected it. So could you break down the plans behind your draft? I mean, we saw that coming, the first pick J4. So I was thinking of other options in jungle. And we had some plans in order to counter J4. And we had the first Alistar game of the split. Very uncommon pick these days, so could you tell us about that pick as well? It was not prepared, to be honest, but it was the right angle, you know, the right time to play Alistar, so I told my coaching staff and they believed in me. I was very surprised to hear that, actually. And Cloud Templar kept calling you the Peter Parker. Do you like that nickname? We have Peter Pan, Peter Parker, a lot of nicknames for you. I mean, I'll take whatever nicknames they call me. I just love getting this attention. And I prefer Peter Pan better than Peter Parker. I guess that's gonna it for Peter from the for his future nicknames from now on. And Dread, we also love the banter back and forth between you and Aiming prior to this series. Any message over to me now that you won the series? I mean, I heard that Aiming said I'm gonna throw the game today, but I think it was him, running it down. So thank you, Aiming, for that. I'm very grateful. Are you looking forward to another rematch? Like, same, we're gonna win it next time as well. And Peter, everyone is like praising you these days. You look so comfortable, even though you are a rookie. I actually get nervous a lot. And actually, POD interview makes me more nervous than playing the game. What about playing the game then? In fact, when I was like playing game number 1, my hands were shaking. I guess, well, you do have the stage jitters, but people can't really tell. Who's your role model then? Wolf, definitely. I grew up watching him play. I love that recon play in the EDG series at Worlds 2017, I love that. That was so epic. I'm pretty sure Wolf will be watching this on his stream as well. And your next opponent is T1 and Dread. You are the T1 killer. So what's your mindset heading into that match? I think T1 is definitely a strong opponent. It's not going to be easy for us, but we will prepare hard for that matchup in order to secure the victory. T1 indeed has a very strong bottom duo. So how are you going to prepare for that matchup? I will try to learn in that series. That's gonna be my mindset. Lastly, message for the fans. We're on a 3-match winning streak, and next one will be against T1. So I hope to come back stronger and perform well. Thank you. And Peter? Thank you for your support. We are still in the middle of the process of, getting the best teamwork. There might be some ups and downs, but I'm looking forward to your continuous support. Thank you. And this is the end of the interview from Peter, Dread, and back to the analyst desk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ji-sun, for the beautiful translation of Dread and Peter. Peter, absolutely adorable, and of course taking after good old Wolf from over at T1, not Wolf that we have here on the analyst chairs.
Not very good
that
at
is,
league.
Yeah.
Not quite as good as the real Wolf.
Not quite there yet. That's absolutely fine. Let's have a look at some of the standings, though, as we bring those up onto your screen. Nongshim now have sole control of 3rd place and could actually move ever further if they're able to take down T1. That will allow a leapfrog, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, Damwon is really going to have to bounce back. They had 2 really tough opponents early on, but if they can bounce back, the top 4 of LCK Spring looks insane right now.
Yeah, looking great. But of course, this isn't everything yet. The weekend is just about to begin, so there's still 2 more days of LCK action. Damwon, Kia, Genji, Credit Brion, and Hanwha Life. Everybody getting ready to take to the stage tomorrow.
Yeah.
Pretty awesome.
I'm really looking forward to the Damwon Fredit Brion series.
Yes.
Fredit Brion are just randomly good now, and it's really, really cool. Genji, I think, might be able to take down Hanwha Life Esports this time, but I think that'll do it for tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Kilios, would you like to sign us out?
Yeah, sure. Guys, it's been an absolute pleasure to be back here on the LCK after, 3.5 years or something like that. So thank you so much for having me, the broadcast crew being so accommodating. I love you all, and hopefully I'll see you very much soon. Otherwise, these guys will be back tomorrow with plenty more LCK action, so make sure you tune in.
Believed love could set me free. You break down the